The scene opens with pure chaos, as terrified people flee from grotesque monsters, their screams echoing with the certainty that even the weakest beast is an absolute nightmare. A handful of them hit a dead end at a sheer cliff, realizing there's nowhere left to run. Their only chance is to scramble for cover. They dive behind a massive boulder as the creature's heavy footfalls shake the earth. A girl cowering there is trembling violently, squeezing her eyes shut and praying to be invisible, to be overlooked. But a sinister aura closes in. The beast's eyes lock onto her hiding spot. The girl's pleas are cut short as the monster, without a shred of hesitation, lunges and devours her whole. From a nearby hiding spot, a wounded boy watches in disbelief, thinking that this can't possibly be Ghostar. This so-called beginner test is insanely difficult. The mission sounded simple: use the class change materials and then just survive on Ghostar for a mere 5 minutes to automatically complete the process. But for any normal person, lasting even a single minute in this hellscape would be a miracle. This boy's name is John Kai, and he's currently trapped in the starter zone of the planet known as Ghostar. This place is a colossal world that just appeared near Earth 50 years ago. But its arrival didn't trigger some cosmic disaster that could have yeeted our planet from its orbit. No, when Ghostar arrived, Earth's own ecosystem went haywire and all its flora and fauna began to warp. They mutated into horrifying creatures called beast gods, which unleashed a wave of destruction that swept the globe. These beast gods were completely immune to human technology, and their rampage pushed humanity right to the brink of extinction. Yet in this age of despair, something incredible happened. To the shock of the survivors, countless magical portals began to appear all over Earth. By stepping through them, a person's consciousness would be digitized and teleported to Ghostar. Upon arriving, they were thrown into a surreal game-like world where they could take on different classes. Everyone had their own stats, inventory, and skill trees. You could literally grind levels like in an RPG, obtaining more and more powerful attributes. They also made a game-changing discovery level up enough on Ghostar, and you could bring that insane power back with you into the real world. This meant people could become just as strong as their in-game avatars, and finally fight back against the beast gods with their own two hands. To put it simply, if humanity wanted any chance of surviving this apocalypse, they had to get strong on Ghostar. The people who repeatedly journeyed to Ghostar became known collectively as explorers. Back in the present, Kai is still huddled down, pretty sure he's the last person alive here, but he knows there's no way out. The beast stalks closer to his rock, and John wonders if he really cashed in his family's entire life savings, just to die like this. A memory floods his mind, his sister telling him that if he really wanted to go to Ghostar, he should just go for it, that she and their older brother would bust their backs to raise the cash he needed. For his dream, his sister had sacrificed her youth while his older brother was literally fighting kidney failure. Yet he never stopped working, because if they couldn't scrape together the money for his surgery, within 2 months it would be game over. And here Kai is not even past the tutorial, about to let all that sacrifice go to waste. As the beast finally makes its move, something in John snaps and he bolts from his cover. He thinks to himself that instead of just laying down to die, he's going to bet everything he has on one last gamble for his family. The monster closes the distance in an instant, its claws digging into his shoulder. Kai knows he has to risk it all. He's all in on his one shot at survival. He launches himself off the cliff's edge, as the beast simply watches our hero fall into the abyss. But then a brilliant light flashes in midair. A system window appears, declaring his behavior perfectly matches the profile of a compulsive gambler. It congratulates him for triggering this hidden condition, unlocking the chance to obtain a secret profession, and for successfully completing his class change to become a glorious and extremely rare class, the gambler. On the ground below, John coughs, completely dazed. He opens his eyes, wondering what just happened. Why isn't he a smear on the rocks? He realizes not only is he unhurt from the fall, but the wounds he had before have vanished. Immediately, another system notification pops into his vision. It states that he successfully completed the class change within the time limit, and that his base stats have been restored. In other words, a full heal. Kai mutters out loud, asking if this is some kind of central artificial intelligence that governs Ghostar. The system responds that you could see it that way, once again congratulating him on finishing the class change and announcing that it will now present his unique class talents. Dual talent. Any rewards or punishments issued by the system now trigger at double the effect, with a slim 1% chance to hit a super double effect. And when that triggers, all rewards and punishments get jacked up by a factor of 10. The second he locks in his dual talent, his class abilities literally multiply, and he snags the gambler's second ace in the hole. Our boy is floored, wondering how this is even real. Everyone else just gets a single talent. But as he completes the job change and gets two, the system confirms it. This is the real deal, flashing his brand new stats on screen. His second talent, Supercritical, jacks his critical damage up to an insane 200 times the normal amount. But the trade-off is a starting critical hit rate of just 0.1%. Jiang knows that after a job change, a normal person's stats hover around 20. So how in the world did he land on 36? Another notification pings. It's because the dual talent also doubles the attribute points he gets from the profession change. Jiang's mind races. Wait, can everything be doubled? He starts calculating. If this holds true when he levels up on Ghost Star, a regular player gets 10 attribute points. He'd get 20. That means he'll be scaling twice as fast as everyone else. The system dings again, reminding him his critical damage is now a whopping 200 times multiplier, and that initial crit rate is a measly 0.1%. But then it hits him. On top of everything else, he has a whole second talent, super critical. Other players are lucky if their crits deal double damage. His will unleash 200 times the pain. The only catch is his current 1 in 1,000 chance to land it. But if he can pump those numbers up, the damage he'll dish out is going to be straight up terrifying. Jiang glances at his weapon. Was this the kind of power that face-ripping beast had? He thinks back. Before all this, his only goal was to finish the job change. Just get it done fast so he could make money for his older brother's surgery. After all, even the lowest tier jobs on Ghost Star pay way more than anything back on Earth. But he never imagined he'd accidentally trigger a secret job evaluation. And now he's become a player, a hidden, overpowered profession. With this kind of potential, he might actually be able to get that money for his brother's medical bills and fast. He could give his family the life they deserve. But still, crushing the beginner's test is just the first step. The real grind is the main mission: survive the trial zone. He has to reach the end of the test area, the city of sacred radiance, in just 7 days. There's a problem though. Getting there is a nightmare. The entire zone is swarming with monsters. One wrong move, one death. And the test is over. He gets booted right back to Earth. And yeah, dying on Ghost Star doesn't kill your real body. And you can log back in, but that little penalty is a luxury only the rich can afford. It costs a fortune just to enter Ghost Star. The wealthy get endless do-overs. But for a broke kid like him, this is his one and only shot. There are no second chances. Suddenly, Jiang's ears pick something up. A deafening roar is tearing through the woods, getting closer, fast. He ducks behind a tree. That scream, it's chillingly familiar. A massive monster's jaws snap wide open as a kid yells for his life. And in that split second, he recognizes the voice. It's his best friend, Yuanju. Our hero's eyes dart around. Yuanju is completely surrounded by earth snakes. Jiang knows these things are bad news. Their venom is so potent that a single bite is a death sentence. And his friend is cornered by 3 of them. Yuan, don't panic, he yells, I'm coming. With his spear leveled, Jiang explodes from the tree line. Yuan shouts, what are you doing here? Don't worry about me. Just run. These snakes have crazy high stats and their poison is instant kill. We're only level 1. But Jiang doesn't slow down. He closes the distance in a flash and skewers one of the snakes with a single brutal thrust. Yuan's jaw drops. Did you just one-shot that thing? Jiang is already moving again. He thinks to himself, using his buddy as bait to distract the snake, and striking from behind worked perfectly. But now he's the main attraction and the other 2 are slithering right for him. Yuan cries out, it's over. Those things are way too fast, but as one lunges, Jiang sidesteps the attack with impossible grace. Yuan is stunned again. How did you dodge that? Jiang's mind is racing. The class change doubled his stats. Even at level 1, his agility is already on par with a level 2 player. These level 1 snakes feel like they're moving in slow motion. They can't even touch him. Yuan, keep them focused on you, he shouts, as his spear becomes a blur of motion. In 2 quick strikes, the remaining snakes are history. Yuan is just standing there completely baffled. All I did was be the bait. You killed all of them. Jiang finally lets out a breath, a wave of relief washing over him. This new profession, his build is clearly all about agility over raw strength, but he packs enough punch to instantly delete level 1 monsters. He figures the steel spike he looted from the face beast is some decent starter gear for beefing up his strength stat in this newbie zone. See, in Ghost Star, your strength stat is literally your attack power. No complicated formulas. Yuan's like, yo, I always heard newbies just get wrecked by monsters. How is anyone supposed to fight back? He's also grilling Jiang on how he pulled it off. Jiang just says he got lucky with his class and rolled a gambler, but he makes it crystal clear this has to stay between them. Yuan's confused, like, what even is a gambler? Although he admits he doesn't really get it, he figures his own class isn't half bad since he landed on Warrior. Jiang isn't surprised. No wonder you survived a 3-on-1 with those snakes. Warrior is a top 5 class easy. He explains that in the Kingdom of Sacred Radiance, the very first thing explorers do in Ghost Star is lock in their profession. And usually that choice is dictated by the transition materials you buy before you even log in. The rich kids, they drop tens of millions on high-tier materials, letting them insta-class into something powerful. They get to be warriors, soldiers, or executioners the second they spawn in Ghost Star. Meanwhile, the broke players can only scrape together enough for the absolute cheapest materials. Those are super crude, and there's a huge chance your class change just ends up being completely random. Our protagonist points out that the material for a warrior class costs a cool 50 million and asks Yuan if he got tangled up with loan sharks. Yuan shuts that down, saying it wasn't possible. It's a long story, he promises. I'll fill you in later. Jiang checks if he's for real, then says they need to snatch up the snake corpses and fast. He'd heard that even monster carcasses can be sold for cash. The gears are turning in his head. In Ghostar, a ton of items can be flipped for real money, and he desperately needs to grind out resources to support his family back home. Loot like bodies and gear in Ghostar conveniently converts into cards when dropped, making them super easy to collect and sell. But looking back at the fight, the gambler class seems way more busted than the warrior class. Suddenly, footsteps approach, and they both jump. A woman emerges, introducing herself as Su Nuanuan. She claims that trying to clear this trial solo is basically a death sentence, and asks if she can team up. Our protagonist gives her a hard pass, and says they can barely keep themselves alive. Bringing her along would be a liability. Su cuts him off, pleading with them not to ditch her. She reveals her class is a medic, she can heal them, and even extract venom from the snakes. The kind of venom you can use to enhance your weapon's attack. Yuan pipes up that having someone who can cure poison sounds clutch. Jiang realizes this is another top 10 advanced profession. A healer is a total game changer during the beginner trial period. After all, if he hadn't taken advantage of his own class change to get a full heal earlier, he'd probably be a ghost right now. So he formally introduces himself and proposes they all squad up to reach the objective. Nuanuan gratefully accepts. Yuan immediately starts clowning on him, saying he only changed his tune because he's a simp. Jiang just fires back that he's about to catch these hands. Meanwhile, back on Earth, we cut to the city of Zhangzhong in the Kingdom of Sacred Radiance right at the Ghostar base. Inside the data research lab for login portal number 18, an analyst is geeking out. He's saying the new wristwatches are insane, able to pinpoint every explorer's exact location inside Ghostar. Someone approaches and says, that's a given. Since most watches sold today can track all sorts of Ghostar data, and the more high-end the watch, the more stacked its functions are. The speaker is Su Lanlan, instructor for the beginner trial, who asks for a status report on the newbies, and specifically how her sister is doing. The analyst reports that based on the wristwatch pings, a lot of the rookies have already been eliminated, and it looks like her sister has linked up with 2 other people. Lanlan asks if she's being shy and looking for a party to carry her, and grumbles that she should have hammered it into her head that newcomers need to avoid grouping up, because the more people you have in the beginner trial, the greater the danger becomes. Back in the forest, the trio pushes forward together until beasts ambush them, and it's not just one. 3 minutes later, the analyst confirms 2 face beasts have spawned. Right on top of her sister's location, Lanlan's face drops. A single face beast is more than enough to massacre novices, and facing 2 of them, her sister's chance of survival just plummeted to practically 0. She reflects that elimination in Ghostar, although it's like a character dying in a game, and causes no physical damage to your body on Earth. It delivers a hyper-realistic experience that can dish out severe psychological trauma, and declares she's taking her for psychological therapy. But the analyst tells her to pump the brakes, saying her sister doesn't look like she's been deleted yet, which completely throws Lan for a loop. Then he drops the bomb that those 2 face beasts both seem to have been wiped out, and Lan, absolutely floored, just stammers, how is that even possible? Rewind to 3 minutes earlier, the monsters are closing in. Chu is scrambling in pure terror, shouting, what are those things? And Nuan, sprinting right beside him, yells back that they look like face beasts. Our hero is running with them, but he glances back. A grim thought crossing his mind, they're not as fast as I am, they're gonna get caught. That is until Jiang suddenly skids to a halt, and roars at them to keep moving. Yuan panics, but Jiang is dead serious, telling them to go on while thinking, if we all run, all 3 of us are getting deleted. I'm the only one who can stay behind and try to hold them off. With that, our protagonist charges, lunging at the creature with his spear, landing strike after strike, until one of the beast's massive hands smacks him and sends him flying into a jagged rock. Jiang grits his teeth, thinking, this thing's health bar is insanely high. I can't one-shot it. The 2 monsters loom over him, and for a terrifying second, Jiang wonders if this is the end of the line. So this is it, he thinks. My beginner's trial is over. Nuan, her voice cracking with tears, screams that he's in trouble, and that they have to go back for him, but Ju is just frozen solid with fear. Meanwhile, back on Earth, in a quiet neighborhood in Zhangjiang City, an old woman is asking a man, are you the one, the benefactor who gave my Ju the materials to become a warrior? She sighs, admitting she doesn't get why he thinks so highly of her son. Sure, Ju looks big and strong, but deep down he's a total chicken. She frets that if he ever ran into a real monster on Ghostar, he probably wouldn't even have the guts to lift a finger. The man in the hat just says, you're right. When danger shows up, your son is more scared than the average person. He pauses. But I've noticed something. No matter how terrified he is, whenever he sees someone who needs help, that boy never ever backs down. And back in that deadly forest, Ju unleashes a massive blow, smashing into both beasts and knocking them back. He turns to his friend. Did you think I was a stranger? That you had to protect me? 'Cause I'm timid. We're brothers, man, and brothers are supposed to face this crap together. Jiang stares completely stunned. He pushes himself to his feet as Ju, clenching his fists, charges the enemy again, crashing into it with a brutal impact. Jiang's mind is reeling. Is he really going head-to-head with a face beast? The damage isn't huge, but Jiang sees it now, that relentless control is the true mark of a real warrior. Suddenly, Jiang feels his strength returning, and realizes Nuan is behind him using her skill. What are you doing here? He yells. You're not a combat class. Nuan just shakes her head. I'm not leaving. When a medic sees someone hurt, no matter how scared I am, I can't just run away. She thinks of her father, how he sacrificed himself against the monster tide, because there was no medical support. Now, her friends need that support, and there is no way she's abandoning them. Jiang feels his wounds completely close up and mutters. You're really not afraid of getting wiped, are you? He thinks. Even with all three of us, our damage output isn't enough to take one of these things down. Then an idea hits him. Wait a second, he says, remembering Nuan talking about those venomous snakes. She mentioned she could extract their poison to boost a weapon's attack power. Hey, our hero asks, didn't you say earlier you could extract snake venom? Nuan nods. Yeah, I did. In a flash, Jiang summons a snake and asks, can you keep healing Ju while you enchant my weapon with this thing's venom? Nuan looks determined. I don't know if I can do both at once, she says, but I'll give it everything I've got. She gets to work drawing out the venom and coating the spearhead. Jiang thinks, this is our only shot. If I'm right about this could actually work. Right now they can't survive a direct hit from the face beast, but he can. And while his attack power alone isn't enough, her healing could cover that gap. Looking at them now, it clicks. The three of them are a classic team comp, a tank, a healer, and a DPS. Straight out of a video game. The venom enchantment finishes. Jiang smirks. Who cares if newcomers are weak? He looks at his partner. You think you can handle one of those face beasts by yourself? Ju cracks his knuckles, mana flaring around him and rockets forward. As long as the three of us work as a team, he thinks, and we all do our jobs, we still have a chance. Our protagonist dashes right after him, thinking they might call these things novice killers, but even they aren't invincible. A massive explosion rips through the clearing, and one of the beasts is completely deleted. An instinctive grin spreads across Jiang's face. We did it. It worked. Almost. He realizes one last beast is still standing. A thought flashes through Kai's mind, this teamwork thing, it's seriously effective. Even with another monster in their faces, they push forward as a unit, while our protagonist and Un launch a head-on assault. All the while, Nuan unleashes a constant stream of healing energy, keeping the two frontliners in the fight. Cut to a high-tech laboratory, where an analyst named Lan stares at the incoming data from their bracelets. Wait, are you telling me they actually took down two face beasts? She leans back, stunned. Just one of those monsters is enough to annihilate an entire squad of rookies. Demanding to know how the trio pulled off such an impossible feat, the other analyst just points back to the screen. According to the data, Nuan has 0 offensive power and the team's warrior deals next to no damage. So factoring that in, the only one who could be responsible for the kills is this guy named Kai. But the weird part, we can't identify his class. Lan is floored. What do you mean you can't track his class? How is that even possible? Who the hell takes out two face beasts without their profession even showing up on the logs? Right on cue, the system pings. Player Kai has successfully collected the face beast's corpse. The three of them collapse onto the ground, utterly exhausted but flooded with the relief of survival. Un looks over at him, catching his breath. Dude, I never figured you'd be so clutch in a crisis. That was seriously impressive, no cap. Nuan adds, now that we have the power to take on face beasts, we should be able to reach the end of this trial. Yeah, without much trouble. Un agrees, getting to his feet. Let's just make a beeline for the finish line and wrap this thing up. Hold on, the protagonist cuts in, asking them to chill out. Don't rush it. We still have a ton of time. Our final destination is Shanghai City. There's no need to act recklessly to get there. He explains the real game plan. Once we clear this test, our points get tallied. If we crack the top 3, the military will hook us up with some gear. Word is, the equipment the military gives out is top-tier stuff. It's a game changer for rookies trying to survive on Ghost Star. We already have enough firepower to wreck these monsters, he continues, and every kill racks up more points. And with enough points, we have a legit shot at landing in that top 3. He looks at them, a glint in his eye. So why not farm these monsters, stack our points, and then go claim those military rewards? The other two just stare at him, their expressions a perfect mix of shock and confusion at his proposal. A few hours later, darkness has fallen. A voice pipes up. You sure this method is really going to earn us points? It's Un. Look, it's not that I'm scared, but I'm constantly being used as bait to draw in hordes of these earth snakes. You sure I'm not going to end up getting myself killed first, he asks. Kai just tells him to buck up. You're a warrior, man. Your whole gig is attack and defense. Besides, Nuan can patch us up anytime. As if on cue, the snakes lunge from behind. In a flash, Kai vaults into the air, his blade a blur as he cuts them down with surgical precision. He takes out 3 earth snakes in a single fluid motion. The rules on Ghost Star are simple. Only the player who lands the killing blow gets the experience points. And right now, Kai is the only one on the team with the raw power to wipe out monsters this fast. So the squad decides to let him funnel all the XP for the time being. More snakes slither out, hissing strange noises as Kai becomes a whirlwind of precise, deadly strikes. He carves through them one after another, his only thought being that this grind is what strengthens the team and guarantees their survival. A full day later, the system dings. Congratulations, Explorer Kai. Your experience has reached 100. Your level has increased too. The double effect has been activated, granting doubled attribute points upon leveling up. Kai is blown away. After farming earth snakes for an entire day, he's finally reached level 2. Nuon congratulates him on the level up, and gets hyped. Yo, drop the stats. What are your attributes looking like? After leveling up, the protagonist tells them he just allocated 20 new attribute points, and that now at level 2, his total attributes are at 56 points, which he says is decent. His 2 teammates are absolutely speechless. Is baffled. Wait, I know, leveling up boosts strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, but normal people only get 10 attribute points a level. Are you seriously telling me you just got 20? Nuon's eyes widen as she does the math. With a grand total of 56 attribute points at level 2, that's already on par with a level 4 player. That's terrifyingly strong. Kai just shrugs. It's nothing special. It's just a trait of my profession. It can double rewards like level up points, but if there are any penalties, they can get doubled too. So let's keep this our little secret, okay? Nuon just says, I don't really get it. That class sounds absolutely broken, she adds, while groans. And here I thought my warrior class was actually pretty impressive. Just then, another system notification chimes for all of them, announcing that hitting level 2 unlocks a brand new professional skill, model. But because his gambler class has a doubling talent, it kicks in and grants him 2 skills instead of 1. Jiang's mind races. Wait, does this mean even my level up skills can be duplicated? The reality hits him. He just scored 2 class skills. Yuan's eyes go wide. Dude, could my skills be doubled too? Sue just shakes her head, muttering, that's seriously OP. The system flashes the first class skill is Ghost Hand Card Throw. When he throws any item, its penetration power is boosted by 20%. But when he hurls any card type item excluding special item cards, that penetration effect skyrockets by 200%. The catch: it drains 100% more spirit to use, but the skill is upgradable. The second class skill is Ghost Eye Focus, also known as Ghost Eye Fire, which amps up his visual range and target tracking. This boosts his capability by 50%, but also costs 100% more spirit while it's active. And this one can be leveled up too. Jiang realizes, both of these are built for long-range attacks. He thinks I'm not exactly sure how to use them yet, but this basically confirms the gambler is a ranged DPS class. A grin spreads across his face. Now that he's packing more heat, the team can start farming monsters with way better experience point payouts. Cut to a lab 2 days later. An analyst stares at a monitor. It's been more than 2 days. I didn't think her sister would still be breathing. Lan counters. For a team of newbies to survive this long, it means that Jiang Kid is packing some kind of special ability. In that instant, an aide bursts into the room, addressing the supervisors of the novice zone. The beginner test is compromised. Raise the alert level now. The 2 analysts are stunned as a commanding voice explains over the comms. Command has detected that another country has sent in infiltrators to the novice zone again. We're looking at a full-scale breach. This kind of event is almost unheard of. We need to prepare immediately. The speaker is none other than the city's supreme commander. Wei Lan asks in disbelief. A large-scale clandestine invasion. Is this for real? The commander sighs heavily. If this were a drill, I wouldn't be here. Lan's blood runs cold. This is bad. Really bad. She knows exactly what clandestines are. Elite agents from rival nations, specializing in one thing, slaughtering new players to crush their progress. The Ghost Star beginner test has an ironclad rule. High-level players are strictly forbidden from entering the test zone to help the rookies. Every player has to make it through on their own. But the clandestine class is the one dirty exception. Their unique class traits allow them to slip into other nations' starter zones, and there is absolutely no way to prevent it. Even worse, clandestines are infamous for their cruelty, inflicting the most psychologically damaging death experiences imaginable on newcomers. The entire point is to traumatize rookies so severely they become too terrified to ever log back into Ghost Star. It's a brutal strategy that decimates an enemy nation's new player population. Lan slams her fist on the table, her voice shaking. My sister. She can't handle that kind of thing, especially not against those beasts. The commander sighs. Prep the psychological support teams for the newcomers. With a rare, large-scale invasion like this, we must brace for the possibility that this beginner test will have 0 survivors. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the trio is pushing forward, when when suddenly, Jiang freezes. He feels something is wrong. What is it, Yuan asks. Something's out there, Jiang whispers. Ju looks at him confused. What are you doing? We just walked past this spot, he says, while Su insists. There's nothing there. No, Jiang replies sharply. It's farther out. Over there. Without warning, he hurls his spear into the trees. A sickening thud echoes back, followed by a piercing squeal. Got it, he says with a smirk. Come on, let's check it out. Yuan scoffs. Check what out? What could you have possibly hit? He mutters. Has he completely lost it? But a moment later, a system notification pops up for the whole party. Jiang has eliminated a wild boar. Ju's jaw drops. Are you kidding me? Do you have eagle eyes or something? How did you see a boar from that far away? Su adds amazed, and it was a level 2 boar at that. Jiang calmly strolls over and pulls his spear free. It's nothing surprising, he says, just my new skills. As he speaks, more notifications appear. Corpse of short-spined wild boar acquired. 19 short boar spines acquired. Jiang thinks to himself, so my ghost hand card throw skill amps up the damage of anything I chuck. And when I combo that with ghost eye focus, it's like having a built-in sniper scope with a slow motion effect. The combination allows him to land devastatingly accurate shots from an insane distance. He realizes this means he can now pick off low-level mobs from afar before they even know he exists. I'm close to level 3, Jiang announces. We should find a new spot to hunt. Ju groans in frustration. Easy for you to say. I'm still stuck at level 1. At that very moment, a voice whispers from the shadows. Well now, aren't you a lucky little team? Hidden from view, a pair of eyes watches them pass, completely oblivious. He smirks, admitting he didn't expect to find fresh meat this soon after landing, and declares, looks like we get to have some fun after all. Who the hell are you, our hero demands. A young thug steps forward, a twisted grin playing on his lips as he tells them not to be afraid. We're not the bad guys, he says, his voice dripping with malice. We just want to crack open your chests, string you up, and let you bleed out till you're dry. Or hey, he adds, maybe we'll just peel your skin off and let the face beasts lick you clean. With that, his crew closes in, trapping the three of them. But then a figure emerges from the water. You're getting ahead of yourself, he calls out. The bosses only have one objective this time. Jiang is completely lost. The drenched man flashes a chilling smile and introduces himself as a stowaway. I'm the captain of Team 2, he announces, and I'm here to guarantee that not a single rookie from Sheng passes this test. Su's face drains of all color. I've heard of these guys, she whispers in terror. Stowaways. Squads that specialize in slaughtering newcomers. Raw fear grips them as Su adds. And they're all level 3 or higher. I can even sense a level 5 among them. Our hero's mind reels. These levels weren't just some abstract numbers anymore. He couldn't believe it, a level 5 explorer was actually real. Based on his current stats, he figured he could barely hold his own against a level 4. The stowaways begin their advance. In a flash, Jiang realizes there's no talking his way out of this. He has to act. You two stick together, he screams. We're splitting up and running now. As they bolt, the captain lets out a derisive sneer. Scattering at the first sign of trouble, he taunts. What a bunch of cowards. Is everyone from Sheng this pathetic? He points after Jiang. You two go take out that loser who ran off by himself. The rest of us will take our sweet time torturing these two. Deeper in the forest, Jiang sprints for his life as two hunters give chase, laughing that he's fast but can't outrun them for long. Suddenly, he vanishes. The two pursuers skid to a halt, looking around in confusion. The hell? Is this kid trying to play hide and seek? This just makes it more exciting, one of them growls. When we find him, I'm cutting his feet off first. In that instant, a weapon whips out from the trees. One of the thugs effortlessly snatches it from the air. Seriously, this little brat still wants to fight. I can block any attack from a damn rookie, he boasts. But in the next moment, he's blasted head-on by an unseen force and launched into the distance. His partner stares in shock as a massive explosion erupts. Yo, what was that? Are you okay? The remaining thug shouts. But when he sees the aftermath, he realizes his partner has already been obliterated. How is that even possible? He shrieks into the trees. From the shadows, Jiang's voice cuts through cool and sharp. One hit, and you're done. Is that all a stowaway's got? You guys aren't as tough as I imagined. The lone hunter is completely freaking out now. You're not a Sheng rookie. How did you just one-shot a level 3? He frantically pulls up the kid's stats. His fear spikes into pure dread. My total attribute score is only 45 at level 3. Does that rookie seriously have around 60 attribute points? How? Before he can even finish the thought, Jiang explodes from his hiding spot and ends him instantly. The plan worked. Jiang stands over the dissolving corpse, knowing his total stats, which were on par with a level 4 explorer, were more than enough to completely wreck a level 3 stowaway. He'd split them up on purpose, aiming to isolate and execute them. He's just a sliver of experience away from level 3, and he remembers a key piece of information from his time on Earth. Taking out other explorers grants a massive amount of experience. A system alert pings explorer successfully eliminated. The notification explains he can claim the defeated player's bracelet, and before the body fully dissipates, he has the option to loot their experience. He just took down 2 level 3 explorers. That's 100 experience points available from each of them. And for every single point he loots, the system will grant him double. A grin spreads across Jiang's face. This is an insane EXP farm. Player killing. Pays out way more than grinding mobs ever could. He doesn't hesitate. Loot 100 experience points from each. A new alert flashes. Congratulations, you have reached level 3. His total attributes surge to 76 points, while those level 5 stowaways probably only have stats around 60. Jiang snatches the dead man's watch and starts moving. It was time. He finally had enough power to go back and save his friends. Elsewhere, Yuan and Su are beaten and bloodied, completely surrounded by the rest of the stowaways. Well, look what we've got here. One of them sneers. A martial artist and a medic. Didn't think we'd find 2 high-tier professions from Shang so soon. Another chimes in. And good ones at that. We're going to enjoy breaking you two, the captain says. Even while wounded, Su desperately continues to heal Yuan. He's being chased by 2 of them, she says, her voice shaking. Is he really going to come back for us? Yuan coughs, but his belief is unshakable. He will. My brother might be a coward when it comes to girls, he says, but when his friends or family are in danger, he'll fight no matter how hopeless it looks. The stowaway captain's grin turns sadistic. All right, playtime is over. Now, we skin you alive. In that exact moment, an oppressive presence crashes down so overwhelming that the clandestines start gagging and choking on thin air. As invisible blades seem to tear into them, Stu whispers, I knew you would come back. The clandestine captain screams into the void. Who's there? Is that the coward who ran before? Get out here and face me. In his head, though, he's panicking. He can't see a thing. He has absolutely no clue where the attack is coming from, even wondering if Shang cooked up some insane new class that can just waltz into the beginner zone. Screw this. He decides they have to bail. The clandestine leader turns to run. He's trying to escape, Su yells, but Kai is already there, blocking his path. After everything you did to my brother, Kai asks with chilling calm, you really thought you could just leave? Kai unleashes his weapon. It rockets forward, punching clean through the captain's chest, forcing him to his knees. Our hero turns to his friends. All the stowaways are dealt with, he says. How are you guys holding up? Su rushes over, relief and despair on her face. You're finally back. But my brother, he's in really bad shape. I can't heal him anymore. Yuan hacks up a mouthful of blood. Knew you'd return, man, he rasps, but I don't think I can hang on this time. He looks at them, his eyes full of warmth. The time we spent adventuring together, those are my most treasured memories. From here on out, you each have to pull your own weight and beat this trial. Nuan starts sobbing uncontrollably as Kai hangs his head low. Then he looks up, annoyed. What the hell are you even crying about, he snaps. I purposely left 2 of those stowaways alive. If we finish them off right now and absorb the experience, we'll level up. And when we level up, we get a full health and mana restore. Su's eyes widen. He's right. In Ghostar, you can actually gain EXP and level up by taking out other explorers. Yuan groans from the ground. So, my dramatic death speech was for nothing. Kai smirks. You're finally catching on. And since that squad of losers had so much fun messing you guys up, we're just gonna return the favor. Let's show them what divine retribution really looks like. One of the surviving clandestines whimpers. Isn't that a bit extreme? Our hero just smiles. Is it, he asks. Back in Shang, we call this repaying a debt. It's a time-honored tradition, a virtue even. Su grins wickedly. Well, if it's a virtue, then we have a duty to perform it to the best of our ability. The clandestine's face goes pale. What kind of actual demons are these people, he whispers in terror. At that very second, inside the Data Institute for the Clandestine Passenger Department of a rival nation, voices are shouting. This is beyond terrifying. A rookie from Shang just soloed our entire freaking team. He was even more savage than us, stole all their EXP, and even made them lose a level. Top brats from that country slam their fists on a table demanding answers. Our elite clandestines are being utterly humiliated. This is a total beatdown, they roar. Did Shang secretly develop some new profession that completely counters ours? Meanwhile, back in Shang's command center, an analyst looks grim. The situation is not good. Based on the bracelet data Nuwan just sent over, she and her team have definitely run into a clandestine squad. Lan looks worried, letting out a heavy sigh. No newcomer has ever survived a clandestine encounter. We should probably get the psych team ready to prep them for finalization. The analyst shakes his head. No, you don't understand. According to this data, Nuwan's team didn't just survive their encounter with the clandestines. They leveled up. The entire room falls silent. Ying is stunned. How is that even possible? You run into clandestines, you don't die, and you still level up. What were the clandestines? Their personal mob-killing service? No, the analyst fires back. If Nuwan had only leveled up one time, you could maybe chalk it up to killing monsters. But this data shows she leveled up twice in a row. He looks around the room. Is there any other logical explanation for that? Besides Nuwan and her team? wiping out an entire squad of clandestines. A coffee mug slips from someone's hand and shatters. Lan shouts, "Commander Wei." Wei, visibly shaken, barks an order. "Get Nuwan's team data on the main screen." Immediately, a sharp electronic beep rings out. The profiles of the 3 team members pop up. Ying gasps. They're actually level 3. There's no way to gain 2 levels this fast without farming clandestines. Lan is baffled. This makes 0 sense. Nuwan is a non-combat class, and a martial artist's early game damage is pathetic. Are you telling me Kai crippled all those clandestines by himself? That's way too OP. Wei stares intently at the screen. My gut tells me it was definitely that kid, but his level and his class are both unknown. What is going on here? The analyst speaks up. Sir, I think I figured out why Kai's information is blocked. He explained that every explorer entering Ghostar has to register through a bracelet. However, Kai is using a first-generation bracelet. The servers for that model stopped getting maintenance over a decade ago, which makes the connection completely unstable, making his records a digital ghost town. Disbelief floods the comments. Who in the 21st century still rocks a bracelet that ancient Ying finds this fascinating, and immediately orders his team to pull every scrap of data on Jiang from the real world. He's determined to find out who this mystery kid really is. Meanwhile, deep in another stretch of woods, Yuan lets out a triumphant roar, his health fully restored after leveling up, while Su beams thrilled with her own advancement. Yuan eagerly asks if she snagged the Earthshaker Stomp class skill too, bragging that he can now blast away nearby enemies with a seriously powerful shockwave. But Su shakes her head, explaining she unlocked the Benevolent Healer skill, supercharging the potency of her heals. Our protagonist nods in approval, thinking that's just what you'd expect from a martial artist and a medic. No flashy light shows, just pure lethal practicality. Yuan then points out that Kai is already a whole level ahead and wonders if he can start bullying clandestines just like his friend does. Jiang just deadpans, asking what's going through his head, and if he seriously thinks he's ready to dance with level 3 threats before dropping a bombshell. He's already hit level 4. And check out my stats, he says as the two stare in absolute shock. When did you hit level 4, they demand. You were just level 2 a minute ago. Then it hits them. With 96 total attribute points, his power is equivalent to a level 8 explorer. Jiang casually explains that after they split up, he smoked 2 clandestines to hit level 3, and on his way back he ran into a few more, including a level 5 boss, which catapulted him straight to level 4. Yuan just groans that he's flexing on them again, and that his ego can't take much more, while Su brings them back to reality, asking what's next. Jiang's eyes glint. He already has a strategy. He remembers the captain mentioning they were just the second clandestine squad, so the next move is obvious. They're going to hunt down the first. Half a day ticks by. In a dense forest within the beginner zone, a voice snarls that this whole situation is an international joke. The clandestine squad is fuming over the news that their comrades got wiped out by a bunch of rookies. This is Clandestine Team 1, an elite crew, every single member, a battle-hardened level 5. Their captain barks at them to wipe the smirks off their faces. He warns them that if Command is making a big deal out of this, it's for a damn good reason, and they need to move with absolute caution. Some of them scoff, asking what they have to worry about. The beginner zone is capped at level 5, and their entire squad is maxed out. Here, they're basically gods. Cut back to our heroes. Yuan nervously asks Jiang if he's dead set on taking on 9 level 5 clandestines. Su pleads, asking if it wouldn't be smarter to just bail, but Jiang tells them not to sweat it because with his current stats, even if he can't steamroll them instantly, he can absolutely guarantee their escape. Besides, if they don't deal with this now, these guys will just keep preying on other newcomers from their country. So instead of playing defense, it's time to go on the attack. Suddenly, the clandestine captain freezes. He feels something off in the air and screams for everyone to get ready. Someone's here, he hisses. One of his scouts spots a figure, a lone, level 4 novice. His partner chuckles, remarking that it's a miracle a newbie even survived this long out here, let alone leveled up, and speculates that this might be the guy who wrecked the second team. The captain's eyes widen. This is a major lead, he declares, ordering them to lock into formation and pursue. Capture him, and we'll be rewarded handsomely. The chase is on. As Jiang sprints through the trees, he thinks this is going south fast. He can't believe these clandestines actually know how to maintain a professional combat formation. He recalls the original plan. He was supposed to lure the enemies into a tight cluster, so his partner could get in close and unleash Earthshaker Stomp, launching the whole group airborne, and letting them pick the enemy off while they were disoriented. But now the clandestines are way too spread out. If Yuan can't blast all of them at once, any survivors will definitely get away. Still, he has a backup plan, but if they want to wipe them all out, he's going to have to do something insane. The protagonist plants his feet and launches himself back towards his pursuers, kicking up a cloud of dirt as he charges, thinking he'll have to use his own body as bait to draw them all in. The clandestines grind to a halt, completely baffled as they watch him run back. "What the hell is this kid doing?" one of them shouts. Another steps forward to intercept him, sneering, "Nowhere left to run, huh? You so scared, you're just running in circles." Jiang masterfully dodges the attack, but lets the blade just graze his arm, thinking to himself that they're still not close enough. The clandestine mocks him, taunting him about whether he can still run as others threaten to skin him alive. But Jiang's mind is a mantra, repeating one thought over and over, still not close enough. The protagonist weaves through a storm of follow-up attacks, and the captain screams, "What is wrong with you guys?" One of the men yells back that everyone here is a level 5, questioning how this brat is dodging every single attack. Another chimes in that something is definitely off, explaining that the first scan was too quick to get a solid lock on his data. "But I've got my advanced bracelet," he declares. "I'm getting a more accurate scan right now." Even though the full stat sheet is a blur, he can finally make out one number, agility, and it seems to be hovering around a staggering 30 points. The captain's jaw drops. "Did you say 30 agility?" The scout stammers back. Maybe I saw it wrong." But the captain knows better. His own agility as a level 5 barely hits 20. That bracelet doesn't make mistakes. Then it clicks, a chilling realization dawning on him. If that kid's agility is really that high, they weren't chasing him. He was hurting them. "This is bad," he growls, his voice laced with panic. "It's a setup. Everyone pull back now." But it's too late. From a distance, Kai just smirks. "Finally figured it out, you absolute clowns." In their confused haste, their entire formation is now hopelessly bunched together, a perfect target. Trying to escape now is a fantasy. In that split second, Kai unleashes his full power. The world erupts in a devastating explosion. As the dust settles, Kai stands in the crater, a terrifying aura pulsing around him. "Bring it on. Leave them all to me," he declares. In a flash of light, the captain and his entire squad are simply erased. The protagonist watches impressed. He wiped them all out in one shot. Yuan is completely losing it, screaming, "How did he just delete 9 level 5 enemies? What kind of monster are you?" he shouts. A system notification chimes. Explorer Kai has eliminated 5 level 5 clandestines. He's looted a grand total of 2,000 experience points, maxing out the experience bar for the beginner zone. He's just rocketed to the highest possible level. Here, level 5. Kai lets out a satisfied breath. Level 5. Finally. He calculates in his head that taking down an explorer of a higher level grants double the experience. That means a single level 5 explorer is worth a massive 400 points. Nuan is in total awe. "You're really level 5. I heard that's the absolute limit in the beginner zone," she exclaims. Ju chimes in. "You already hit the level cap." Our hero just shrugs. "It's nothing crazy. You just get a ton of experience for knocking out other explorers." He then reveals his strategy. He had intentionally left 4 of the enemies barely alive, baiting their buddies to rush in and try to finish them off. This move allowed him to rack up all that experience. Yuan asks what the game plan is now, and Kai lays it out. "To boost our combat power. Up until now, I've been grinding monsters and leveling up solo. But I'm strong enough now. It's time I carried you guys through some monster fights. We'll farm points, and once you both have stacked enough, we're making a beeline for the final destination." Yuan is pumped. "Finally, my turn to wreck some monsters." Later that night, under the moonlight, as the squad presses forward, Kai warns them, "We're getting close to the end. The points should be insane around here." But the closer they get to their goal, the more horrifying the monsters become. They're starting to see creatures that look like beginner zone bosses, just casually roaming the fields. This means they have to be extra careful. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoes through the trees, and they stumble upon several bodies mangled on the ground. Su peers closer. They're the corpses of beast-faced humanoids. Yuan points out the savage bite marks covering them. Were they taken out by some crazy powerful creature, he wonders aloud. The protagonist narrows his eyes, activating his ocular focus. "I saw a golden flash in the distance earlier," he says. "I wonder if some golden beast is what shredded these two." "A golden creature. What could that be?" Nuan asks nervously. At that exact moment, a brilliant light ignites behind them. It's rocketing toward them at an impossible speed. Ju panics. What kind of beast can take out 2 of those things? "Is it coming for us next?" he yells. The blur of light zips right past them so fast that Su can only gasp. "What was that?" Yuan spots it turning around. It's a golden creature, and yeah, it's definitely targeting us. The light streaks directly toward Kai. For a split second, he seems caught off guard, frozen on the spot. Ju screams a warning. "Kai, look out, that thing hits like a truck. It attacks with its bite. You gotta dodge it until we can take it down." The pressure in the air becomes immense as everyone watches breathless. And then, in an instant, Kai is standing there. He's casually holding a tiny animal in his hand, something that looks like a little mouse. Yuan's brain short-circuits. "Wait, you actually caught that thing that was moving so fast," he stammers. Nuan adds, "Was that just a lucky grab?" The protagonist just scoffs. "You guys seriously think that was fast? Come on. It's nothing but a fat, chubby little mouse." The mouse, visibly insulted, squeaks furiously. "Who are you calling fat and chubby? Getting caught was just a momentary slip-up, you hear me?" Kai smirks. Oh, the little guy doesn't seem to agree. Should I let you go so we can try that again? The mouse is instantly dropped and explodes with rage. How dare you look down on me? An intense golden light erupts from the tiny creature. Ju, freaking out, yells, "Why did you let it go?" That little monster took out two beast-faced humanoids, but before the light can even fully expand, Kai snatches the mouse out of the air again. Way too slow, he sighs, dropping it once more. Kai starts toying with it, snatching and releasing the golden mouse over and over with zero effort. Yuan is in total disbelief, asking, "Were you seriously moving that fast?" while Sue just whispers, "This is unbelievable." After a couple of minutes of this relentless chase, the tiny mouse just gives up, completely frozen, and no longer even thinking about running. Our protagonist watches the whole thing unfold and smirks. "Looks like I've already tamed it. The little guy won't even try to bolt anymore." Ju, with his jaw on the floor, stammers out, Did you just catch a pet with nothing but your bare hands and pure speed?" The protagonist is hyped, gloating that he's clearly tamed the little creature since it stopped running, as Yuan questions if he actually just captured a pet. Relying on nothing but the blur of his own hand, Zhang shrugs, "I have no idea if you can even domesticate a mouse like this to become a fighting unit. Still, snagging two beast-faced human corpses for free is a major win." He points out they're both on the verge of hitting level 4 with their current EXP, and that they've got to move. The plan is simple. Each of them grabs a corpse to collect later, then they split up to hunt down more monsters. Their goal is to push both of them to level 5 before this whole test is over, but Sue can't help but coo over how adorable the tiny mouse is, and Ju mutters that next to that display his own martial disciple seems pretty pathetic. Elsewhere, near the mountains, a figure comes to a halt. A cloaked young man looks out at the sprawling city and says, "After all these days, we've finally made it to the end of the beginner zone, Holy Radiant City." The hooded figure ascends a massive staircase, a gate groans open, and a squad of guards materializes before him. One of them steps forward, congratulating him on clearing the trial period and explaining that they're the official welcome party for new arrivals. They greet him formally, declaring that he is now officially an explorer of Ghost Star. But then they drop the bomb. Someone else had already snagged the #1 spot before he arrived. They add that the ranking isn't a huge deal, but still, for a rookie to clear the test this fast is an incredible feat. The hooded man's voice is cold. "What do you mean I wasn't the first one here?" He demands to know why they think that. The guards are taken aback quickly, explaining that the rankings are all calculated based on points, and that cashing in a massive haul of monster corpse cards is how you rack up a high score. The officer then asks him, "Just how many monsters did you manage to take down?" The man pulls back his hood, revealing his face, and introduces himself as the second young master of the legendary Huang family, a man destined to be a top executive in the Black Tortoise Guild. His name is Huang Wei, and he declares that he underwent intense specialized training long before ever setting foot on Ghost Star. The officer is stunned, speechless, stammering, "The Huang family." As in the owners of the Black Tortoise Guild, the other guards are just as shocked, whispering that the Black Tortoise Guild is one of the top 10 powerhouses in all of Holy Radiance. They realize it's no shock he's so powerful coming from a family like that. The officer checking the score congratulates him. He reveals that not only did Wei crush this trial and take first place, but his score is high enough to rank in the top 10 of all of Holy Radiance. Wei just smirks. Excellent. He proclaims that for him, claiming the #1 spot in this little contest is just the first tiny step for a newcomer. And he makes a chilling promise: in the near future, every inch of Ghost Star will belong to him. Meanwhile, deep inside the beginner zone, our protagonist is getting a bad feeling, commenting that after trekking this far, they should be swarming with monsters, especially since they're getting so close to the finish line. He wonders aloud why they haven't seen a single one, joking if the mouse scared them all off. Yuan laughs. "How could that be possible? Look how cute it is." And right at that moment, an earth-shattering roar erupts from the trees, and a monster bursts into view. Zhang's eyes widen in horror. Is that a shadowless wolf? His blood runs cold as he realizes there isn't just one. There's a whole pack of them, and they're flanking the beginner zone boss of the Holy Radiance Nation, the Shadowless Wolf King. Kai's face turns pale. This is bad. Real bad, he says, explaining that this is the zone's final boss, and the reason it's a ghost town is because they've just walked straight into the king's personal territory. The wolves encircle them, and Yuan's eyes start welling up with tears. He whimpers that he's heard stories that the Wolf King is the single strongest creature in the entire beginner zone, a beast that has never once been defeated. Running into it is a death sentence. "What are we going to do now?" he cries. The protagonist's mind races. There are way too many wolves. If he was by himself, maybe he could slip away. But his friends would be torn to shreds. There's no chance for them to escape. He knows there's only one way out of this. He turns to them, his voice grim. "We can't run anymore," he states. "The only path forward is to cut the head off the snake. We have to kill the Wolf King. We have to work together to bring it down." Yuan unleashes a crazy aura that explodes from his body, zips forward, and slams his fist into the ground. The impact is like a mini earthquake, knocking some of the smaller wolves off their feet. Zhang yells to his partner, it's now or never. Coat the weapon with the earth serpent venom. As Yuan applies the poison, Kai activates ocular focus and the ghost hand card throw. He screams, watch this, as the attack hurtles toward the Wolf King. It makes a direct hit and does absolutely nothing, not even a scratch. Everyone freezes in shock. The protagonist stares completely outraged. Did we seriously not even break through its defense? The Wolf King just opens its massive jaws. A crushing wave of pressure erupts, and the wolves surge forward as one unleashing a merciless non-stop onslaught. Su's voice is grim. This is bad. The king just ordered the entire pack to go all out. While Ju frantically searches for another option, Jiang confirms the worst. The Wolf King's defense is a literal fortress. And with the pack swarming them, they can't possibly fight their way out. Just then, the little mouse, dead asleep this whole time, finally stirs, blinks in confusion, and pinpoints the source of the racket. As Kai desperately fends off the wolves, the mouse hitting peak morning grumpiness becomes a furry missile and torpedoes straight into the Wolf King's face. The protagonist is floored, wondering if that tiny creature actually just chewed through the king's impenetrable hide. Zhang engages his ocular focus, and what he sees is a game changer. The mouse tore open a fresh wound. This is massive. All their previous attacks bounced right off that crazy high defense. But now, with the fur breached, if they can just target that opening, the Wolf King's defenses become totally worthless. Kai launches himself forward, slamming his attack into the exact spot the mouse created. As the mouse tumbles to the ground, the protagonist sees it a flicker of success. He realizes that if they just keep hammering that one weak spot with ocular focus, victory is guaranteed. Zhang immediately follows up, driving his attack deep into the opening with a colossal impact that completely obliterates his opponent. Nuwan is totally shook. He took him down. In a single hit, he stammers. Ju can't believe it. Did you seriously just one-shot the Shadowless Wolf King? Even Kai stares in disbelief. The system chimes in congratulating him on defeating the beginner's own boss, and the protagonist thinks to himself, he was gearing up for a brutal drawn-out battle. Did he seriously just land a 200 times critical hit out of nowhere? Jiang figures it actually checks out. After grinding monsters for so long without a single crit, the law of averages meant a big one was bound to pop eventually. Nuwan points toward the chaos. Look, the pack is scattering. Kai turns to them. You two still got some fight left in you. They both give a firm yes. The protagonist cracks a grin. Perfect. With the king gone, these wolves are just lambs, lining up for the slaughter. Ju's voice is cold. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Yuan erupts with a devastating attack, mowing down a huge chunk of the pack. Su backs him up with her own abilities, and the protagonist dives into the fray, until not a single wolf is left standing. Ju shakes his head in amazement. I seriously never thought we'd actually take down the beginner's own boss. Jiang smirks. I intentionally left a few of those shadowless wolves on low health before. We need to wrap this up fast and bank these points. Yuan chimes in. So, what's the play now? Jiang's eyes gleam with ambition. With this many points, we're making a beeline straight for the finish line. Hours later, a distant sound makes Yuan pause. Is that the territory of the Holy Radiance Nation and Ghost Star? Nuwan just whistles. Dude, this place is next level. Kai nods. Of course it is. The city of Sacred Radiance is their main base of operations. Here on Ghost Star. At that moment, the little mouse scurries away. The protagonist just smiles. It's cool. The little guy deserves to be free. If it's meant to be, our paths will cross again. Inside the reception hall of the beginner test area, an officer gives him a nod. Congratulations on passing the test. I'm Xiao Tao, the welcome coordinator for all newcomers. Everyone else who passed is already here. Jiang cuts to the chase. Can I pull up the rankings for the new arrivals? Of course, the officer replies. A smug voice cuts in. Well, what a coincidence. It's Huang. I never thought the cheap, little house servant my family employs would show up at the trials. He gestures to the leaderboard. Go on, show everyone the rankings. Kai freezes. He can't believe Wei got here so long ago. Huang is already gloating, pointing to his name at number 1. We'll be graciously filling the remaining slots for you, he sneers, gesturing to the people at the bottom. Look at these guys. Another one chimes in. Pathetic scores. A bunch of zeros. Completely useless. The protagonist's blood runs cold, thinking of how his sister slaved away for the Huang family, scraping together every cent so he could come to Ghost Star, and how this trash repeatedly came on to her, even mocking him by using his own brother's illness against him. Ju growls. You better watch your mouth, Huang. But Jiang puts a hand on his shoulder. It's fine. Kai steps forward, his voice calm but clear. If I could have everyone's attention for a moment, I'd just like to announce that the rankings are about to be reshuffled, because we'll be taking the top 3 spots. For a split second, the hall is dead silent. Then it erupts in laughter. Huang doubles over. What did you just say? 3 clowns from the bottom of the list are going to take the top 3. That's the best joke I've heard all day. Someone's completely lost their mind. His crony adds, looks like somebody needs a reality check. The protagonist looks at his team. All right guys, no more holding back. New one grins and Ju taps his watch, his own smirk growing. I was waiting for you to say that. And with that, it was time to drop the receipts. They broadcasted the kill logs from every single monster they had slain together, and the entire crowd is just frozen in shock. Wang points out the absolute carnage of monster corpses, not just the beast-faced freaks, but a sea of shadowless wolves, and right in the middle, he can make out the damn shadowless wolf king itself. Wei just scoffs. Is this some kind of sick joke? How in the hell could a bunch of bottom feeders wipe out this many monsters, let alone the shadowless wolf king? He demands to know how any of this could possibly be real. Kai just shrugs, saying that, true or not, the leaderboards are about to tell the whole story. The rankings flash updated in real time, confirming their insane claim is 100% valid. Huang, absolutely seething with rage, practically screams, how is this possible? Did they actually break into the top 3? The protagonist just smirks. You think that's all? And adds that they can also ask about the clandestine kills. They toss down a handful of watches onto the ground, and Jiang explains that those should probably count towards their final score. The supervising officer leans in for a closer look, and his eyes go wide. This is a clandestine bracelet from the L Nation. Wang immediately shouts, they're busted. How could a bunch of newbies possibly take down clandestines? He spins to the crowd shouting, just like I thought, they're nothing but a pack of liars. There were no clandestines in that trial. And then yells, did anyone here see a single one? A chorus of no, and didn't see anything ripples through the crowd. Wei points at them, declaring that everyone here can be a witness that no clandestines were ever spotted, so they're obviously faking it. He demands that their scores be nullified, the entire situation be thoroughly investigated, and that they face severe punishment for their deception. But just then, a powerful voice cuts through the chaos, telling everyone to stand down. He announces that the appearance of clandestines was in fact real. It was just that there hadn't been time to brief everyone on the situation. He admits he was just as shocked when he first got the report, but the top brass specifically ordered him to come down and personally commend Zhang and his 2 companions, which is all the proof they need that every last word of it is true. He introduces himself as Liu Jun, the vice commander of the city's entire military region. A wave of whispers erupts. People murmur that the city's vice commander is actually here a seriously major player, and the reality sinks in. They really did take down clandestine soldiers. Huang stammers in utter disbelief. For real, is this actually happening? Liu announces that the military has decided to grant Kai an exceptional upgrade for all his gear, as a special reward for dealing with the clandestine emergency. The rewards for the original 2nd and 3rd place winners have been boosted from Class B to Class A, while the 1st place reward, originally Class A, has been jacked all the way up to Class S. The trio lights up, barely containing their excitement as they give their thanks. But the surrounding crowd starts getting pissed hearing that the rewards were bumped to Class A and S. They start complaining. Are you serious? They're getting that kind of insane gear right from the start. The protagonist explains that, in the world of Ghostar, gear is ranked from S down to F. F class is total garbage, while S class is the absolute pinnacle. Usually even Class B and C gear are considered an amazing haul, but Class A and S equipment, that stuff is so ridiculously rare, it's basically what every single explorer dreams of getting their hands on. This just makes Huang even more furious, thinking that if Jiang gets a Class S reward, fine, whatever. But the real issue is that Jiang knocked him from his #1 spot all the way down to 4th. He shouts that this is totally unfair, and that there has to be a mistake in the results, screaming that Jiang's entire family is low-class filth, and asking why some low-status nobody should ever be ranked higher than him. Kai steps up, asking if the military's official confirmation isn't enough for him, and tells him to shut his mouth and stop disrespecting their family. Wei whips out his sword and sneers. Did I say something wrong? He spits that Jiang's whole family is nothing but trash, his brother is a sickly mutt. His sister is nothing more than a servant girl, and that he's just the same weakling he used to beat up in the alleyways, asking if he seriously thinks he can look down on him now. The protagonist's face becomes dangerously calm. Huang doubles down, knowing that Jiang's maid sister still works for him, and leans in with a threat, saying that if he dares to cross him, he better think long and hard about what happens next. In less than a blink, Jiang moves and a blade slashes through the air. Wei stumbles back, clutching a new wound, completely bewildered. The people around them gasp in shock. Xuan and Zhu just watch, completely silent, totally stunned by the sudden violence, while Kai just maintains his grim expression. Liu, however, just lets a tiny smirk play on his lips. One of the young guys in the crowd whispers that Huang is from the Huang family, one of the 10 most powerful guilds in the entire country, and asks if that kid really just had the guts to attack him. Wei, blood seeping through his fingers, screams, "You actually dared to strike me. Do you have any idea who the hell I am?" The protagonist's eyes glow with pure killing intent. He calls him a monster, and says that he crossed the line by threatening his family, asking if he really thought that would just slide. Huang is suddenly speechless. Jiang takes a step forward and declares that, in this apocalyptic hellscape, for him, family is the one line you do not cross. He makes a chilling vow that if anyone dares to touch them, he will unleash hell. And it doesn't matter who they are, he's prepared to wipe them off the map. Kai lunges at Wei again, and a sickening crunch echoes as his fist connects, sending a spray of blood into the air. Model. The system dings with a notification. Explorer Jiang has successfully defeated a level 1 explorer. It informs him that 6 experience points are available to be looted, and asks if he wishes to proceed with looting. Kai just scoffs. Is that it? The crowd is absolutely losing its mind over his sheer audacity taking down the young master of the Huang family. Everyone's whispering that even though a loss in-game isn't a real death on Ghostar, the Huang family's Yuan Wu guild is a certified juggernaut, which makes what he just did certifiably insane. Liu just cracks a smirk, thinking to himself that this is actually perfect. The kid is definitely reckless, but he has some serious grit. Exactly the kind of prospect the higher-ups are desperate to meet. He steps in, announcing that Huang threw the first punch and provoked the fight, so Kai was just defending himself. He declares the matter closed and then tells the trio they can follow him to go collect their rewards. Elsewhere, June reveals the moment they've all been waiting for, the exceptional gear rewards supplied by the military. He tells them to hurry up and see what they got. Nua pops hers open, and it's revealed to be the Jade of Life, the literal holy grail item for any beginner medic. Liu explains that the Jade of Life boosts constitution and spirit by 15 points each on top of buffing her healing and pharmacy skills, making it an incredibly clutch piece of gear. Shu nearly loses it when he unwraps a sick-looking leather armor, and June identifies it as the Black Rock Rhinoceros hide armor. This thing jacks up both defense and strength by 16 points, and even shaves off 16% of incoming damage, a perfectly balanced item, for both tanking hits and dishing them out. Sue immediately tells their other buddy to crack his open already. Our hero finally opens his reward, and his eyes practically bulge out of his head. A system notification flashes, equipment unidentified. Identification required. June perks up, asking if it's one of those special items that you need an ID card just to look at. Shu gets hyped, saying if it needs that, then it has to be something legendary. Liu confirms it with a nod, saying that the highest tier equipment almost always requires an ID card. And what a coincidence. He just so happens to have a few on him. The system kicks into gear as he uses one, revealing the item to be the 9 Tribulations. Soul Hunter, an S-class weapon that skyrockets your strength stat, juicing up his penetration and agility by 9 points each. Its insane special effect means that every single time he uses Soul Hunt, his critical hit rate and critical damage get jacked up by 10%, stacking all the way to a wild 90%. But here's the catch. The second he actually lands a crit, the entire bonus stack gets wiped clean. John immediately calls it out as a pure crit gambling weapon, saying that newbies have such low base attack that even their criticals barely tickle the enemy. He flat out claims this S-class weapon is more useless than an A-class one. Jiu, being the protective older brother, fires back. Are you trying to rip my brother off? Can we exchange this piece of junk or not? Leo replies that it's going to be a major headache, but he can attempt to submit the request. But our protagonist shuts the whole conversation down, declaring there's no need. He wants to keep this weapon. He's thinking to himself that this is without a doubt the perfect gear for him. You see, his critical hits don't just deal double damage, they explode for 200 times the normal amount. As long as he can keep those crits chaining, not even the legendary Shadowless Wolf King could stand in his way. The only problem is his abysmally low base crit rate. When squaring up against a powerful foe, he could be wiped out before ever landing that first critical strike, making it a hell of a risk. But then again, every single use of the 9 Tribulations, Soul Hunter boosts that critical hit rate by at least 10%. By the 9th attack, it's cranked up to 90%, making a critical hit practically a guarantee. It's the ultimate high roller's artifact. Liu just shrugs, saying if he likes it, then there's no need for an exchange, and adds that, once the test is wrapped up, he's free to return to Earth if he wants. But he gives him one last specific warning: someone might come looking for him when he gets back. He tells him to watch his back on the way home. Back on Earth, in the Holy Radiance Nation, our hero is pedaling his bike through the city slums, thinking he can't believe he breezed through the beginner test that easily. He's wondering what his older brother and the crew are going to think when he tells them. Suddenly, Jiang spots something weird. He wonders why a super luxurious car is parked in a place like this, thinking maybe someone struck it rich, but he quickly brushes it off. Kai shoves his front door open and shouts, "Bro, I'm home." You'll never guess how the beginner test went, but he's met with the cold stares of several men blocking his way. Leading them is a man named Huang Da. "Well, look who finally decided to show up," Huang Da sneers. "I heard you made quite a splash in the beginner trial. Today." Our hero immediately asks if he's Huang Wei's older brother and demands to know what he wants. In a flash, someone shoves him from behind the door, slams shut, and 2 thugs grab his arms. Huang Da casually picks up a baton. I heard you and Ghostar got my little brother booted from the game, he says, his voice dripping with venom. Did you know he had to be sent away for psychological treatment? He steps closer and snarls that our protagonist needs to learn that only the Huang family gets to be the bullies, because no one has ever dared to mess with a member of their family. He adds that if they can stop Wei from logging in for a single month, they can get his account banned for good. As Huang Da rears back to smash the baton down, something stops him. Our hero is confused, until the entire door explodes inward, sending 3 of the goons flying. What the hell is this? Huang Da screams. A calm voice cuts through the chaos, telling the boy, I seem to recall someone warning you to be careful. On your way home. Why didn't you take that seriously? It's the city's supreme commander, Wei Ying, and standing right beside him is the beginner test instructor, Su Lan. Huang Da's face goes pale as he asks why a VIP like him is here. Wei replies coldly that they're here for the boy because he pissed off the wrong people today. Huang Da stammers, you're here for this punk. How is that even possible? What kind of connections could he possibly have? Our protagonist is just as shocked, wondering if the supreme commander of the entire city is actually here for him. The police drag Huang Da away, and Jiang manages to thank them for the save. Admitting he has no idea what's going on, Ying tells him not to sweat it, and that he sought him out for a very specific purpose, explaining that his performance in the beginner test was absolutely exceptional. He then asks if he knew that the moment they logged out, his 2 partners were immediately invited to enlist in the military. He says they came to extend him the same invitation. Su Lan steps forward and asks if he understands what the emergence of a brand new class truly means. She explains that, right now there are tons of classes for explorers on Ghostar, and every 20 levels, an explorer has to change their class. With every job, change their stats and skills can shift dramatically. Some get stronger, but plenty of others get weaker. A lot of classes end up becoming almost completely useless in the later stages, after a class change. It is for this very reason, the desperate search for more combat power, that the military is always watching. She's been the one discovering all these new classes, and she tells him that what he's wielding looks like a completely new high-potential class. She then asks if he'd be willing to enlist in the military's next wave. She tells him not to stress, insisting they aren't trying to force his hand. She apologizes, admitting they did a deep dive on his family's background before showing up, so they know his brother is sick. And here's the offer: if he joins up, the military won't just guarantee his family's safety, they'll also foot the entire bill for his brother's medical treatments. The room goes quiet as Jiang processes everything. The commander finally breaks the silence, asking for his answer, reminding him that the only reason he was headed to Ghostar was to cover his brother's insane medical bills, and if he accepts the offer, he needs to be at the army barracks by morning for his new instructor. He watches the 2 of them descend the staircase, then takes a deep breath. I'm sorry, he says, but I have to refuse. The 2 of them are stunned, demanding to know why. Our hero explains that he gets it. Joining the military is a sweet deal, but that's for established classes. The ones already proven to have a solid growth path, like the Martial Disciple class, or even the new medical class. But for him, he says the game is totally different, because his class is a complete unknown. He asks if they remember what happened when the drunk class first emerged. It was hyped up by the military too. He explains that back then, the army poured tons of resources into supporting the drunk, and the guy became a superstar overnight. But the second they discovered his class had a low ceiling for growth, he was tossed aside. You just have to look at where he is now to see how that ended. Zhang admits that this time, he got cocky and let his guard down. He never expected the Huang family to be so shameless, which is exactly why they have to get out of any territory under their control and fast. He thanks them for their offer, but explains that he and his brother, they've only had each other for over 10 years. They're used to carving out their own destiny, not depending on someone else to save them. The instructor fires back that humanity is literally at the end of the world, and that Zhang's new class could be a game changer for everyone. It's what the world needs. How can he be so selfish? Again, our hero apologizes, saying he's not some legendary hero. He just wants to keep his family safe and make sure they have a future. The commander cuts in, telling the instructor to drop it. She says she gets where the kid is coming from. After all, you can't just erase over a decade of survival instincts overnight. But then she reminds him, his brother is running out of time, and in this hellscape going solo is a death sentence. So she proposes a bet. For the next month, the military will keep his family safe from the Huang family's thugs. If within that 1 month, Zhang can earn enough cash for his brother's surgery all on his own, proving he has the power to protect his own, they'll respect his decision and leave him alone. But if he can't pull it off, the military will step in and pay for the treatment to buy his brother more time. There's a catch though. He'll have to enlist and be placed under observation. They ask him what he thinks. The air crackles with tension, until Zhang breaks into a grin and says, "You've got a deal." Later somewhere else, Kai knows that from this point forward, with the military's deadline breathing down his neck, he has to get back to Ghost Star immediately and start grinding for cash. to cover his brother's surgery. He scribbles a quick note for his brother, asking if he's still buried in overtime, and lets him know he passed the test and is heading back to Ghost Star. As he walks away, Jung realizes that on top of everything, with the Huang family lurking like vultures, the three of them can't stay in a place like this anymore. They need to relocate somewhere with way better security. To make that happen, this next mission on Ghost Star is going to be a tough one, but he vows that the next time he returns, he'll have all the money they need. Back on Ghost Star in the city of Sacred Radiance, Kai knows that passing the rookie test was just the tutorial. The real game begins now. He's just swapped his gear at the trading post and is finally ready to start slaying monsters and rack up some serious coin. But there's a problem for a newbie to make bank on Ghost Star. You absolutely have to join a guild. The monsters out here are no joke, and trying to fight them solo is a straight-up suicide mission. That's why new adventurers almost always squad up with a guild, which is basically one giant team. Once you're in, you can tag along with the veteran players on hunts, which massively boosts your odds of not getting killed. He figures he'll see which guilds are recruiting and tells the front desk he's looking to join up. The attendant just gives him a look of pity. "Sorry, kid," she says. "You can't join any of them. By ticking off the Huang family, you've landed yourself on every guild's blacklist. So unless a miracle happens, he's on his own out here. He's got to face Ghost Star solo." He heads to the selection point, Model. On the very edge of the city of Sacred Radiance's safe zone, our hero was starting to wonder, was his adventure over before it even started? Did pissing off the Huang family really mean he was blacklisted from every guild? Just as his future was looking like a dead-end street, someone strolled up, having trouble picking a good spot to grind monsters. The newcomer was an explorer named Hu Yan, a level 29 seer. "I can calculate the absolute best location for you," she offered, with a sly grin. "It'll only cost you 100 star coins." Kai just gave her a deadpan stare, then turned his back. "I'm an atheist," he shot back. "Wait, don't go," she pleaded. "We can negotiate 80-30. Or how about this? A free luck reading just for my grand opening. No catch, I swear." Kai spun around so fast he almost got whiplash. "Free, you say? Well, maybe I can be a little superstitious." Hu Yan thought to herself, he only came back because it's free. What a cheapskate. But she figured she could at least use him for a little target practice to hone her skills. A brilliant light flared, and Hu Yan's eyes went wide. "Okay, you're in some serious danger," she said, her tone suddenly grave. "If you want to avoid it, you need to head for King's Valley." Our hero knew she was right. The threat of the Huang family was a dark cloud hanging over him, but the safe zone had strict rules against player killing, so they couldn't just gank him out in the open. Right now, the go-to spot for rookies was the Ashen Plains, a zone designed for levels 1 through 10. But that place was an obvious death trap. The Huangs would have assassins crawling all over it just waiting for him. Kai considered his options. The Taiping Mountain Pass was strictly for players level 15 and up. Going there now would be a certified suicide mission. King's Valley, however, that was a zone for level 10 and above. It would be a tough grind, but with his current power, he was pretty sure he could manage it. And there was no way the Huang family would ever think to set up an ambush there, especially since they thought he was a guildless loner. He was about to show them all that he could conquer Ghost Star on his own. King's Valley was now his #1 target. He gave the seer a nod of thanks for the intel. Hu Yan just stared back, baffled. "You're going to King's Valley, alone. You're supposed to go there with a full squad. Do you have any idea what that place is like? You're not just adventuring. You're practically asking to get deleted." She shook her head and decided to drop it. It wasn't her problem after all. She just hoped he wouldn't leave her a 1-star review after he inevitably got wiped. Stepping into the valley, our protagonist took a look around. "So this is King's Valley. I wonder how tough the mobs are here." A deafening roar was his answer. A massive monster exploded from the trees, its jaws wide, and slammed into a nearby party of warriors, sending them flying. The system flashed a warning. Danger. The creature was a giant strength black ape. The squad's leader rallied his team. "If we all fight with everything we've got, we can take it. Advance." They unleashed a coordinated barrage of skills, creating a massive explosion. Kai watched from behind a tree, his mind blown. So, this is what team combat between explorers looked like. The intensity was off the charts. The mobs in King's Valley were definitely no joke. He asked himself again if he could really handle this place solo. Just then, Kai's senses tingled. More apes were creeping in from the shadows. He instinctively pulled back. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered. He was literally just thinking about it. This couldn't be some kind of insane coincidence, could it? The system screamed another warning. Multiple black apes ranging from level 12 to 14. Meanwhile, the Sky Sword squad finally took down the level 11. Giant strength black ape, and the team erupted in cheers. One of them bragged, "We dropped a level 11 black ape without a single casualty. Can we flex about this now?" The captain laughed. "You bet we can." That's when they noticed something off. It was Kai squaring off against 3 apes all by himself. They figured he must have accidentally stumbled into their territory. Yo, there's a guy over there fighting 3 black apes, a warrior pointed out. The team's archer squinted. Whoa, each one of those is a higher level than the one we just fought. The mage nervously asked, should we go help him? The captain scoffed. Nah, that idiot probably tried to show off and pulled half the zone. He can't even beat one of them now. Let's just bounce before we get aggro. But in that exact moment, an explosion of light ripped through the clearing and the level 12 ape was vaporized. Kai was testing out the new weapon he'd acquired, and its effect was insane. The Destiny Pursuit ability stacked his critical hit chance with every single attack. On the 5th swing, he'd finally scored an absolutely massive crit. The captain's jaw hit the floor. No freaking way. It took our entire squad's strength to beat a single level 11 giant black ape. And that kid just one-shotted a level 12. The 2 remaining apes lunged at our hero. He simply glanced over his shoulder and unleashed another attack. The level 13 ape exploded into pixels. Kai grinned. This felt amazing. And this time, it only took that 10% crit chance from Destiny Pursuit. It was all he needed to land a game-changing mega crit. The captain's jaw hits the floor. Did you just drop another one? All Kai's thinking is just one left. He stammers that the level 14 giant strength black ape is the alpha of this zone. There's no way Kai can take it down. Our hero does some quick mental math. 3 more shots with Destiny Pursuit, and that's it. But his mana and stamina are already running on fumes, and he can't keep dodging forever. It's do or die. Time to go all in and push that crit chance to the absolute max, before it catches him betting everything that he can land the kill shot first. Jiang unleashes his full power, and the world just explodes with energy. It actually worked. By throwing everything he had on the line, he pulled off the ultimate gamble and scored a legendary crit. The system dings that he has slain a level 14, giant strength, black ape. The captain's eyes are wide with disbelief. Wait, you took out all 3 of them, he asks, adding that an entire squad of a dozen guys would struggle to take down 3 of those monsters, one after another. Who is this guy? Our hero finally lets out a breath, thinking that he didn't expect the monsters around here to be as easy as he'd imagined. Now, with 3 fresh monster corpses in his inventory, it looks like hunting. Solo isn't so bad after all. Without a word, Jiang vanishes into the shadows, leaving the captain staring. The master is gone, he mutters. Next time we see a pro on that level, we need to link up for real. He then turns on his team. Who was the genius that told us to stay back? Biggest regret of my life, man. Meanwhile, across the Ashen Plains, another crew is lurking. A voice cuts through the silence. Did you guys see that right? 3 martial arts scrubs, a soldier and a medic. A choked voice gasps for air. Isn't that the legendary Eagle Squad from the Black Tortoise Guild? The Huang family's elite. What are absolute units like them doing in a noob zone like the Ashen Plains? The medic scoffs. We've swept this entire wasteland and still no sign of Yang. One of the martial artists adds heard. She was the last one who saw him alive. The seer, still caught in a chokehold, sputters. Why are you after him? The warrior just smirks. Isn't it obvious? And her partner chimes in. Kai pissed off the Huang family. Big time. And they sent us to collect. Yan breaks, confirming. He's headed to King's Valley. You'll find him there. The squad leader slams her onto the ground and leans in with a warning. If you're lying, you're dead when we get back. 2 onlookers whisper that the Eagle Squad is the Huang family's elite force made up of level 20 explorers and going up against a crew that's stacked. Jiang is totally screwed. The seer hears them and smirks through the pain. Seers don't tell the truth to rude little monsters. Then she drops the bomb. In fact, I just did a little secret reading on you all, and I calculated that the most likely outcome of you hunting that boy is getting yourselves absolutely wrecked. Cut to 1 day later, and our protagonist remarks to himself that things are going great since he's already taken down 16 giant strength black apes and just dinged level 6. He thinks that they say the corpse of a giant strength black ape is worth a small fortune. Yeah, the grind is tough, but if he keeps this pace, his brother's medical bills are covered. Just then, a voice from the shadows asks, looking to party up for a hunt. He turns to see a hooded figure, flanked by a bunch of armed goons. The team captain explains that there are 3 squads, teaming up to hunt some elite giant black apes, and if they pull it off, they'll split an elite chest. He then asks if he's in. Jiang eyes them warily. A team hunt, I don't have a crew, I'm rolling solo. Not a problem, the leader says smoothly. We just need 1 more body. Over by the mountains, a huge group is already gathered, surrounded by several slain level 15 apes. Someone explains that there are 4 elite giant black apes in the area, guarding a cave that holds an elite chest. But 4 of those things are insanely powerful, and there are only 3 squads. They need someone to be the bait and pull one of the apes away from the pack. The teams there are 1, 2, and 3, and the captain lays out the plan. If he kites one of them away, the 3 squads will burn down the other 3. Then he can circle back and get his cut of the treasure. Kai's mind starts racing about the elite chest, and he remembers the legends. Those chests are packed with insane loot, way more profitable than farming monster corpses. He has to get his hands on that treasure. But hold on. Facing an elite monster that takes a full squad to beat, and they want him to kite it solo. The math isn't mathing. It becomes crystal clear that they have no intention of letting him come back alive. That way, 3 teams get to split a chest meant for 4. But he's already walked into the trap, and saying no now probably means he doesn't walk away at all, so he agrees. The captain grins and tells them to begin. With the warriors on the move, the apes take notice, and the captain screams the order to execute their plan. Our hero strides into the open, deliberately making himself a target. "I'm right here," he yells, baiting one of the beasts, before breaking into a dead sprint. The captain watches, remarking that it's not half bad, impressed that the kid actually pulled it off. He smirks, thinking this means one less team to split the treasure with. An explosion rips through the air, but Kai just keeps running, his mind racing. These guys are absolutely ruthless. The stats on these elite black apes are several tiers higher than the regular ones. Any normal explorer who tried to solo kite one would be signing their own death warrant. But he is far from a normal explorer. Our protagonist pivots and unleashes a tidal wave of overwhelming power on the ape. The impact triggers a colossal explosion. System alerts flood his vision, confirming the level 15 ape has been eliminated. Kai can't believe it. He never imagined that not even a high-tier elite black ape could survive his supercritical strike. With that out of the way, he decides it's time to go claim his prize. Back at the main fight, the warriors are locked in a brutal struggle against the remaining apes, and the captain is screaming for them to hold the line, promising they'll split the treasure chest once this is over. Kai, on the other hand, slips past the chaos, silently entering the cave from behind. The captain takes a brutal hit mid-battle, completely oblivious, as Kai vanishes inside the cave and spots a shimmering light. He's stunned he got in so easily, thinking there really is a treasure chest just sitting there, and it looks like it's worth an absolute fortune. He figures that luring that level 15 elite black ape solo was completely worth the risk. Suddenly, a thick liquid drips onto his shoulder. An ape materializes from the shadows, landing with a ground-shaking thud. The protagonist is floored. Is there a level 20 elite black ape in here too, he wonders. How did we not sense this thing before the battle started? The system blares a danger alert, identifying an earth elemental monster, elite giant black ape, strength level 20. Kai sees that the monster has completely sealed off the exit and knows there's no way out. It's a fight to the death. Kai lunges, striking at the monster's eyes, but the ape is completely unfazed. Our hero is in disbelief. Even a direct hit to the eyes wasn't enough to hurt it. New notifications pop up informing him that his current attacks cannot breach the target's surface defense and are dealing 0 damage. Great, Kai thinks. My chase. Fate skill can only pierce 9 points of defense, which is nothing against this monster's 23 points. This is just like the Wolf King all over again. He desperately scans for a weak point, knowing he has to break its defense to even have a chance. In that instant, the ape charges forward and violently swats him away like an insect. Kai coughs up blood. The pain is excruciating. The difference in their power is just too massive. He wonders if this is where his life ends. The ape scoops him up in its massive hand, and he thinks about the penalty for dying in Ghostar. You get locked out of the game for a full month. If that happens, his 1-month agreement with Commander Wei will be completely voided. And in that scenario, he, his brother, and his sister would be forced into the military's care. But in that moment, an intense wave of drowsiness hits him. A memory surfaces in Kai's mind. He's a little boy again, being carried by his older brother, who was begging him not to fall asleep, telling him he had to stay awake. That was 10 years ago, on the battlefield of the Beast God. Back in the present, still trapped in the ape's grip, Kai wonders why he's even considering drifting off to sleep. The ape opens its gargantuan mouth to devour him, and our hero's resolve hardens. On that Beast God battlefield, his older brother laid down his life to save him and his sister, so how could he possibly give up now? Kai starts to radiate a tremendous aura from his body. The ape tosses him into its mouth, seemingly overjoyed with its meal, until it feels something go horribly wrong, and then its entire head explodes. The massive body slumps to the ground. The system confirms the ape has been defeated. Kai realizes his gamble paid off. Although the earth element black ape has an insanely high exterior defense, its internal defense through its mouth isn't nearly as strong. As long as he strikes from the inside, there's no need to pierce its armor the same way they injured the Wolf King, right before they killed it. With that done, the elite chest is now all his. Half an hour later, the other teams finally defeat the apes and begin celebrating their victory. They figure it was thanks to that kid who lured one away, that they didn't get totally wiped out, but they're sure the boy is dead and gone. The captain smirks, commenting that this is perfect, because if that kid died, there's one less person to split the treasure with. They march into the cave, and the captain urges them forward, saying the treasure chest is waiting for them. But everyone's eyes go wide when they see there is absolutely nothing ahead of them. The captain roars, "What's going on? Where are the treasure chests?" And why is the elite chest gone? One of the warriors then remembers saying he saw that kid sneak into the cave while they were all fighting. And the captain explodes. And you're telling me this now? The warrior stammers that he thought he was just seeing things at the time, because he couldn't believe the kid actually survived. The crew starts losing it, asking if all that work was for jack squat, pointing out that even without a treasure chest, they still need to be paid and he's already several months behind. The captain's face turns purple with rage as he roars, asking if in the end, they got played by some kid screaming that this is absolutely insane. Meanwhile, somewhere else in King's Valley, the protagonist figures he's finally given those goons the slip and decides it's time to see what's in the box. Kai peers inside and his eyes go wide. Whoa, it's packed with ores and gear. He knows that equipment and raw materials are worth way more in Ghostar than monster carcasses. They were about to be seriously loaded. Then, Kai's eyes land on something else. Another piece of gear. The protagonist slides on the gloves and flexes his fingers, wondering what kind of build they're for. Offensive, maybe. He decides to give them a test run. The second he puts them on, he feels a surge of power, lighter on his feet and stronger than before. He wonders if the gear buffs his agility and strength, deciding to test it with a swing. Kai unleashes a quick strike and a flicker of flame dances along with the attack. He figures it's just an ordinary flame that appeared on his dagger, concluding the gloves just add a basic fire enchant to his weapon. In Ghostar, there are tons of different flames, and the special ones can dish out insane damage. But ordinary flames, they do almost nothing. They're practically useless, good for little more than lighting a campfire or cooking. He sighs, wondering if all they're good for now is a barbecue. A massive roar shatters the quiet, and the protagonist snaps to attention, trying to pinpoint the sound. Something huge crashes through the trees. It's a pack of level 18 apes. Kai curses, wondering if he accidentally aggroed them, while messing with the gloves. He braces for a fight, remembering how much trouble just one of these gave him before. An earth element black ape was a nightmare. And now there are 4 of them. He'll have to use the same strategy as last time, aiming for the inside of their mouths. But as the protagonist lunges for an opening, the ape slams its jaw shut. A notification flashes, defense not pierced, damage dealt, 0. Kai thinks, okay, this is bad. He can't believe these apes are smart enough to actually protect their weak spot when they're under attack. The apes are on him now, chasing him down, and Kai knows that even if they open their mouths, his destiny pursuit skill isn't powerful enough to wipe out all 4. He wonders if this is it, if this is the day he dies. Suddenly, the tiny flames from his attack lick at the apes, and they actually take damage. Kai watches completely baffled, wondering how in the world those little sparks spread like that. The fire continues to crawl across the apes' bodies until a horrifying explosion rocks the area. One of the apes lets out a blood-curdling scream as it's burned alive, while the others just watch frozen in shock. The protagonist stares at the massive inferno, thinking, what in the hell is happening? The flames die down for just a second. The ape is completely stunned, and then an even more massive explosion erupts. Kai is totally lost, wondering how the hell all the black apes were just instantly deleted from existence. He checks the logs, commenting that he's pretty sure he just saw the fire damage jump from 10 to a whopping 2,000 points. He does the math in his head, realizing 2,000 is exactly 200 times 10. Could it be? Could these ordinary flames from the gloves actually inherit his 200 times critical damage multiplier, on top of spreading and dealing area of effect damage? The protagonist processes this new info. So even though the flames themselves are weak, as long as a monster has no fire resistance, the damage just completely ignores their defense. If this inferno is ticking for 2,000 damage per second, then these gloves are basically a god-tier AoE artifact. If he doesn't have to worry about piercing defenses anymore, then there's nothing holding him back. That night, the giant strength black apes of King's Valley suffered through their darkest hour. As apex predators, they'd never met anyone who could roast them like they were nothing, using what looked like simple campfire flames. Nor had they ever witnessed a demonic barbecue master who left no survivors in a 10-mile radius. The next morning, when the smoke finally cleared, the protagonist just grins. This is awesome. He torched dozens of giant black apes throughout the night, and finally got his level up. At this point, the flame damage from the gloves is an absolutely unbeatable AoE attack against level 20 monsters, and he even snagged 10 elite treasure chests. The mountain of charred ape corpses is definitely going to be worth a fortune. Kai takes it all in, thinking that grinding solo is seriously lonely, and he deeply misses fighting alongside his 2 partners. He wonders what they're up to, figuring that with military support, they're probably having an even better time than he is. In a different part of King's Valley, Yuan is furious, screaming, "Why is this place a ghost town?" and demanding to know which son of a bitch wiped out every single black ape in the zone. Another complains that for days they haven't spotted a single black ape, wondering how they're even supposed to make a living. Sue chimes in that she seriously misses how efficient their old partner was, guiding them to crush monsters like it was nothing. A voice cuts in, "Stop your whining. It's Li Biao, a level 38 knight, strolling up to them with an explanation. The only reason they were crushing monsters so easily before was because they were still in the tutorial zone for their current novice level. This area is basically a high-level death trap. He declares that if Kai had actually dragged them into the real King's Valley, things would have spiraled out of control. He announces he'll be training them here for a while, and he's not interested in hearing any complaints. He barks an order for them to resume the hunt for black apes. But all the two can think about is how badly they miss Kai. 3 days drag on. A different team takes down a handful of apes, and one of them notes how strange it is that, after days in King's Valley, they've only run into these few, weak, ordinary black apes. He mentions that slaying a few regular giant strength apes is a cakewalk for their squad. His partner beside him remarks that young Master Huang gave them orders to eliminate that one kid, and that this whole mission feels like a massive overreaction. A blonde-haired youth adds that taking out one guy is hardly anything special. They scan the completely devastated landscape, and the blonde youth mentions that just a few days ago, they witnessed a grandmaster single-handedly annihilate 3 of the giant strength black apes. The archer with him totally agrees, saying the spectacle was absolutely mind-blowing. The captain of a rival group scoffs, asking what's so amazing about that and adding that for low-level players. Like them, anything probably looks spectacular. The blonde kid just calmly continues munching on his food. The captain then shoves a photo of Kai in his face and says it doesn't matter, demanding to know if he's seen this person anywhere in King's Valley. The blonde youth replies that it's a wild coincidence because that's the exact grandmaster they were just talking about. The one who faced down 3 giant strength black apes all by himself. The redhead shouts asking if he's blind and tells him to take a better look, pointing out that this is just some level 5 newbie. The captain chimes in telling him to stop spouting nonsense, just because he's jealous of their crew. The blonde youth hurls the apple he was eating and declares that if they don't buy it, they should go track down the grandmaster themselves since they just saw him about to leave King's Valley. The captain's eyes light up, asking if that means he is still close. In a flash, they draw their weapons and order everyone to get a move on, yelling that they've been slogging through this godforsaken place for days and it's finally time to give the young master what he wants and finally snuff out that kid. The archer nervously asks if they're seriously about to throw down with a grandmaster, while the mage mutters that, judging by his aura, he's clearly a master hiding his true power, adding that people with such arrogant attitudes always end up as cannon fodder in these stories. At that exact moment, the exit to King's Valley is packed with adventurers. A voice whines about their terrible luck, asking why they didn't run into a single black ape on this run, saying they heard a forest fire had torched everything, so now all they could do was wait for a respawn before they could go back in. His friend agrees, adding that everyone is stuck waiting anyway, since it's not like some single player could have wiped out the entire zone. And at that very instant, our protagonist, the guy responsible for the entire wipeout, strolls right past them, thinking how decimating the black apes in 3 days boosted his level to 10 and netted him 19 elite treasure chests. It was finally time to head back to Shang City and cash in. Suddenly, a voice shouts for him to stop in his tracks. Kai turns to see the captain and his entire squad blocking his path, sneering that he hid for so many days and forced them to search every corner of this place. The crowd around them is absolutely stunned. Someone whispers what the hell is going on, questioning if that isn't the 5 Falcon squad from the Huang family's Black Tortoise Guild, and wondering how this kid managed to get on the bad side of such an elite team. Kai asks if they mean the Huang family from the Black Tortoise Guild and if they were the ones sent by the Huangs to hunt him down. The captain just smirks, saying he's asking pointless questions, and wonders if he's already forgotten who he pissed off during the beginner test, calling him an insignificant piece of trash who dared to cross the young master. He declares they're here to claim his life. Our protagonist moves in a blur and retorts that during the test, Huang attacked him first and he was just defending himself, asking them if they are absolutely certain they want to attack him. The squad charges forward without a shred of hesitation, yelling they don't care about who's right or wrong, and demanding if he has any idea what the bounty on his head is worth. Kai begins to unleash a torrent of flames that surrounds his entire body, and declares that if they're going to throw morals out the window for some cash, then the gloves are coming off. As his attacks fly, the warriors scramble to dodge, and their captain just scoffs, pointing out that not a single shot landed. He's like, "Is that pathetic little flicker all you've got?" The girl chimes in saying, now, she's seriously doubting the young master was taken out by such a loser, cause honestly trying to fight with basic flames that do 0 damage is just cringe. She thought he was actually strong and starts roasting him, asking if he's trying to light someone's cigarette with that. Our protagonist just smirks, admitting the flames are a little weak right now. And then he asks, mind if I turn up the heat just a little? In a flash, the flames absolutely erupt, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The warriors look over worried about their captain, but it's too late, they're instantly incinerated. The rest of the squad, facing what looked like a joke just seconds ago, get completely engulfed as the damage ramps up exponentially. The explosion is so massive, the system itself announces that Explorer Jung has utterly annihilated the 5 Falcon squad and is now eligible to plunder their team's experience. The crowd is bugging out, asking what is even happening to this world. Kai just casually remarks that since everyone was in such a rush to serve themselves up on a silver platter, he's more than happy to accept their generous offering. The onlookers are absolutely floored and are all screaming, "What in the hell is he? Did this kid seriously just solo the entire 5 Falcon squad? All by himself?" They start pointing out that this was an elite level 20 squad we're talking about, and that, if they hadn't seen him wipe the floor with them, using nothing but basic flames, they would have sworn the whole thing was staged. Everyone's asking, who is this kid? But when they pull up their wrist scanners, they get nothing. They can't see his attributes at all, and they're freaking out wondering how that's even possible. Some speculate he's got to be some high-level fire mage using gear to block scans, and the others agree, saying that has to be it, with some even whispering that he might actually be the freaking god of fire. Meanwhile, our protagonist is just thinking about how he leveled up twice to hit level 12. He pings his artificial intelligence and asks why no one can scan his full stats. The AI explains that because of his gambler's doubling talent, his bonus attributes have skyrocketed, creating a massive stat gap between him and anyone else at his level, which makes him completely unscannable to outside devices. Jiang's like, for real, and then realizes this is a huge win. Being unreadable means no jealous haters or unwanted heat. Cut to the item exchange post in the city of Shang on GoStar. A voice cuts through the quiet saying he's looking to sell some equipment he obtained. The attendant is half asleep, slumped over her desk, thinking, great, another broke noob, and picturing her performance for the day, being absolute trash once more. Kai plays it cool, says he doesn't have much, and asks her to just run the numbers. The attendant is silently judging him, wondering what a broke-looking dude like him could possibly have to sell, until her eyes practically bulge out of her head. When she sees the mountain of finalization cards he drops on the counter. Our guy explains, the stack contains dozens of giant strength black ape corpses he hunted down. But he isn't done. Zhang then slides over a pile of chests and says they're the 19 elite treasure chests he snagged. He asks if she's still with him, and what the grand total is going to be. The attendant's jaw is on the floor. She's thinking, is this kid running a freaking hunting factory or something? Like, who sells items in massive batches when everyone else brings them in one by one? She immediately snaps to attention, suddenly buzzing with excitement, and tells him not to worry because he just so happens to be talking to the best salesperson there. She promises she'll get it all calculated today, thinking to herself that she has to lock down a whale like this at any cost. She starts frantically punching numbers into her calculator, practically hyperventilating before announcing that for a VIP client like him, the corpse cards will cash out at $10,000, while the elite treasure chests and all their contents can be sold for $170,000, bringing the total to a staggering 180,000 Ghost Star coins. Kai is absolutely stunned, as he remembers that Ghost Star coins are the standard currency in this world, and that one Ghost Star coin can be traded for 10 Shuang coins. He does the quick math in his head, and the number hits him 1,800,000. That's more than enough to cover his brother's insane medical bills. He realizes the promise he made with Commander Wei to take care of his big brother has just been fulfilled. This means he doesn't have to join the army, and he can go back to Earth right now to get his brother the care he needs. Just then, a voice calls out, telling him to hold on, and he sees it's the same girl who wanted to read his fortune earlier. She reminds him that she was the one who recommended King's Valley, where he obviously made a massive haul and even clowned on some rude people. Our hero admits that her tip about King's Valley was a total game changer and gives her a genuine thanks. The seer then asks if he'd be willing to do her a small favor in return. Jiang, feeling grateful, says of course since she helped him out big time. Yan's face lights up and she says, awesome, then drops the bomb. She wants to join his team and asks if he'll let her fight by his side. With that, Jiang just turns his back and hits her with a cold, see you around. The seer watches him go, muttering to herself. He's really all business, isn't he? Figures. Some things about him never change. She thinks he's a class the military literally threw in the garbage, so who would ever want him? I know you're a sucker for freebies, she calls out. You want the gear I'm wearing? I'll give you everything, no charge. This is probably my last run in Ghost Star anyway. Jiyoung stops. What do you mean last time? You broke too. Are you seriously planning to rage quit? Are you telling me you don't want to grind in Ghost Star anymore? Yan shoots back. I want to, but what's the point? I can't earn a thing. Tell me what squad is going to recruit someone whose only skill is telling fortunes in the middle of a battle. She lets out a bitter laugh, explaining that way back. When the military was hyping up Feng Shui Masters as this OP class, she jumped on the bandwagon, hit level 20, and specialized as a seer. But here's the catch. A Feng Shui Master's base talent just gives you a better feel for timing, placement, and flow. And after becoming a diviner, all she got was the power to see the future. Later on, when the military brass figured out seers had zero actual combat skills, they were completely abandoned, too weak. No one would even consider teaming up with them. Because of that, their levels completely flatlined. With no crew to run dungeons or hunt monsters, all they could do was wander Ghost Star aimlessly every day. She figures if she goes back to Earth to be a scavenger, or do backbreaking labor, at least she won't starve. The protagonist just says, "That's a tough road. My brother's body couldn't handle that kind of work, and for a girl like you, I don't think you could take it either." Jan's voice cracks. "And what if I can't? Back on Earth? I have a younger brother and sister. I'm the only thing holding our family together. I don't have the luxury of falling apart." In that instant, an image of his own older brother flashes in Ji-young's mind, always exhausted but always saying, "I got this." Ji-young thinks to himself. His big brother was exactly the same. He had dreams of making it big in Ghost Star, even swore he'd be the one to take down the Beast God one day. But after he took in me and my sister, he got scared, terrified that no one would be there for us. So he threw away his shot at coming to Ghost Star, and ended up running his own body into the ground. The seer breaks his train of thought, asking, "So you want my equipment or not?" She says, if he does, she'll head to the warehouse and grab everything. She has to go back and face the music in the real world anyway. This time, she says, "I'm planning to log out for good." The protagonist cuts her off. "Wait," he tells her his name. "You're logging out now. But it's not going to be permanent. The next time you log in, if you can still track me down, we'll party up." Jan freezes, completely speechless. She starts to tremble. Are you, for real?" Ji-young doesn't even turn around, just keeps walking, as he says, "If I'm lying, may I never make a single dollar for the rest of my life." Tears instantly well up in the seer's eyes. "You're way too cheap, and obsessed with money. If you're willing to make a vow like that, it has to be true." She dashes forward and throws her arms around him, sobbing, "You're actually a good person." Ji-young awkwardly shoves her off. "What are you even talking about?" Back at his rundown apartment, the protagonist slams the door open. "You guys don't have to work anymore. I made some money." His siblings' eyes go wide. "For real?" his sister asks, her voice full of suspicion. "Where did you get it? You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" "What are you talking about?" Ji-young scoffs. "I earned every bit of it in Ghost Star." He grins. "Our big brother's surgery. We can schedule it for tomorrow." "And you," he says to his sister, "you're going back to school to hit the books properly." His older brother whispers, "It must have been so hard on you this time." Ji-young just shakes his head. "It was nothing. Not compared to everything you did. Raising 2 orphans all by yourself. That's not even worth mentioning." He puts a hand on his brother's shoulder. "Don't you worry. You were the one who always worked himself to the bone. But now that I have this power, I swear I'm going to give us all a good life." They raise their glasses to celebrate right until a phone buzzes. "It's the commander. Looks like you won our little wager," the voice on the other end says. "You got a minute? I'm sending a ride to pick you up. There's something I need to show you," he says, adding, "And don't forget, meet outside the safe zone of the Shangyao realm." The scene cuts to the Beast God's battlefield. The entire landscape is a wasteland of shattered ruins and collapsed skyscrapers. The protagonist quietly wonders, after all these years, if the city where he spent his childhood ended up looking just like this. Suddenly, Ji-young senses something is off. He mutters, "I don't get it. Why did he summon me here?" A deafening roar tears through the air. More buildings crumble to dust as a colossal monster stomps into view. Warriors are already locked in a desperate battle against it. Ji-young's eyes widen. Is that an extraordinary creature fighting the Beast God? See, in Ghost Star right now, explorers hit a massive power spike, every 20 levels broken down into 6 distinct stages. For explorers between level 1 and 80, even though they get stronger through advancements and class changes, their power is ultimately capped. It can only ever be used inside Ghost Star. But for extraordinary beings, that's a whole different story. But everything changes. Once an explorer breaks into the zone between level 81 and 121, they undergo a seismic shift, transforming into what's known as an extraordinary being, because the energy that was once confined to Ghost Star is now evolving. A blinding explosion rips through the air. As the light fades, the 3 warriors just stare, caught in a crushing, overwhelming aura. The birth of this insane power isn't just some massive upgrade for humanity's military. It's the single greatest threat they've ever faced. As the only ones who stand a chance against the Beast God, the 3 warriors launch their attack. Our hero mutters that this thing is on another level, and Wei just nods grimly, asking if he gets it now. "This is just a regular Beast God," he says, reminding him they'll have to take on countless enemies just like this one. He reveals they've already lost 2 extraordinary warriors in the fight. Jiang is floored by the news. The commander lays it out cold. "Humanity is on the ropes. Don't you dare get complacent, just because you've been kicking back in the safe zone." He then tells Jiang he won their bet and that he'll keep his word no more, trying to force him to join up. And as for the Huang family, the commander says he personally laid down the law, warning them to stay out of Jiang's way. He admits it might seem weird that Jiang is getting all this special treatment, but says he's got a gut feeling about him. A feeling that Jiang is destined to become a true game changer, someone powerful enough to be the city's last hope. Just then, rain begins to pour as the three warriors finally manage to take the beast down. The commander continues, "In this apocalyptic hellscape, my only real goal is to keep my family safe. After all, enlisting means shipping out to the front lines. And the front lines are a meat grinder." He says the fate of their nation rests on everyone's shoulders. Someone has to rise up and face these monsters. He knows that one day he'll probably die out there on the battlefield, but as a citizen of Shang, if he can trade his life for his country and its people, he'll do it without a second thought. He tells Jiang not to interfere with his path, but he hopes that if Shang is ever truly in danger and Jiang has the power, he'll step up and fight for them. After spending a few days recovering back on Earth, Jiang logs back into Ghostar, materializing in the city of Shang. He can't help but think about the commander's insane expectations, wondering, is he really capable of becoming that strong? And why is he so obsessed with Shun anyway? Jiang shoves the thoughts aside, deciding he needs to focus on his own grind first. The giant monkey in King's Valley is basically a warm-up now. It's time to hunt a real monster. The system menu flashes displaying an elite tier threat, the Phantom Banshee. Its description warns it can unleash devastating damage capable of one-shotting any explorer. Its attacks trigger a fear status effect, and its form is practically ethereal. Fear induction. The Banshee's scream paralyzes any explorer within a 10-meter radius, flooding their minds with pure terror. Ghostly physique, only attacks from within 10 meters, can actually land a hit on the Banshee. Jiang immediately sees the problem. This thing is OP. Inside 10 meters, it's an instant kill fear nuke. But step outside that range and it's completely invincible. Our hero lets out a heavy sigh and starts walking away. This monster is way more of a headache than the giant gorilla. He's gonna need to squat up. Just then, he spots the seer Yan passed out on her feet, looking totally drained. Jiang walks up. "Yo, have you seriously been standing here ever since you logged off last time?" Yan's eyes flutter open. "I knew you'd be back. I've been waiting for you all these days." Jiang is touched. "I won't forget this," he says. The seer asks if they're going monster hunting now. "Because I scouted out a super capable teammate for you," she says, a sly look on her face. "I ran the numbers, and he'll be a massive help on the hunt. You want to meet him?" Jiang is skeptical. "Is he actually useful," he asks, "or just some random drunk?" Right on cue, a young guy stumbles over, with empty booze bottles clanking from his belt. "Name's Ruin Yu," he slurs. "And yeah, I'm a drunk." Jiang immediately turns and bolts. "Nope, I'm out. I don't want him." The seer just sighs. Still so pragmatic, she calls after him. "Just take him with you. He's a hard worker and he follows orders." Ruin just stands there watching quietly. Yan throws in her final sales pitch. He can also cook, give massages, and he even promised that as long as he can join the team, he'll give up his share of all the loot. Jiang's ears perk up at that. His eyes go wide. He spins around, marches right up to Ruin Yu, and throws an arm around his shoulder. "The instant I saw you," Jiang declares with a booming voice, "I knew you were a man of immense talent. From this day forward, you're one of us." He strikes a heroic pose. "Today as your captain, I will lead us to victory against the Phantom Banshee. After all, from now on we're a family, and we'll face every challenge together." Ruin leans over to the seer. "Is the captain always this extra?" The seer deadpans. "Oh yeah, and if he's not calling you family, it's because he's trying to get you to lower your fee. The captain is cheap, like ridiculously cheap." And with that, the new team heads for the Phantom Banshee's lair in King's Valley. The door groans open and a suffocating aura pours out as the level 20 Phantom glides into view. Hidden behind a cluster of bushes, the crew watches in silence. Our hero mutters that this Banshee is on a whole different level, worlds stronger than the giant ape. If it spots them, they're getting one-shotted. Instantly. Total silence is their only option. He drives the point home. Only attacks from within 10 meters will even scratch this thing, so they have to be ghosts, and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, and Jiang immediately spins on Yan, telling her to be quiet. The seer gives him a bewildered look as the voice calls out again, and Kai insists she shut her mouth. But Yan snaps back that it wasn't her. Kai starts to ask who it was then, but stops when he spots Ruin lounging on a fallen log, taking a swig from his flask and shouting for the captain to come check out what he found. The protagonist's face contorts with rage. The phantom monster whips around its colossal mouth, gaping as it lunges for them. "What in the hell is Ruin doing?" Jiang yells. "Didn't you tell me he'd be useful on this hunt?" The seer just shrugs, admitting she might have been speaking casually. A mind-shattering scream rips from the phantom. The world warps around them, as a system alert flashes abnormal status fear state. Kai grits his teeth, saying this monster's aura is suffocating, he's completely paralyzed. Yan whispers that there's no way they can beat it. It seems all they can do is wait for death. But as the phantom shrieks, Ruin simply saunters forward, asking how such a gorgeous creature could exist. He then asks how she could even wonder if he was looking for her. With a flourish, Ruin smacks the beast, declaring that their meeting must be destiny. He calls her a stunning lady, then proceeds to caress its ghastly face, remarking on its incredibly soft, tender skin. He adds that in reality, the phantom is the one that should be terrified right now. A new alert pops up. Fear has been dispelled. Our hero is completely baffled. What is even happening? Is this guy mind-controlling the banshee? He reasons that the monster's terrifying scream must have a cooldown. This is their window. It's time to end this and fast. The ghostly beast stumbles to the ground, with Ruin still draped over it, whispering for it to pucker up for a French kiss, and declaring that from this moment on, she is officially his wife. In that instant, a blinding explosion tears through the clearing. After the smoke clears, Ruin is splayed on the ground, desperately asking where his wife went. Jiang coldly states that it's already done, and the seer adds that the captain just completely annihilated the elite banshee in a single strike. Ruin scrambles to his knees, calling them absolute monsters for vaporizing the wife he had just married, sobbing that she was the one true love of his life and he will never love again. The protagonist deadpans, asking if these kinds of episodes are normal for him when he's drunk. Yan just nods. She explains, he's a hopeless degenerate who can't stay off the sauce and only gets more unhinged the more he drinks. As she heads off to grab the elite treasure chest and corpse card, it dawns on Jiang that Ruin was also hit by the banshee's fear scream. He puzzles over why, even under its effects, Ruin was able to launch a counterattack. He reflects that the worst part about drunks is their total loss of mental control, but perhaps that very same fatal flaw is what allows someone to just ignore the banshee's fear. A light bulb goes off in his head. This changes everything. The seer returns chest in hand. Kai thinks to himself that Ruin isn't a teammate, he's a living artifact designed to bait the banshee's scream. Yan, completely lost, wonders why her captain is suddenly smiling so menacingly. In the next banshee lair, another phantom glides into the open. A flash of movement catches its attention. The protagonist gives the signal, and Ruin charges forward without hesitation. The phantom unleashes its soul-crushing shriek, but Ruin doesn't even slow down, asking why she's drooling at the sight of him and if it's because she wants him. Because what a coincidence, he slurs. I want you too. Ruin pulls the monster into a hug, and Jiang thinks this is perfect. The strategy is flawless. With the fear debuff useless, they can get right up in its face. Ruin, now sitting on top of the phantom, declares that meeting her has made him believe in love again, and tonight they're going to rekindle that romantic flame. Kai unleashes a devastating attack on the distracted enemy, causing yet another explosion. Ruin is left standing, screaming that they're all damned for blowing up his fiancée yet again, before he finally collapses and hits his head on the ground. The protagonist says, "We have to hunt the next one quickly before he sobers up." The seer nods in agreement. For the next 3 hours, explosion after explosion rocks the valley. Ruin's voice rings out each time, begging them not to vaporize, his new wife wailing that his 23rd wife has now been destroyed by those two beasts, all while they casually pop open another treasure chest. Meanwhile, Jiang keeps one-shotting ghosts and collecting loot, remarking that this is unreal. He never imagined they could farm 35 elite banshee treasure chests, all because Ruin made it possible to wipe out every last banshee in King's Valley. Yan says she's never witnessed efficiency on this scale. Jiang adds that, after taking out 35 elite banshees, he personally shot up 2 levels, hitting level 14. And the only toll was a heartbroken Ruin, admitting Yan was right, he was useful after all. Yan just nods and says, they can chalk it up to a special training to build his mental resilience after getting dumped. Ruin fires back, what kind of messed up training is this, calling them a pair of absolute scoundrels. But Jiang's mind was on the real prize, because he also swiped 2 skill cards from the Banshee's lair that unlock extra abilities. The first is called Rain Prayer, a skill for those with immense mental power that can summon a massive torrential downpour. When the terrain is just right, even top-tier specialists can conjure lakes and rivers from nothing, making it a total game-changer in a real fight. He points out that Yan is already level 29 and has way more mental juice than them, so the skill should be hers. Yan's eyes go wide. A skill card? For real, she asks, her voice trembling with emotion, saying she finally has an ability, other than just fortune-telling. I'm not just the useless girl who predicts things in battle anymore, she declares, bowing low. From this day forward, you will forever be my big brother. Please accept this bow from your little sister. Our hero tells her to cut it out, insisting it's something she absolutely deserves. Yan, now sporting a lump on her head from bowing too hard, raises the card to the heavens, shouting that she's no longer useless. Meanwhile, Jiang inspects the other skill. This one's a single skill point tailor-made for a hidden class. The system pings him. Using this skill point can activate an additional ability for a hidden class, but it's a one-shot deal. Use it once, and it vanishes forever. I decide to pop it, figuring that even if it's a one and done, an exclusive hidden class skill has to be broken. New alerts flash across his vision, congratulating the hidden class player for activating the extra skill, Casino Pickpocket. Once this power is triggered for every nearby explorer focusing on him, he'll siphon 1,000th of their total attributes and bolt them onto his own stats. But after 30 minutes, the skill and the boosted stats disappear completely. Jiang just stares. Wait, is that the only thing it does? The system basically confirms it. Jiang's temper flares. He questions how such a ridiculously rare one-use skill can only swipe a measly 1,000th of someone's total stats, complaining that with his current total of just over 200, that would only give him 2 points per person. What's the freaking point of that? Ruin suddenly asks what's wrong with himself. As he wakes up, saying he was asleep, but for some reason feels a crushing wave of sadness, the seer deadpans. Did you forget? You lost more than 35 wives last night. The memory hits Ruin like a freight train. He starts retching and apologizes to the captain, admitting he's being a burden because, as a drunk, he can't quit drinking. He says if the captain's not okay with it, he can just leave the team. Right then, someone approaches with a load of equipment, and our hero cuts in asking what he's talking about. You were a hero last night, he says, pushing the gear into Ruin's arms. And this is yours. Without you, we probably would have been insta-wiped by those banshees countless times over. You are the heart of this team. Ruin shakes his head, saying that just letting him join was already more than enough. But Jiang insists he take it, declaring he will never mistreat a teammate, and that besides, his partner is getting some new gear too. The seer looks at him like he's a prince, charming a flower clenched in his teeth, as he tells her to come get her equipment as well. The two of them ask in unison if this is for real, and swear they will follow him from now on, in life and in death. Over at the GoStar item exchange, a voice rings out. Another VIP client has arrived. This is incredible. Today, the total value of Monster Core sales from treasure chests has hit 840,000 GoStar coins. Our protagonist thinks this is amazing, and calculates that this is equal to 8.4 million Holy Radiance coins, which is more than enough to cover all the future expenses for his brother and Yingzi. Back in the trading post's locker room, Jiang realizes that not only are their living costs totally secured, but after selling off their spoils of war, he also walked away with 2 ridiculously useful pieces of equipment. One of them is the Night Hunter trousers, which completes the set with the Night Hunter cloak he got earlier, granting him insane stealth and the power to go completely unnoticed. The second item is the Phantom Leather Armor, which can literally phase out of existence at critical moments to dodge fatal attacks. The effect of his gloves has also been identified, and the flames they produce can actually inherit his critical damage stats, making them a legitimate divine tier artifact. He feels on a whole different level of power than before, and believes that even if he had to go up against explorers at level 20 or higher, he has absolute confidence he could crush them. Just then, Ruin runs over and says he modified Chasing Fate for him, explaining that he needs to check out the effect first. Jiang stares at him, shocked, and demands to know what he's doing, questioning if this is some kind of twisted revenge for him, destroying his 35 wives. The weapon zips dangerously close to Jiang's face. Ruin just flicks his wrist, and Chasing Fate zips right back into his grasp. He explains, "Yo, I noticed something. You're constantly scrambling to retrieve your weapon mid-combat, which is a massive liability. So, I installed a ridiculously powerful magnetic recall function. Now you just will it back, and it rockets into your hand." The protagonist's eyes light up. He stammers, "No shot. Are you for real? So I never have to worry about a retrieval cooldown again." Then another thought hits him. The blade will slice through enemies on its return trip, dealing bonus damage. He's blown away. "Dude, you're a straight-up modification genius." Ruin just shrugs. "I'm self-taught." "Is it really that impressive?" "On God it is," Jiang replies with total conviction. In that instant, a sound breaks the silence as rain begins to fall. Kai looks up. "What the?" Ruin shoots him a look. "You cappin'." Just then, the seer approaches them. "I've started to get the basics of the rain prayer down. Although," she adds, "it still feels kinda useless." Kai immediately shoots that down. How could a skill like that ever be useless? Look around you. He gestures to the people scattering for cover. If you can ramp this up into a torrential downpour, you could cripple an enemy's movement. They'd just become sitting ducks, he continues, letting you pick off anyone you want at will. Her eyes widen. Seriously, it can really be that OP. A new fire is lit within her. Bet. "I'm gonna grind this rain prayer skill like crazy," she declares. Jiang thinks to himself with her now able to jump directly into the fight. And wielding the power of the rain prayer, not just him, but their entire squad just received a massive power-up. A few warriors trudge past, grumbling about the sudden downpour. "Great. All our gear for the island is completely soaked." The other complains, "Is the Huang family gonna ream us out for being late because of this?" Kai's ears perk up at the mention of that name. The Huang family. "Hey, wait up a second." He calls out to the trio. "You guys mentioned the Huangs. There's something I need to ask you." One of the warriors scoffs. What, you, living under a rock? Your family doesn't have Wi-Fi. The Huang family's Shanwu Guild is mobilizing 200,000 people to Everfrost Island to hunt a king-level world boss. They say if we clap this boss, it could actually expand our country's territory in Ghostar. And it's not just the Huangs, a ton of other explorers are joining the fight to wipe out the monsters. Man, the rise and fall of the nation is on all of us. How do you not even know about news this big? Now, get lost. If we keep wasting time on a clueless noob like you, we're the ones who'll get punished for being late. The protagonist is left wondering, is the Huang family really leading a raid for the good of the country? And if so, does that mean Huang will be there too? His mind races. With the beast god devastating Earth, every nation's only hope for survival is to fight back by harvesting resources from Ghostar. But the catch is, all the prime resource zones are occupied by high-level bosses. The only way to expand territory and secure supplies is to defeat them. The monsters in Ghostar are tiered by power levels, ranging from cannon fodder to world enders. Among them, the king-level bosses are calamities on a whole other level, beings that demand literal armies of hundreds of thousands to even stand a chance against. He wonders if the Huang family is genuinely leading the Shanwu Guild to aid the nation's war effort. Zhang keeps thinking back to what Commander Ji said. Maybe the Huangs have actually changed, turning into people who care about the world. But the nation's fate hangs in the balance, and somebody has to step up against these threats. If Huang is doing it, then maybe he should also head to Everfrost Island and do his part for the country. Cut to Ghostar, the biting winds of Everfrost Island. As Kai and his crew trek through the snow, the seer remarks, "You just pop in and out of places whenever you feel like it, huh? You didn't think to grab any cold weather gear." The protagonist shivers. To be honest, I didn't expect it to be this cold. A loud shout erupts nearby. Hey, what are you idiots doing? Don't you know you can't walk? On the frozen lake before the big fight, Zhang shouts back. It's our first time here, man. What's the problem? The warrior snaps. Are you guys complete noobs? Everyone knows this. The entire underside of Everfrost Island is one gigantic monster nest. You think stomping around on the ice isn't going to agitate the siren swimming right beneath you. As if on cue, the ice shatters. A bipedal Triton level 22 explodes from the water. The team recoils in shock. What the hell is that? The warriors groan. You absolute morons. A level 22, Triton takes a team of at least 20 players to take down, they yell. Tritons are close quarters combat specialists. If that thing gets its hands on you, especially at that level, it's a guaranteed one-shot. Game over. The two warriors can only watch in terror as the beast charges straight at them. And just like that, a system notification flashes, phasing complete. Kai's just like, I was expecting some huge light show, but that was kinda lame. A split second later, he unleashes hell on the Triton, triggering a massive underwater explosion. The nearby warriors are completely floored, their jaws on the deck. Did he just skip the whole close quarters fight? No shot another, whispers a level 22 Triton that needed a whole raid team. Just got vaporized. Jiang just cracks his knuckles, a smirk playing on his lips. That little warm-up chased the cold right out. In his head, Kai is already crunching the numbers. His current strength is a staggering 76 points. With a critical hit factored in, that blast just clocked in at a minimum of 15,200 damage. And that's not even counting the insane critical damage multiplier from his Chasing Fate skill. Even lowballing the estimate based on his current crit stats, his damage output is already hitting tier 20 levels, whether he's fighting mobs or other players. A system prompt pops up telling him to grab the loot, but all Kai can think is, damn, neither of those two could survive a single crit from me right now. The seer chimes in. Already snagged the Triton's corpse for you. Good looking out, Jiang says. Let's bounce pronto. Seizing the opportunity, he turns to the three older-looking guys. Hey, by any chance, do you three bros know where Huang is at? The warriors look at each other totally confused. What's he talking about, bro? We're not the seniors here, we're the fresh meat, like the newest of the newbies. But crazy coincidence, we actually do know where the young master is, and we can totally show you the way. Cut to the desolate landscape of Everfrost Island. Kai's having second thoughts. He specifically didn't want to drag his friends into the drama between him and Huang. That's why he came alone. A nagging thought enters his mind. Did those three guys for real say Huang was here? He wanted to settle this one-on-one, but the place is a ghost town. Then a figure emerges from the swirling snow. Kai's eyes lock on. It's Huang. I heard you were out here hunting the boss for the good of the country, Kai calls out, trying to extend an olive branch. Honestly, it kinda made me see you in a new light. I was thinking we could put our old beef behind us. I'm even willing to pitch in and help out here on Everfrost Island. But in that exact instant, Kai's senses scream danger. It's Wang lunging from the shadows with a killing blow. Kai dodges by a hair's breadth. Wang, what the hell are you doing? I came to make peace, he yells. Wang just lets out a bitter laugh. Make peace? You want to talk about peace after you were the one who got me eliminated first? I had to go through so much freaking therapy after that, he snarls, and you think you can just waltz in here and call a truce? You have no idea how much I've been craving revenge after you publicly clapped me last time. The military even ordered my family to stay away from you, he spits, his voice dripping with venom. You think we could just let that slide? So I volunteered for this king-level boss hunt, Wang says with a chilling grin, all for this perfect little opportunity. So you're trying to use war merits to pressure the military into dropping their protection over me, Jiang scoffs. Was taking down that king-level boss really all about this? Huang just smirks, confirming it was. But he admits he never expected Jiang to actually show up. With the Great War looming, he figures this is the perfect chance to eliminate him now. Then he'll cash in the military clout from killing the boss to wipe his slate clean with the army command. Jiang just shakes his head. Wow, you really overthought this whole thing. I had no idea you were still this petty. But hey, he adds, if you're gonna make a move on me, you'd better bring everyone you've got. After all, I'm the guy who single-handedly annihilated the Falcon 5 squad. One of the warriors fires back. You only took them out because the military was backing you up. They brag that their young master is level 10 and decked out in a full S-rank set, questioning why on earth they'd ever need backup. That is, until another warrior speaks up. Hold on a second. How is that kid at the same level as the young master? How did he grind all the way to level 14 so damn fast? In that instant, an explosion rocks the area. Huang is suddenly engulfed in flames, screaming, "What the hell is happening?" As the men around him spiral into a panic, wondering what just went down, our protagonist's voice cuts through the chaos. Your young master is already done for. If you don't want to end up the same way, I suggest you get out of my path. Huang, still burning, seethes that he's not finished yet. He explains that his gear has a skill that caps his HP at 1%, preventing an instant kill, but he's already hit that limit. He yells at his two remaining goons to hurry up and end Jiang, telling them to make sure they torture him first. You guys are really determined to throw your lives away, huh? Jiang smirks. This is perfect. I've been eager to test out Chasing Fate. Now, powered by an upgraded magnetic core, the weapon flies. But the warriors effortlessly dodge it and start mocking him. You launched all those darts and completely missed. What kind of terrible aim is that? Are you getting nervous? Your hands are shaking just because we're around level 30. They begin to close in. But an absolutely terrifying aura explodes from Jiang's body. Never heard of that, he says coldly. Isn't there a saying about the nail that sticks out? Being the one that gets hammered down, flames suddenly ignite, and a catastrophic explosion tears through the battlefield as the warriors stare in horror. How did those darts come back? One of them shrieks. How could a level 10 kid pull something like that off? His companion, now a charred heap on the ground, just begs for someone to finish him off quickly as our protagonist advances. This isn't over yet. Jiang launches the dart again, this time hitting his target square in the face. Flames instantly swallow the man's body, setting off another massive explosion that sends the last two warriors into a total meltdown. What kind of ability is that? How is the damage so ridiculously high? Is this kid some kind of nerfed god in disguise? You idiots, Huang curses at them. Can't you see he's a long-range specialist? He orders them to attack simultaneously, convinced that all they need to do is close the distance. Huang's mind races. He must be an Eliminator class. A glass cannon that specializes in long-range combat with absurdly high damage, but if someone manages to get up close, he's absolutely finished. Another explosion detonates. Huang watches in disbelief, whispering no as Jiang suddenly appears before him and says, "You're a loser. You're all a bunch of losers." What's the real difference, Huang? Is frozen in absolute panic. This is impossible, he stammers. The level gap is massive. How in the world did you do that? Our protagonist says he was willing to let their old grudge die, but Huang just had to be a disappointment. Are you truly this determined to see me dead? A terrified Huang asks what he plans to do. Jiang replies, nothing special. But if you're trying to kill me, I can't just let it go. I heard you developed some pretty severe psychological trauma the last time you were eliminated, he says casually. So this time, I'm just going to make that trauma a little bit worse. Jiang's hand snaps forward, striking Huang on the forehead and finishing him off just moments later. The protagonist checks his system interface and notes that taking out other adventurers gives a massive experience boost. He says he never would have guessed that wiping out 4 players around level 31 would launch him directly to level 17. A system notification alerts him that he's received the bloodthirsty eliminator penalty for taking out more than 10 adventurers from the same faction. He's now under the bloodthirsty plasma eliminator penalty state, and while in this state, his location will be broadcast to all nearby players. On top of that, anyone who eliminates a bloodthirsty plasma eliminator will receive triple the normal experience. To get rid of the bloodthirsty plasma eliminator state, he'll need to use 10 Tears of Repentance. Jiang realizes this title is a brutal gore star penalty, because now absolutely everyone will be gunning for him. Anyone with this penalty essentially becomes a walking experience piñata. Just then, new notifications pop up, mentioning a double talent. Any system rewards or punishments he gets are about to get hit with a double or nothing effect. And there's a 1% chance it'll trigger a super dupe, juicing the rewards or penalties by a factor of 10. Kai instantly realizes his new talent is a double-edged sword. He could get hit with a penalty that's 10 times worse, meaning one death could cost him 30 times the normal experience. That could literally nuke him all the way back to level 1. This is beyond bad, he thinks, recognizing he has to avoid any and all crowded zones from now on. He needs to lay low and find a way to use the Tears of Repentance to get this curse off his back and fast. Meanwhile, at the Huang family base camp on Everfrost Island, a sharp voice demands to know how Huang was eliminated and why his protection detail failed so miserably. It's Huang Tong, Huang Wei's father, and the commander-in-chief of this entire campaign, who reminds everyone that he'd already gone public. He told the world that his son, himself, and 2 other family members were all fighting for the glory of their nation. Now that my son has been wiped out, he seethes. Doesn't that make me a liar in front of the whole country? When Huang Da asks what the new plan is, Tong slams his fist on the armrest of his chair and roars that they're attacking immediately. They're going to take down the king-level boss themselves, and once they do, they'll leverage their military achievements to force the army's hand. They'll make the army drop its protection of Jiang. Until then, he vows that boy will pay a price he can't even begin to imagine. 30 minutes later, somewhere else on the island, the seer asks the captain about his brand new title, while Ruin chimes in. Did you seriously become a bloodthirsty plasma annihilator? Our hero tells him to shut his mouth before he gets them spotted, saying there's no time to explain everything. The short version, he just kicked a hornet's nest with the Huang family, and they need to disappear as fast as humanly possible. Just then, an earth-shattering sound echoes across the landscape, making them all wonder what that insane noise was. Yu asks if it might be a war horn. But why would it be blaring now? Jiang's mind races. Could the Huang family have actually launched the war way ahead of schedule? Yan points ahead, yelling for them to look, as the surface of the frozen lake begins to spiderweb with massive cracks. The rumbling intensifies. Something is coming, and it's bringing an army of monsters with it, leaving the group completely stunned. Then a blur of motion cuts through the chaos. These monsters are a different breed entirely, and leading the charge is the king-level boss himself. The frozen Triton, Lord, a king-ranked beast, its health bar still sitting at a perfect 100%. Is that the boss? The seer stammers. The protagonist can only mutter about the insane pressure rolling off it, and even Ruin admits he's terrified. Tong's voice booms across the field, announcing that the king-level boss, the frozen Triton Lord, has been lured onto the battlefield. He orders every single soldier to brace for combat. He promises that if they win this fight, they won't just get insane rewards, they'll also help the Holy Radiance lock down vital resources against the wrath of the Beast God in all future conflicts. Whether it's right now or down the road, he declares every single one of you will leave everything on the ice to secure this victory, even if you get wiped. Because the arrow has already left the bow, there's no going back. The war against a king-level boss has officially begun. A tidal wave of monsters crashes toward them. Ruin suggests they should probably push forward, and the seer remarks that a battlefield, packed with 200,000 people, must be exactly what a king-tier boss fight is supposed to look like. Nah, Zhang counters. Once the chaos starts, the Huang family won't have time to worry about me. We're staying right here. This was a prime opportunity to witness a legendary boss fight and seriously expand their horizons. Soldiers scream as they charge a colossal monster. It's a common bipedal fishman level 25. One of the grunts yells not to be scared, shouting, "It's just an overgrown fish. With our numbers, we can take it." But in the next second, the soldier is snatched up, his cries for help cut short as he's devoured whole. The sight sends a wave of terror through the ranks, as the others whisper in horror, "Tritons, they actually eat people." The seer asks how a common Triton could be that overwhelmingly strong against adventurers. Ruin just points out the sheer number of fishmen swarming the field. The protagonist confirms it. He explains that as long as the boss is alive, that fishman army will spawn infinitely for the entire battle. The key to winning this whole thing isn't the 200,000 players fighting the mob. It's all about the transcended players in the direct showdown with the boss itself. A scout reports that an 8-man team has broken through and is now in the boss's zone. The elite warriors start unleashing their ultimate skills with their leader yelling for everyone to go all out. He tells them to max out their stats for peak performance. They crash into the boss together, creating a cataclysmic explosion. Yan gasps that their power is incredible. Is that what transcendents are capable of, she asks, while Ruin thinks the boss is about to get wrecked. But Jiang narrows his eyes. Something's not right here. Kai activates his ocular focus, noting that while their abilities look flashy, through his ghost focus, he can see the horrifying truth: they're not even scratching the boss's defenses. A system alert confirms it. Defense penetration failed. The elite soldiers are completely floored. They can't believe their attacks aren't breaking through. Then the boss launches its counter. The Fishman Lord swings its weapon, obliterating several soldiers at once, sending them flying. Everyone watches in pure horror as the boss wipes out the entire Transcendent team in a single blow. One devastating blow, and our hero can only ask himself, is this the crushing power of a king-level boss? But just then, a lone figure begins striding toward the monster. A voice cuts through the chaos. My comrades, they threw everything they had at you. They sacrificed their lives. So who do you think you are, walking in here all by yourself? But the warrior doesn't stop even as the soldiers are screaming at him to turn back. It's over, you're just gonna be another body. Right then, the warrior plants his feet, and with a flash of steel, his spear intercepts the boss's attack. The fishman monster is totally stunned. The entire battlefield goes silent, everyone's jaw on the floor as they try to process what they just saw. Did he actually just block the boss's attack? The warrior smirks. That sacrifice you saw earlier, that was just a distraction. You really think a half-assed swing like that was gonna finish us? This absolute unit is Fong the Transcendent Lancer. They call him the #1 specialist of the Wanwu Guild for a reason. A system notification pops up. Blessing of the Fallen. For every transcendent teammate that falls in battle, Fang's strength skyrockets by 25 points. He lunges forward roaring. I'm putting you down. With a sickening crunch, the boss's armor shatters, and a deep gash opens up. The soldiers are freaking out. The Great Master. He actually has a shot at taking this thing down. Even our MC is blown away thinking, this dude is insanely strong. He actually broke through the boss's defenses. That's when Tong chimes in. You seriously thought our guild was a bunch of scrubs? He explains that the Transcendents who got wiped out earlier. That was all part of the strategy to juice up Fang. With the blessing of the Fallen, he's a one-man army who can take on 10 guys by himself. Fang's power has exploded by 200%. Right now, he's packing the punch of an entire squad of 20 Transcendents. As Fong rockets toward the monster, Tong confidently declares, as long as there are no surprises, this victory is in the bag. But just then, the seer screams, get out of here, as a new monster ambushes them from behind. It's a level 32 elite Triton. Huang Da's face goes pale. This is bad. I'm picking up a huge swarm of Tritons. They're swarming the back of the island. Tong can't believe it. Are you saying the entire Sea Triton army is on the move? Huang Da confirms it. Yep, we're talking hundreds of them, all elite Tritons over level 35. Tong knows this is a complete disaster. He grits his teeth. Fang has to stay locked on the boss. We had this whole battlefield under control. See, the battlefield is split into 5 zones based on the fishmen's power levels. You've got your normal elite general, commander, and finally the boss zone. They've got tons of fighters holding the line against the Tritons in each area. It's created a fragile stalemate. But if their rear flank gets smashed and the whole formation crumbles, it's not just that Fang won't be able to kill the boss. Every single one of the 200,000 people here will be slaughtered. Tong calculates that Fang is going to need at least 30 minutes to finish the boss. How long until that Triton army hits us, he asks. Huang Da scans the horizon. A system alert flashes massive number of Tritons approaching. The monsters are absolutely booking it toward them. Suddenly, boom, an explosion rips through the air. System notification Kai has eliminated an elite Triton. The seer is panicking. Where did all these Tritons come from? We gotta bail like right now. But our main character, he just asks, are we really just going to run? He can see the whole battle is hanging by a thread. If someone doesn't stop this new wave of Tritons, the entire front line will collapse. Young thinks to himself, yeah, the Huang family are his enemies, and a part of him would love to see them get wrecked. But the 200,000 people fighting here, they're just innocent people fighting for the city's future. Kai closes his eyes and the commander's words echo in his mind. The fate of the world rests on everyone's shoulders. Someone has to step up and fight back against these monsters. In that instant, our hero realizes those weren't just empty words. We're not leaving. And he doesn't stop there. He decides he's going to pull aggro on every single Triton in the area. He's going to take them all on by himself. His 2 companions just stare at him completely floored. Fast forward 10 minutes. A squad of Tritons has already steamrolled a group of soldiers. One of them, barely hanging on, crawls to his captain. Stop fighting. Tons of people have spotted a massive wave of Tritons coming from behind us. If we get surrounded, he gasps, it's all over. We have to fall back now. All around them, wounded soldiers are groaning in pain. The captain replies, yeah, if we die here, we're locked out for a whole month. No money for a month means our landlords are going to kick us to the curb. So we have to pull back, or we're all dead meat. But then he shouts, hold on, don't just run. Hasn't anyone else noticed? It's been 10 minutes. Exactly 10 minutes since we spotted them. That's precisely how long they said it would take for them to reach us. The soldiers stare into the unnerving silence, muttering that not a single monster has broken through the line. They exchange nervous glances, asking what this could possibly mean. Why has the horde suddenly stopped? Could some transcendent power be pulling the strings from the shadows? The captain's voice is grim. This means someone is out there. Someone impossibly strong. To pin down that many Tritons at once. We're talking about an elite squad of adventurers fighting for their absolute lives. Cut to our hero sprinting across the field with an ocean of Tritons crashing right behind him. A wild grin spreads across Jiang's face as he skids to a halt. He unleashes a torrent of fire, triggering a devastating chain of explosions. Kai notes he's already torched over 20 of the beasts. But it's a slow grind as they keep trickling in 1 or 2 at a time. Suddenly, a piercing scream rips through the air. It's the seer. She's shrieking about a mob of monsters swarming her position, while Ruin is also getting completely overwhelmed by a pack of tritons. A storm of flames erupts from the protagonist. "Get to cover, both of you," he roars. "Leave the rest of this trash to me." Yang's voice crackles with panic. "You've pulled in hundreds of them. There's no way you can solo that entire horde." Ruin agrees, his breath heavy. "Dude, we were barely handling one or two at a time. This is suicide." Zhang smirks. "Yeah, picking them off one by one is kind of a drag, I'll admit. But what you guys don't get is that my power was never meant for single target takedowns. It was built for crowd control." Then Kai detonates his true power, and a tidal wave of fire incinerates 257 tritons in a single jaw-dropping blast. His two teammates are absolutely speechless. Is that what he can really do? Back on the main battlefield, the soldiers witness a colossal explosion lighting up the rear guard. What in the world was that? Huang Da reports to his father, his voice buzzing with disbelief. "Sir, the Triton wave from the rear. It's just vanished. Massive numbers just gone. Did the military reinforcements get here already?" Tong frowns, questioning the report. "That's impossible. I just got off the comms with them. There's no way they could have mobilized that fast." Tong pauses, a calculating look in his eyes. "You know what? It doesn't matter. The cavalry is here, one way or another. Signal all units. Rebalance the front line. Let's give Fang the opening he needs to focus everything he's got on taking down the king." 30 minutes later, Fang is still hammering the boss. A system notification chimes. The king's remaining health has been chipped away. It has plummeted to 65%. The soldiers erupt in cheers, screaming that they've knocked off a third of the boss's health. For the first time, it feels like they actually have a shot at winning this. But then the ground trembles. The boss begins to transform. Huang Da shouts a warning to everyone. "Brace yourselves. We've triggered phase 2. He's entered fury mode." In his fury phase, the boss's speed becomes absolutely insane, a literal blur of motion that's impossible to track, let alone dodge. All Fang can do is tank the savage blows. Now their entire victory hinges on one thing. Watching the brutal onslaught, Huang Da's voice is tense. Can Fang actually withstand that kind of punishment? The relentless attacks continue, and a new notification flashes. The adventurer has 5% health remaining. A collective gasp ripples through the troops. A few men cry out, "No way." Is the great master about to fall? The warrior spits a mouthful of blood, snarling at his opponent. "You absolute monster. You really think this is enough to put me down?" A brilliant aura explodes around the warrior, pulsing with raw power, growing more and more intense with every passing second. Just as the next attack lands, he becomes completely immune to the damage. The protagonist watches intently. That's like some kind of resistance armor. Wait, does it not only block the damage but reflect it too? Could that be a transcendent level talent? The soldier's despair evaporates, replaced by roaring excitement. There's still a chance he can win this. Just hold on. Tong allows himself a confident smile. "I told you. He was chosen for a reason. That is his transcendent talent." For the next 90 seconds, it reflects 50% of all incoming damage right back at the attacker. And right now, the boss is in a mindless rage. With that insane attack speed, and its health already down to 35%, Tong's grin widens. In other words, the faster the boss attacks, the faster it kills itself. The monster's health bar starts melting away, dropping another 30% of its life. In just a few moments, victory is within their grasp. But then the pressure on the battlefield becomes suffocating. Fang's eyes go wide as he's sent flying by a blow that shatters the very air, landing with a cataclysmic impact. His defense is utterly crushed, and his health drops to 1%. Everyone stares in absolute horror. Did he just lose? The Monster King flashes a cruel, triumphant smile as Tong whispers, "We got careless. Did that boss have another trick up its sleeve?" A voice cuts through the stunned silence. An armor-piercing skill. "It's over. Fang was our ultimate trump card. If he's been taken out, this fight is lost." Elsewhere, warriors battling lesser monsters see their champion fall and cry out in despair. "He's down. It's over. We can't win." The attacks are overwhelming. One warrior captain blocks a strike, his shield cracking under the force. "I was wrong," he chokes out. "I shouldn't have brought you here." His voice is thick with regret. "I only dragged you into this to prove I was stronger than Jiang, the guy you're always talking about." But Kai never led his people to their deaths, and that's exactly what I've done here. I'm a failed captain. Tears stream down Nuwan's face as she screams the captain's name. Her partner is bleeding out on the ground, and Sue desperately scans the chaos, her voice cracking. Isn't there anyone who can save him? Their mana is completely tapped. Healing is impossible, and taking down the boss, a total pipe dream. Not when this endless horde of tritons just keeps swarming them, a relentless churning tide of monsters. This is a wipe, a total party kill. He looks around, his hope fading. Is this it? Is there really no one left to save us? Just as a monster lunges for the captain's throat, a column of pure fire erupts from nowhere, incinerating the beast. The captain's eyes go wide. A lone figure walks out of the inferno. The entire squad freezes their shock, turning to disbelief. It's him, our protagonist. He gives them a small smirk. Been a while, huh? I'll handle the boss. You guys just focus on not dying. Yuan's brain short circuits. Wait, what did he just say? Fight the boss? Did I hear that right? No way. And how? How can I feel his presence so strongly? Nuwan chimes in. I feel it too. But across the battlefield, other squads are busy grinding mobs when a bizarre energy signature pings on their radar. Yo, who's that? Why's there a solo player over there? Hold up. Is that the aura of a bloodthirsty eliminator? Back with the main group, Yuan is panicking. What is he thinking? Did he forget what that title even means? He basically just painted a giant target on his own back, and right on cue, the system screams a warning. You are now the primary target of 200,000 adventurers. Some of the other players smirk. Well, we were ready to die anyway. Didn't expect to get a shot at a bloodthirsty eliminator, though. They start cracking their knuckles. You know how much EXP you get for killing one of those guys. It's a massive payout. Honestly, this is way better than getting torn apart by Tritons. Let's get him first. A massive explosion rips through the battlefield. Sue screams, what was that? Did they just kill him? But a calm voice cuts through the smoke. Nah, that was just a critical hit. It's our boy. And you guys can't even take that. The warriors who charged him are now sprawled on the ground, health bars critical. What? What was that damage? It's insane. Wasn't he supposed to be some level 10 noob? What the hell is happening? Yuan is losing his mind with excitement. Dude, are you alright? Nuwan is just as hyped. Did you just wipe all of them? Are you seriously this OP? The captain just stares completely floored. To get away clean from a mob of players all over level 20. That's impossible. Meanwhile, Tong Da's senses flare. That kid, the one who took out Xiao Wei, he's here, and he's making a beeline straight for the boss. Why are we worried about him? Tong scoffs. Like he can actually kill the boss. We need to be focused on our own people. Our priority is minimizing casualties. But Huang Dao gets a chill down his spine. He has a terrible feeling that this kid might actually do it. Our hero presses forward, a grim look on his face. Never thought I'd be here, he thinks, cleaning up the Huang family's mess. This isn't something I would have ever done before. But a promise is a promise. He remembers the commander's words, the nation is in peril. We need more land, more resources. And as luck would have it, he had just the right tool for the job. Time to cash in. He triggers the unique skill he'd been saving. A system window flashes to life. Casino pickpocket. Skill activated. For each nearby adventurer with visual confirmation, you will drain 0.1% of their total attributes. Drained stats will be added to user. Duration, 30 minutes. After expiration skill. And all gained attributes will be permanently erased. Our protagonist smirks. I honestly thought this one-time use ability was complete garbage. 0.1%. What a joke. But I never imagined it would be so perfect. For a situation exactly like this one. Thanks to the bloodthirsty eliminator status, pretty much every single person on this battlefield has their eyes locked right on me, and the system notifications begin to flood his vision, a cascade of power-ups, siphoning 0.1% of total stats. Elsewhere, Kai is explaining the math. Look, the amount taken from each player is only about 1,000. It seems like nothing, but there are 200,000 people here, even if you're only taking 0.1% from each of them. When you add it all up, the final number is absolutely monstrous. That's not even the main issue, Huang Dao interrupts, his voice strained. Now that the kid is powering up this fast, he might actually make it to the boss. So, what? Tong yells back. But Huang Dao just holds up his wrist. My scanner just reclassified his stats. It just says, terrifying. His total stats. They're already higher than mine. Tong's face turns purple with rage. Back with our MC, he's wading through the elite mobs. General class, shark-toothed Triton. The beast lunges its maw wide open. Watching from afar, Huang Da scoffs. He's not even trying to dodge. I don't know if those stats are legit or not, but the bite from a shark-toothed Triton is something even a level 60 adventurer has to respect. Looks like his little power trip ends here. Our protagonist simply clenches his fist. He winds back and unleashes a single punch that sends the monster careening into the distance. The crowd goes silent. He did that with his bare hands, and that he straight up deleted a general-level Triton with nothing but his bare fists. Are those numbers for real? Could he actually solo the boss chilling in Jiang's zone, a place swarming with commander-level Tritons? Kai just keeps bulldozing forward, crushing the Tritons in his path with ridiculous, overwhelming force, when suddenly he feels a bizarre sensation. Huang Da scoffs that he's getting way ahead of himself, claiming you need a special skill or some high-tier equipment just to ignore a commander-level Triton's roar. He then questions what good all those stacked attributes are if that's all he's got. Tong just shakes his head, muttering, that kid really doesn't get it. He's convinced Kai just wants to steal the boss kill, that this whole display is just a cheap illusion. As everyone watches, someone strolls up holding a drink. It's Ruin who declares he'll never be second best to anyone, not even the captain himself, and tells them to stop trying to rizz up his captain. Ruin smacks the monster, and gripes that not even a high-value man like himself can get its attention. He announces he's about to give it a kiss that transcends species. He leans in to plant one on the opponent, declaring that, this time, nobody is going to blow up his wife. Ruin keeps on kissing as the monster gets absolutely enraged and just yeets him into the ground. He just comments that they're pretty feisty, adding that he likes how unique it is. The system then sends a notification. Apparently, this can drastically cut down the damage received, but thanks to the pure chaos, the situation is still completely unstable. Tong just asks, who is that guy? He's wondering if that dude really just ignored the Commander Triton's roar and then tanked a direct hit, single-handedly drawing the commander's aggro. The protagonist pushes himself up and wonders why they followed him, thinking he specifically told them to stay back. A voice fires back, asking if he seriously thought they were just going to leave him hanging. Yan activates her ability, Prayer of Rain, and tells him to push forward, warning him that the drunk isn't going to last much longer because the level gap with the commander is just way too massive. Ruin charges the monster one more time. Jiang just watches completely stunned. Then he cracks a smile and says it's fine, admitting he really can't do anything to stop them. A few players ask if that woman actually just cast a prayer. To summon rain, what good would that do? They question if a little water is seriously going to drown this many Tritons. Kai says he'll leave this area to them, and Nuon asks if these people don't even understand the basics of physics. The crowd tells them to wait and look at the sky, and they finally see that what's falling isn't rain. It's a storm of enormous stones. Someone shouts, asking if that's not a hailstorm and why it's hitting everyone, friend and foe alike. He explains that they're taking advantage of the brutally cold climate of Everfrost Island. The Prayer of Rain naturally morphs into a devastating hailstorm, turning a skill with zero offensive power into an attack that can now hammer 200,000 people at once, which gives him immense satisfaction. The captain lays all this out, explaining that if the Prayer of Rain can lock down the enemy's movements, they'll become sitting ducks. Now with the hailstorm grabbing all the Tritons' attention, they can't unleash their roar attack, giving the team a clean shot to bypass them and face the boss. The protagonist stands frozen, watching the Tritons get completely distracted by the hail, unable to fight back, as Yan reminds him that they are a team, and that he doesn't have to do all the fighting by himself. Jiang glances to the side and sees the warrior, noting that he finally took out a Triton. Meanwhile, Ruin is just complaining that they killed his wife again. Kai asks himself why he should fight alone, admitting that he totally underestimated them. He thanks everyone. A series of intense booms echoes and a massive explosion erupts, wiping out every single Triton in a single devastating blow. Everyone is even more floored, and Huang Da stammers, asking if he actually just obliterated the commander-level Triton. He says it took more than a dozen teams just to survive this long, questioning what kind of insane strength that even is, and what kind of monster he is. The protagonist thinks to himself that the attributes he's leveled up are already terrifying on their own, but if he lands a critical hit, not even the King of Hell himself could stop him now. Jiang steps forward and says that he's finally facing him, commenting that from a distance he looked pretty intimidating, but up close, he's just seriously ugly. The Monster King's health is currently at 35%. The other players are fuming. They can't believe that kid actually made it to the boss, asking if he's seriously about to take him on. Yan screams for him to go all out, and Kai shoots like a rocket straight toward the king. The captain says it's all over, stating that the boss is about to pop its berserker attack again with that ridiculous speed and damage, and that there's absolutely no way the kid can withstand it. But the protagonist moves with blinding speed, effortlessly weaving between the attacks, and wondering if this is really supposed to be fast, thinking that it's clearly still slow enough to dodge. He remembers that ace from the Huang family, and questions why that guy ever decided to face this attack head-on. Jiang just smirks, and people in the crowd ask if they saw that right, saying that he whiffed once and that the kid managed to dodge every single one of the boss's attacks, just as you'd expect from the captain. Or was it? With agility that leaves the boss in the dust, Kai fluidly sidesteps another clumsy swing from the beast. Too slow, he scoffs before erupting in a column of pure flame, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The king's health bar plummets to a mere 25%. Every jaw in the vicinity hits the floor. Someone stammers out, "Did that bloodthirsty eliminator just vaporize 10% of the boss's health in one shot?" They're all thinking it. At this rate, the kid could solo this thing in minutes. What kind of broken damage stat is that? The ground still trembles. The monster struggles to its feet, locking eyes with our hero. The air crackles with tension. The crowd is losing their minds. Not even Fang, they whisper, could make the boss get serious like this. Is this kid actually forcing the king to go all out? Kai just smirks. Finally decided to use those legs, huh? Roaring with pure fury, the king unhinges its massive jaw, unleashing a wave of raw pressure. Kai, smiling effortlessly, weaves away. Not falling for the same lame trick twice, he taunts. The monster smashes down again, the impact shaking the very earth. Is he dead? Did the bloodthirsty eliminator get wiped out? Someone yells. For a split second, the monster freezes, and in that instant, its weapon shatters into a million pieces. The protagonist appears from the dust. You're aiming at the wrong guy. The king stares at its empty hands in disbelief. As the smoke clears, Jiang strolls forward. What's wrong? Misplace your toy. Forgot how to fight now. The surrounding warriors are absolutely stunned. Did he actually just destroy the boss's weapon? What kind of freak of nature is this guy? Has anyone on Ghost Star ever pulled off a stunt like that before? Kai sighs bored. Fighting you is just a waste of my time. Let's wrap this up. He unleashes his inferno once more, the flames greedily consuming the monster. The king collapses to its knees, critically wounded. With only 15% of its health left, Jiang unleashes a relentless barrage, culminating in a blindingly powerful explosion. The monster shrieks in agony as its life force dwindles to a pathetic 5%. Still feel like looking down on me now? Kai asks. I got tired of that arrogant look on your face a long time ago. He continues to pump out a relentless stream of fire. The final detonation is terrifyingly huge, incinerating the king in a pillar of light. The entire battlefield falls silent. Every eye is glued to the scene as the king's massive body crashes to the ground. Jiang watches confident, as his defeated foe lies motionless. Tong seethes with rage. He really beat the boss, and walked away without a single scratch. A new figure approaches Vice Commander Wei Ying of the city's military. Lu reported, he says, coolly. That Huang Tong sent an urgent request for military aid, but now that I'm here, I don't see anything that required our help. Beside him, Lu Jun adds, I never would have guessed the tide of this battle would turn because of that one young man. The very one the commander took such a special interest in. Our hero looks to the sky. The ice and rain have stopped, but the boss still needs to be finished off. Tong's face twists. We can't let him get the kill, all guild members. Listen to my command. Forget the Tritons. Take out the bloodthirsty eliminator, no matter the cost. He bellows. Whoever kills the bloodthirsty eliminator gets a 50 million radiant holy coin bonus. But if you let him land the final blow, he snarls, none of you will see a single coin from this battle. The soldiers hesitate. We're not waiting for a bonus of 50 million won, mutters. We're waiting for the reward we earned. How are our families supposed to eat next month? Another cries out. My kids need medicine. Who gives a damn about the Tritons anymore? A man shouts. We gotta kill the bloodthirsty eliminator or we all get screwed. The mob surges forward only for the Tritons to crash into their exposed backs, cutting several of them down. As the warriors scatter in chaos, Jiang watches calmly. So the Huang family failed to take down the boss themselves. And now that they see I can do it, they'd rather have me killed. He then strolls over and helps a wounded Fang to his feet. You're the strongest fighter the Huang family has, Kai says. And you're not dead yet. Fang coughs confused. What do you want from me? You already crippled the boss. Why don't you just finish it? Kai grins. I'm good at leaving things with just a sliver of health. Besides, whoever said I wanted to steal your kill? Look, if I take the kill, the mega-rich Huang family won't even feel it. It'll be a minor loss for them. But what about those 200,000 people you threatened to screw over? I'll act on behalf of your family. The final blow needs to be struck right now. Fang looks utterly stunned as Jiang shoves him forward. Go do it now. They're all coming for you. Do this for yourself. Fang roars, channeling the last of his energy and slamming it into the beast. The monster lets out one final, agonizing scream before it dies. The system alert flashes. The Transcendent from the Wanwu Guild has defeated the Triton Lord. The crowd erupts. Was that the Great Fang? The boss goes down, and a tremor rocks the battlefield. The air crackles with raw power as the very ground beneath them begins to spiderweb with fissures. As the Tritons scramble back into the depths, the warriors start piecing it together. One of the top rankers was the one who actually defeated the boss. The so-called bloodthirsty eliminator didn't get the kill, which means the reward is theirs for the taking. Tong demands, what the hell is going on? Did we really win? Was Fang the one who landed the final blow? Huang Dao narrows his eyes, wondering if that kid actually threw the fight on purpose. A smirk plays across our hero's lips as the other warriors erupt. We won, and then the realization dawns on them. The bloodthirsty eliminator is actually a good dude. He handed them the boss kill, a true hero fighting for the country and for the people. Ju is ecstatic. My boy is on another level. His generosity is insane. The captain, completely stunned, admits he had to see it to believe it. He declares, that kid completely won me over today. He's the real MVP of this entire battle. Yan chimes in. See, the bloodthirsty eliminator is so kind. Now everyone knows just how legendary our captain is. She proudly adds, and don't you forget who scouted him. The crowd starts turning. You know, thinking back, the Huang family was straight up foul for what they did. They basically sent us on a suicide mission, and when things went south, they tried to pin all the blame on us. Tong snaps, telling them to get down here. He calls them a bunch of greedy capitalists and spits. You got the cash to face me. One-on-one, or are you too scared? That's the last straw. A flood of resignation notices hits the guild. Huang Da panics. This is really bad. Losing 200,000 members at once, plus all these negative reviews. Our family's reputation is going to be in the gutter. Tong, seething with rage, vows, I will never forget that kid's face. He barks at his crew, we're leaving, now. He declares, next time we're getting our payback. Suddenly, a new energy emerges. Fang approaches our hero. The name's Fang. I owe you one. But I gotta ask, how in the world did you pull off those stats? Our MC introduces himself and replies that his current attributes were just from a one-time use skill. Fang's eyes go wide. Are you for real? An ability that broken is just a one and done. Does something like that even exist? Jiang explains. It's not permanent. The effect disappears after it's used. I just piggybacked off the Bloodthirsty Eliminator's penalty debuff. But just as he finishes his sentence, a massive tail erupts from the water coiling around Jiang's body. It yanks him under the surface, holding him in a bone-crushing grip. Yan immediately dives in. What's happening to my captain? She screams. Fang's face turns grim. He's your captain. Then, I'm afraid I have some terrible news. Your friend, he explains most likely, just triggered the boss's death vengeance. The seer asks, terrified death vengeance. What's that? Fang's voice is low. It's a unique skill some bosses have. A final curse you from beyond the grave. And trust me, it is absolutely terrifying. When a defeated boss manages to land this curse on a player, that player suffers an unspeakable punishment. Getting tortured to death is just the warm-up. But that's not even the scariest part. For the people who get hit with this, after they die on Ghostar and get sent back to Earth, the memories of the agony are so vivid, so unbearable, that most of them choose to end their own lives. Yan is paralyzed with fear. Is that going to happen to him? She chokes out tears streaming down her face. Please tell me you're lying. Meanwhile, deep underwater, our hero is fighting for consciousness. Why does it feel he thinks like my entire body is about to be pulverized? What even is this thing? Jiang is completely pinned, a monstrous shadow next to him, radiating an aura of pure dread. The creature's tail tightens its death grip around him. Jiang wonders what just invaded his body. The pain is off the charts. Just then, a system notification pops. Unique ability Casino Pickpocket is now expiring. All acquired attributes will soon vanish. He gets it now. This thing is torturing him. The only thing keeping him alive are those boosted stats. The second they're gone, he's dead. Instantly. The monster lets out a horrifying shriek as another system window appears. Detected ghost of the Triton Lord's lingering resentment. Jiang roars gradual elimination. A countdown begins. He feels the pressure. Released Jiang breaks free from the coils, slamming onto the ground. He realizes the skill must have severed the connection, letting his body return to normal. But the phantom monster stares him down, and Jiang knows his body is way too weak to make a run for it. There's only one option left, go all in with what little power he has remaining. A system window flashes, remove steel spike, remove short spike. Jiang makes a choice. He's going to use those stolen stats to fight back. An impossibly bright light erupts from his body. The pressure becomes immense, followed by a deafening explosion. When the smoke finally clears, the monster has been obliterated. Jiang collapses panting. Is it, finally, over? The system chimes in. Congratulations, you have successfully escaped the Triton Lord's death vengeance. You have explored a treasure-filled region from which none have ever returned. Welcome to the Triton's subterranean kingdom. A chilling notification flashes across his vision. Inside the treasure hall of the frozen Triton Lord, the walls themselves begin to groan as a countdown to collapse ignites. He has 10 minutes. 10 minutes to snatch a fortune and escape with his life. Another countdown? The protagonist scoffs. What's the penalty for failing this time? The system's reply is, brutal failure means permanent death, and every single piece of loot he's collected from the boss vanishes. Every treasure will be erased from existence. The only way to keep the hoard is to make it out alive. Jiang realizes the clock is already ticking. He cracks a grin. Doesn't matter. I'm grabbing everything that isn't nailed down, and then I'm bouncing, even if I have to cut it close. Kai throws open a door, and is met with a blinding cascade of gold and jewels. The system chimes in, congratulating him for discovering the Triton elixir. It informs him that chugging the potion will grant him a massive 60 attribute points. Without a second's hesitation, he starts drinking it down. The system prompts him, how do you wish to distribute your attribute points? Jiang's response is instant and absolute, put it all into agility. More alerts flood his screen. He's located the boss's rare treasure chest. Let's go, Jiang exclaims. He scans the room, realizing it's packed with high-tier gear. Everything looks to be A rank at minimum. He glances at the timer, 7 minutes remaining. If I move fast enough, I can make it, he thinks. But then, a friendly reminder from the system pops up, warning him about the 90-second time limit. Apparently, all treasure chests in this underground labyrinth are on a 90-second fuse and must be looted immediately. Wait, the chests have individual timers, Kai blurts out, scrambling to grab everything in a frenzy as a wave of pure exhaustion slams into him. A new notification congratulates him on finding the Tears of Regret, informing him that using 10 of them can completely remove the bloodthirsty eliminator status. This couldn't have come at a better time, the protagonist says. I'm using every last one on myself right now. The situation is unbelievable. Not only has he stumbled upon a mountain of treasure, but he just cleansed himself of that crippling debuff. Just then, Jiang spots something out of place. Off to the side, he sees a single piece of paper as more system notifications begin to pour in. He's congratulated for discovering a special recipe for career advancement, an item that can be used to complete a unique class progression. Jung's mind races. He knows that after explorers hit level 20, they're forced to advance their class before they can gain another level. He stares at the item, wondering if it can truly unlock a special job promotion at level 20. An item like this shouldn't even exist. The next day, a somber scene unfolds. His friends have set up a portrait of the protagonist, holding a memorial service, believing he perished in the dungeon. They surround the picture with flowers. It's been so long since the captain showed up, one of them murmurs. Do you think what Fong said was true? Another asks. The seer is crying his eyes out, saying, and he even bragged that he would escape certain death. He was a genius, he wails, taken from us far too early. Ruin is also weeping, lamenting his tragic and gruesome death. Suddenly, a scraping sound echoes from the rocks below. Yang immediately whips around, dropping into a fighting stance. She warns her partner to be on guard, whispering, those accursed tritons are crawling out of their holes again. The two of them start hurling snowballs down the cliff, declaring they won't let any filthy triton profane their captain's funeral. A snowball smacks Jiang squarely in the head. He loses his grip and plummets, screaming, who the hell just did that? He shouts from the bottom of the cliff, I had finally clawed my way to the exit. Yang pauses, commenting that the voice sounds oddly familiar. Ruin yells down, there's an ugly fishman down there. That throw was for the captain. Moments later, the protagonist is scrambling back up the cliff and chasing after the two of them, yelling, hey, it's been a while, hasn't it? The two continue to flee as Zhang's tone shifts instantly. Are you two actually trying to assassinate your captain? Do you have any idea how much work it took to climb up here only for you to knock me off? He roars. They can only reply, it was an accident. Over in city number 18 at the main base for the Ghost Star login portal, a voice cuts in. What's the status? Did you manage to locate the boy at his offline address? They ask. The staff member shakes his head, replying that they did not. However, he continues, we did uncover the reason for his sudden surge in attributes. He activated a single-use ability. It's a one-and-done item. It can't be used a second time. The commander nods, remarking that this makes sense for a level 20 newbie. If someone could just randomly gain tens of thousands of attribute points, he states, then there would be no point for Transcendence to train anymore. Lu chimes in. Normally, anyone hit by the boss's vengeance is already dead and logged out by now. Is it possible he's still in there suffering? He asks. The blonde man scoffs. Who on earth could endure that kind of torture for so long? He states confidently, I'm telling you that kid is definitely finished. But Wei counters, don't use common logic to try and figure him out. He poses a question, is there any other possibility we should be considering? For instance, what if he actually survived? What if he not only endured the boss's vengeance, he continues, but also managed to find the secret treasure? The blonde man just laughs in his face. No, he says, that's absolutely impossible. In the entire 50-year history of Ghost Star, something like that has never happened. Barely anyone survived the Vengeance Gauntlet with its secret treasures intact, and the ones who did were all top-tier Transcendents. Dude, I've only been on Ghost Star for a month, June says. I never even had a shot. Facing the boss's wrath, the commander asks his subordinate if he's sure, adding that his gut is telling him something. This kid can pull it off. Just then, Lon bursts through the door announcing, someone just listed an item. On the trading platform, everyone's head whips around. Who is it? Is it really a big enough deal to announce a private sale? Lon's voice is tense. It's Jiang. Not only is he not dead, he just opened a private shop on Ghost Star, and the total value of his listings is over 400 million radiant holy coins. The room falls silent. A few moments later, June, pulling up the logs, confirms. He just flash sold 1.8 kilograms of green phantom ore. The blonde man gasps. That's valued at 18 million radiant holy coins. Lu chimes in. On top of that, 3 kilos of special-grade deep white iron crystal were also sold. For 63 million, the blonde man asks, shocked. June continues the list. There's also resilient ironstone, deep iron crystal, deep black iron crystal, obsidian steel, fossil, and yellowstone ore. The blonde man calculates, wait, are all those items worth more than 100 million? They can't believe it. Did this kid really just unload everything? For a massive 400 million, they realize that moving that many high-level items at once means only one thing. The commander smirks. I knew he'd find the boss's secret stash, he declares. The boy absolutely did not disappoint. A few hours later, in Radiant City on Ghost Star, Lon notes that the Huang family has suddenly shown up looking for Jiang, like they want to talk business. Over at the item exchange, one of the crew says, it's insane we had to set up a private sales channel to move that much loot. The protagonist sighs. I lost a fortune in commission fees, though. Feels like a total waste. Even so, Yan points out, with 0 losses and a massive haul from the war, it was the only way to sell it all. Ruin grins. Hey, this is the kind of problem I'm happy to have. Jiang nods in agreement. You got that right. Plus, he adds, I held back some of the best stuff for you guys. It's time to divvy up the boss loot. Kai starts the distribution. The deep ice jade is for Yan. The gem has a frost effect. If you combine it with your prayer of rain technique, you might be able to summon an actual blizzard. Then, turning to Ruin, he says, the shield is yours. It can flash freeze an opponent the moment it makes contact. Our hero adds, and besides the gear, I also snagged some eternal fragments we can use to boost our skills. He lays it all out for them. There are 2 ways for any class to level up their abilities. The first is with specific skill books, which you can pretty much only get from monster, treasure chests, or special quests. The second is what I looted from the Triton Lord's chest. A universal upgrade material that can power up any skill you have, the Eternal Fragment. These Eternal Fragments are so incredibly rare, they're basically priceless on the open market. The second one gets listed for sale. It's Instabought. A single fragment can go for as much as 500,000 Radiant Holy Coins. And the cost to upgrade a skill just depends on how powerful it is. The more a skill is built for raw combat, and the higher its level, the more Eternal Fragments it's going to devour. For now, he tells his stunned friends, take these Eternal Fragments and make them count, my dear friends. Because in that moment, to Yan, Ruin, and Kai, it felt like they'd struck gold standing in a mountain of unimaginable wealth. The seer and the drunkard rush over. They latch onto his legs, sobbing, we prayed for your kindness every single day. We blessed you. We swore that even if you died, your soul would ascend to the heavens. The protagonist just wants them to stop. Get off my leg, you two. A cold voice cuts through the chaos. Have you no shame? It's Huang Da. He sneers. A pack of gutter rats who don't care about their image. How typical. They just stare at him confused. Huang Da continues. I'm only here to give you a warning. Don't get cocky. And don't think for a second that just because the military is protecting you, you can keep messing with my family. His voice drops to a menacing tone. I came to tell you one thing. I am going to absolutely crush you in the upcoming guild challenge. I'll prove to the military that you're nothing but useless trash unworthy of their protection. And after they finally ditch you, you better be ready to die by my hand. Jiang is completely lost. What challenge? What are you even talking about? The seer jumps in. You really don't know. The guild challenge is a massive competition hosted by the military. It's how they find the most powerful forces among all the guilds. The minimum level to even enter is 20. The competition is split into 4 insane tiers with brackets kicking off every 20 levels all the way up to the level 100 cap. Every single guild has to deploy a squad of at least 5 players for some straight-up PvP against other crews in their same tier. Only the top 3 from each tier will be crowned champions, and because the military is offering up some seriously epic rewards, you already know every guild shows up packing their rosters with a ton of absolute monsters. Kai announces that he's sitting this one out personally, and then questions why Huang is even bothering to compete. He just brushes it off, saying it doesn't even matter because their latest loot haul was insane, and mentions he needs to log off for a bit, to go see his family. We'll link up again next time, he says. Cut to Earth inside the nation of radiant holy light. In Zhongsong City, a voice pipes up. Why on earth did you buy a mountain of supplements? How much did all of this even set you back? Kai shoots back. Dude, didn't you just have surgery? I was low-key worried that regular meals weren't gonna be enough. The patient admits he also bought a few things but says this is just way too much, complaining that it looks like they're stocking a grain silo. The older brother points out that the hospital is already draining their wallets, and that if he keeps blowing money like this, as soon as he's discharged and can work, he's going to chip in to lighten the financial load. Kai just waves it off, remembering how his brother's dream back in the day was to become a transcendent and throw down with the beast gods for humanity's sake. After he gets out of the hospital, he'll just become an explorer, he says. The older brother then asks how a person even becomes an explorer, and adds that besides traveling to Ghostar is crazy expensive, and just him going is already more than they can handle. That's when our protagonist taps his watch, pulling up his bank account balance and telling him what he said before. Stop worrying about money because from this day on, you're never going to have to work again. His brother's jaw drops, asking where all that cash came from, and if that number is actually over 100 million. Kai confirms that he earned every single cent of it fair and square on Ghostar, that he's been grinding non-stop for himself and Yingzi for years, and now that this chance has come, they can finally have the life he's always wanted for them. He asks his brother, hey, you remember that time you saved both me and Yingzi on the Beast God battlefield with nothing but your own 2 hands? He continues saying that if his brother becomes a transcendent now, he's sure he'd be able to protect even more people. The older brother goes silent for a long moment and asks, his voice heavy with doubt, can someone with a body like mine, in this condition, really become a transcendent? Kai calmly slices an apple in two, offers him a piece, and says with absolute certainty, without a doubt. Later down in the outpatient department, our hero walks through the hall thinking about how he finally managed to help his older brother reignite his dream. He figures they should celebrate later, but first things first, they have to go pick up their sister, Yingzi, from school. But suddenly, something feels off. His phone buzzes. It's Liu telling him to get over there immediately. Kai bolts over asking what's so urgent, saying he's on a tight schedule because he has to go grab his sister. Liu's face is grim. That's why I'm here. It's about your sister. She was in a car crash. Up ahead, they see a bus completely mangled from a collision. Our protagonist's heart plummets and he breaks into a dead sprint. Screaming his sister's name, Liu watches him, his expression tense until a small voice calls out. It's Yingzi. I'm over here. Kai rushes to her, frantically checking if she's all right and asking what happened. Yingzi insists she's okay, explaining that the school bus got into an accident. But lucky for her, some guy saved her and said he was a friend of his. It's Fang. Kai recognizes him instantly. What are you doing here? Before he can answer, Liu steps in, saying he'll explain, but that the most critical thing to know first is that his sister's accident was no accident at all. It was a hit secretly arranged by the Huang family. He explains that since our protagonist completely humiliated the Huang family time and time again, their hatred has been festering, and now they're leveraging the military merits they got from taking down the boss of the Eternal Frozen Island to pressure the military into revoking his protection. The clout from killing that boss is massive, and the commander getting heat from the higher-ups was forced to bend, though he did manage to buy a little time. During the tense negotiations, the commander brought up the upcoming guild challenge, proposing a new condition. If the Huang family could defeat him in the challenge and prove his new class was all hype, then the military would cave to their demands. The commander was secretly hoping the kid would just lay low this time, because if he didn't, there would be no official grounds left to protect him. Liu says that's the absolute limit of what they could pull off for him, given the political pressure, and that today's incident was just the Huang family's way of flexing. He's told that if he chickens out, his family will suffer even more. Our protagonist just freezes pure, unadulterated rage coursing through him. June chimes in apologizing because, let's be real, the Huang family's power is on a whole other level. When you factor in his legendary status from the Eternal Frozen Island, some of the higher-ups in the military are starting to have second thoughts. But until someone actually gets hurt, the military's hands are tied. They have to turn a blind eye to intimidation tactics like this. So he's staring down two choices. 1. Accept the insane wager with the Huang family, or 2. Join the army as soon as possible and get official protection. Yingzi asks skeptically if the military can even be trusted to protect them. June explains that for the moment his new class gives him a ton of value, and if he enlists Commander Wei will have way more options to keep him and his family safe. At the very least, it would solve a lot of their immediate problems. His sister asks if his plan is to enlist first, but our hero imagines all the crap he'd have to deal with even inside the army, and thinks to himself, absolutely not. If he just runs to the military for cover, he knows he'll end up just like that old drunk or Feng, used up and thrown away. And if his new class doesn't live up to the hype, the Huang family will come down on his family even harder than before. Besides, the Huang family runs a massive corporate empire. In terms of resources, money, and influence, he's completely outgunned right now. But his gambler talent is a total game changer, practically doubling his experience point gain compared to other players at his level. This gives him a massive edge in total stats and critical damage when he's up against opponents on his tier. And even when facing higher-level enemies, if he plays his cards right, he can still pull off a counterattack. The best part is because his profession is brand new, the Huang family has no idea what he's truly capable of, and that's not even all of his hidden advantages. A slow grin spreads across Jiang's face. This is perfect. Instead of playing defense and just waiting to get crushed, it's time to go all in. He decides he's going to use this moment with the military as his witness to settle this bet with the Huang family, once and for all. And he's going to make it public so every single person in Holy Radiance knows what's going down. As long as he can crush the Huang family, the military will be forced to take his new class seriously and continue to protect him. At the same time, with everything out in the open, if the Huang family dares to make a move against him again, they'll have to deal with the heat from both the public and the armed forces. June says, well, if no one else has a better idea, I'll start getting the enlistment papers ready. Our hero stops him, pointing out that for the guild challenge, you have to roll up with a 5-person squad. But our crew is only 3 deep right now, he says, so can I borrow Pillar and Nuon from the military? June is completely thrown off. What are you talking about? Jiang just looks at him dead serious and says, I'm doing it. I'm accepting the challenge. June immediately tries to talk him down, telling him not to be so reckless, reminding him that this isn't just a challenge. He's picking a fight with the colossal power that is the Huang family. Jiang just tells him not to sweat it. My head has never been clearer, he says calmly. He thanks him for laying out the options but explains that everyone has to walk their own path, and the path he's chosen is to be the master of his own fate. He declares, I am going to defeat the Huang family in the guild challenge. June insists he's just being impulsive, but suddenly, a slow clap echoes in the room, followed by a voice saying, "If you've got the guts for it, then you've got my support." They all whip their heads around to see a blonde-haired man who introduces himself with a smirk. The name's Deus Negro. He promises that if Jiang really goes head-to-head with the Huangs, he personally guarantees he'll handle things on his end. Fang chimes in saying he respects his courage and still owes him a favor, promising to keep an eye on the Huang family. "And if they dare to lay a finger on your family," he vows, "I'll let you know immediately." Yingzi adds that she's behind her brother, 100%. June throws his hands up in frustration. "You guys aren't kids anymore, so why are you all being so reckless?" The blonde guy just chuckles, commenting that the two of them have always been this way. June sighs, admitting that he can't stop them by himself anyway, and that Commander Wei had already told him to give the kid extra support. So from now on, he declares, "I'll take responsibility for your family's safety. You just put all your energy into preparing for the challenge." Jiang clasps his hands together, looks at each of them by name, and says with genuine gratitude, "Seriously, thank you all for the concern and help today." He promises that if they ever need his help down the road, he'll be there to repay the favor, no questions asked. Later that night, Yingzi looks around confused. "Are you serious about house hunting at this time of night?" The protagonist's expression is grim as he replies, deadly serious. "The Huang family has shown their true colors. There's no way," he continues, "that you and our older brother can keep living in those slums with such terrible security." Yingzi suddenly stops realizing where they are. "Wait a minute, I got lost. This is the district with the mansions that cost hundreds of millions." She says there's no way they can afford a place like this. Jiang just pulls out a sleek VIP card and says with a smirk, "You're not wrong," declaring this place their new home. Yingzi is completely floored, stammering as she asks if this is for real, gushing that the pool is insanely beautiful and the living room is absolutely massive, probably bigger than their entire old house. She points out the dining room, her eyes wide at the ridiculously long table, exclaiming how they could fit a whole feast on it. She even mentions that her frail brother could use the space for his workouts, but then she stops dead, her voice catching as she whispers, "Wait, is that my bedroom?" Kai confirms it with a nod, asking if she likes the new setup. Yingzi exclaims that she doesn't just like it, she absolutely loves it. Wondering aloud if she's dreaming because everything is just too perfect, questioning if this can truly be their life now. Our protagonist assures her it's 100% real, that this is their new home, but he adds that this is just the start. He promises that from now on, with him and their big brother by her side, she'll never have to worry about struggling to survive again, because their life is only going to level up from here. A genuine smile spreads across Yingzi's face. The next day, two soldiers wonder if they completely bombed their evaluation and got ditched by the military. Ju reminds his partner that the captain told them a new CO would be taking temporary command and that their orders were to wait, but he admits the whole situation feels sketchy and abrupt. Nuon agrees, saying that none of it makes sense. At that exact moment, a voice calls out to them, announcing that he'll be their guide, and asking why they look so bummed out. Zhang strolls into view. They stare, asking if he's the new captain, and Kai simply confirms that he is. They demand to know the real story, asking if he's finally decided to enlist. Our hero shuts that idea down fast. He explains he's not joining the military. He's just temporarily requisitioning some personnel from the armed forces to team up for a high-stakes guild challenge that's going down in 1 month. He reveals that the scummy Huang family muscled the military, cashing in old favors from the Eternal Frozen Island campaign just to get revenge on him, even stooping so low as to threaten his sister's life. The commander, to get him out of a jam, made a bet with the Huang family, centering on the guild challenge. If Kai wins, they have to back off for good. That's why this is a must-win situation, to put the Huang family in their place once and for all. He then asks if they're willing to help him. The two are instantly fired up and agree, outraged that those cowards would dare to target his sister, but then they hesitate, asking if he's sure he wants to team up with them. Jiang asks what the problem is. Ju explains that the military has a brutal, internal evaluation system where all new recruits get put through an initial assessment and get a combat rank from E all the way up to SSS. On top of that, every 2 months, the Army holds new periodic evaluations. If any soldier stays stuck at E rank for 6 straight months, they get the boot. During their initial test, Nuon only managed to score a C rank, while Ju admits he gets spooked easily, which landed him with the lowest possible score. He's afraid he'll just be dead weight, and Nuon says she feels the exact same way. Our hero tells them not to sweat it, since they'll only be teammates for 1 month, and once the guild challenge is wrapped up, he'll head back to his military duties. He guarantees that by their next reassessment, their ranks will be A tier at the absolute minimum. Ju can hardly believe it and asks if he's for real, pointing out that they're fresh out of the beginner zone and questioning if Kai can really carry them that hard. Nuon adds that normally, a captain has to be level 15 or higher, asking if he's even at that level yet. A new voice cuts in, scoffing that level 15 is nothing. It's the seer who casually announces that Kai is already level 20 and is already trying to figure out how to pull off a class change. Ruin nods in agreement. John realizes he forgot to make introductions and gestures to the new guys, explaining they're the new teammates. John introduces herself, saying she's heard the captain talk about them a lot. Ruin introduces himself too, and after a quick round of hellos, Ju and Nuon are just standing there, jaws on the floor. The reason they're still level 9 newbies while Kai has already blasted his way to level 20. But Kai just says, that's nothing, and declares his next mission is to get every single one of them to level 20 before the challenge kicks off. Because that's how they're going to stomp those scumbags from the Huang family. Ruin asks if he heard that right, and Ju exclaims that if he can really pull that off for them, he's a legit leveling god. The seer comments that for anyone else, it would be a fantasy, but she has total faith that their captain can do it. Feeling the hype, Nuon suggests that since they're a real team now, they should come up with a cool name. Our protagonist agrees and asks if anyone has ideas. Ruin immediately suggests the Fire God Squad, explaining that it represents the 5 of them going all out and unleashing their full power. Jiang says that for today and tomorrow, they're going to rest and recharge their batteries. Then at the crack of dawn on the following day, the Fire God Squad will charge headfirst into monster territory. The whole team roars with approval, buzzing with excitement. From the shadows of the testing area, Kai watches them during the rookie trial, his gaze sharp and silent. The protagonist announces that in a matter of hours, they're hitting their endgame, the City of Holy Radiance. The second they drop back onto Ghost Star, the real game begins, and he throws a look at his partner, asking if the pressure is getting to him. Drew shakes his head, saying he's solid for now, but then confesses his deepest fear that he'll never manage to unlock his signature talent, the Warrior's Heart. John's brow furrows. Bro, what are you even talking about? You've been a straight-up beast the last 2 days, keeping us both alive in every single fight. Drew admits that even though he fought like a demon and protected them, a bone-deep fear is still lurking inside him, a fear that was only numbed by the high-octane chaos of battle. To truly activate Warrior's Heart, he has to be absolutely fearless to his core, to genuinely believe he's an unstoppable force of nature, and he's just not there yet. Kai processes this, his mind racing. From what he knows, Drew's Warrior's Heart talent is a certified game changer. It's designed to dish out insane bonuses to all his stats with every single level up or promotion. On top of that, this ability can unleash devastating combat effects. We're talking knockbacks, armor penetration, shockwaves, and pure sword energy strikes. It's a legendary tier talent, no question. But there's a catch: these effects scale directly with the user's courage and self-belief. In his current headspace, Drew's confidence is so low he can only pop the basic knockback effect when he unleashes a Quake Strike. The entire point of this leveling trial is to forge his courage and fully awaken that beastly talent. Until then, Kai spots an opportunity to get a power-up of his own. He's already passed 55 Eternal Fragments over to Yan and Ruin. The remaining 50 are his to spend on upgrading his own skills: Phantom Hand Flying Cards and Phantom Eye Focus. He commands the system to boost both abilities. A notification flashes as the system initiates the enhancement, flagging that the cost has spiked by 110%. The protagonist sees the result, and a smirk plays on his lips. This is fire. After upgrading Phantom Hand Flying Cards, the piercing power for thrown objects is up by 10%, but for his actual cards, the penetration has skyrocketed by a massive 50%. Sure, the cost also jumped by 10%, but he figures that's still completely within a manageable range. System alerts begin to flash. It seems that players who truly lose themselves in the heat of battle after grinding for ages find their hands moving with uncanny speed. The system congratulates him. He's just unlocked a brand new state for Phantom Hand Flying Cards. What's this new state? Jiang wonders aloud. The system's reply is Epic Gambler's Hour. Then, the patch notes drop upon entering Gambler mode. Attack speed skyrockets by 100%. This insane buff lasts for a solid 10 seconds, but you can't use any external items or skills. The downside: during this state, his stamina and mental energy will be drained by a staggering 220%. Jiang smirks. A 100% increase. So my attack speed is literally doubled. Bet. But the system isn't done. Phantom Eye Focus has officially hit its max level. His visual range and eye tracking capabilities just got a massive 60% boost, though the mental energy cost for using it is also climbing by 120%. Kai nods, processing the information. Just as I figured, the Phantom Eye's focus feature got a major upgrade. He breaks it down better, range and tracking, but a much bigger drain on his power. Then he drops another bombshell, and that's not all. Phantom Eye Fire just unlocked a new state too. The system chimes in again. In any game of chance, a player needs more than just lightning-fast hands. They need a stone-cold poker face, the power to deceive their rivals and keep them from reading their next move. With a final ping, it congratulates him on unlocking the additional state Deception. This skill messes with an opponent's judgment. just by making eye contact. Its effectiveness all comes down to the mental power gap between them getting infinitely close to zero. If the enemy's mind is way stronger, but it never hits a negative, no matter how powerful the opponent is, they can still be affected even if it's just a little. Best of all, there's absolutely no chance of it backfiring. The protagonist is hyped. This deception effect, even if it's weaker against top-tier enemies, is still a game changer. He can't wait to test out his two powerful new abilities. 2 days later, the crew arrives at the junction between Kings Valley and Taiping Mountain Road. This is the turf of the armored lizard. So this is it, Yan asks nervously. Are there a lot of them? She remembers hearing that. Armored lizards are level 25 monsters minimum. Nuwan's answer isn't exactly comforting. Oh yeah, a ton of them. They're pack hunters, she explains, her voice grim. The population in this territory is at least 100 strong. And that's not even counting the general class armored lizards, who are all over level 50. A general class monster is no joke. Normally, you might stumble upon 1 or 2 elite monsters in a mob of 20. But to even have a prayer of finding a general class, you'd have to battle through at least 100 regular ones. Our team is almost entirely below level 20, she points out. Are we seriously going to go head-to-head with a general class monster? Nuwan turns to him. Look, I know you managed to take down the Triton Lord all by yourself, back on the Eternal Frozen Island, and I trust your power. But this is different. This time you have a whole squad to lead. A general class armored lizard commands at least 25 common lizards and 35 elites, she warns. Isn't this way too risky? But Jiang is completely unfazed. This is about more than just EXP. We came here as a team. We're not going to get stronger by playing it safe, he declares. True growth only happens when you face real danger. It unlocks your potential. Trial by fire is the fastest way to improve, he continues. Besides, the materials for our class change usually drop in the territories of special, general class monsters or higher. Think about it, the treasure chests from white and purple armored lizards have a chance to drop the level 20 class change item for medics, the holy water, or the illusory dream core for the drunk class. And the chests from the black armored lizards, they can drop the general's blood, the level 20 class change item for a warrior apprentice. The whole squad is stunned. Level 20 class change materials were the stuff of legend. You seem way too confident about this, Yan says, eyeing him. You got some kind of trump card. A faint smile touches the protagonist's lips. Maybe I do. Deeper in the forest, Jiang points to the ground. Those tracks mean they're close. Ju speaks up. I heard you didn't even break a sweat against those elite phantom mermaids. How did you push past the fear when they appeared? Jiang just shrugs. Overcome fear, I didn't feel a thing. How is that even possible? Yuan asks, amazed. Is that something you can learn? The drunk chimes in. From what I know, the wine we drunks brew has special effects. Anne pulls out a flask. This is a level 2 wine I made after juicing my skills, with some eternal fragments. The effects are way better, it should help. He looks Ju dead in the eye. But you're a warrior apprentice, the ace of our team. Don't even think about drinking this mid-fight. Ju nods seriously. Understood, thanks. Suddenly Kai goes rigid. He launches himself forward, shouting, something's hiding under that rock ahead. An earth-shattering roar erupts from the ground, and a monster bursts out. A common armored lizard. Our hero lands softly on his feet, his gaze fixed on the creature. The fight is on. A bone-shattering roar explodes from the lizard, making everyone flinch as Yuan's knuckles turn white around his weapon. His first instinct screams for him to hold back, a sharp reminder that his own fear of direct confrontation is the very thing keeping his true talents locked away, and a thought sparks. Could this be the ultimate training session? Kai figures, it's just a run-of-the-mill armored lizard, and that pillar, even as a level 9 warrior apprentice, might not crush it easily, but he definitely isn't going to get wiped out in one hit. Ju is visibly terrified, but our hero knows he has an ace up his sleeve. If things get dicey, he can phase into the void state to effortlessly sidestep the lizard's attacks. With that, he decides to risk it, determined to prove to his partner that he's no dead weight. Yuan shouts at the captain to just attack already, when a blur of motion cuts through the air. It's Yuan himself mid-lunge, unleashing a ferocious strike against the monstrous lizard. Everyone's jaws are on the floor, a mix of shock and total confusion on their faces. A smirk plays on the protagonist's lips as he mutters, now that's what I'm talking about. Yuan glares at the beast, asking, hitting back this quick. An attack erupts against the lizard, creating a massive explosion. Yuan declares, he'd already smashed through the weakest point of its defenses, the stomach, but couldn't land a fatal blow, grumbling that if he were just a bit quicker, this fight would be history. The lizard is still standing. Ju trembling hefts his sword and drives it home with a clean strike. After that, the world fades to black, and all Pillar hears are voices telling him to open his eyes. When he does, he sees the impossible. He actually defeated the lizard. He blurts out that the creature just burst out of a crevice and nearly gave him a heart attack. Then turns on his partner, asking why he was spacing out so hard, saying that if he'd hesitated for one more second, He would have been lizard food. Kai just shakes his head, admitting his mind completely froze up. He adds that he promised to protect him from now on and questions if Yuan really thought he'd just stand by and watch that monster devour him whole. Ju admits, "Look, I'm telling you I'm a coward. You had to know that, right?" Nuan points out that he showed incredible courage this time, noting that back in Captain Lee's Tiger Squad, he almost never charged enemies head-on. Yan marvels that he had no idea his thunderous stomp packed such a punch, to which Yuan casually replies it was no big deal. Just the third most powerful in the entire world. Ruin nods, saying, "Damn right, that's a warrior apprentice for you." The protagonist gets them back on track, telling them to push forward to the general-level armored lizard's location and snag the corpse card as soon as possible. In another area, the ground is a sea of level 35 armored lizards. As the team cautiously advances, they spot 3 lizards. Yuan speculates they're probably guarding the big boss, the general-level lizard, and warns that the stone forest provides tons of cover, meaning more lizards could be lurking in ambush around those 3 elite guards, so they have to tread carefully. He reflects that back on Eternal Frozen Island, he blitzed through tons of elite mobs thanks to his unique skill, Casino Pickpocket. This situation, however, demands a more cautious approach. He announces he needs Yan to whip up a rain dance to hide their scent and keep from attracting more distant lizards, estimating it'll take about 10 minutes, and asking if he has the stamina to keep it going. Yan confidently replies that it's no problem, boasting that his rain dance got a serious buff, and that he himself has been through the gauntlet of Eternal Frozen Island, so holding a spell for 10 minutes is a piece of cake. The plan is set. Yan preps the rain dance, Nuan readies her poisons as a backup, and Ruin is tasked with protecting the 2 girls. The moment the downpour begins, his partner will charge into the stone forest with him, with a reminder not to attack to kill, but to use the earthquake strike to control the field and slow them down while he handles the rest. Lightning flashes across the sky and the rain begins to fall. The 2 warriors advance, and in the deep shadows ahead, more pairs of glowing eyes appear. Dozens of lizards begin to stir, and the protagonist confirms, "Just as I figured, this place is crawling with them," before yelling to the others, "Cover me." Yuan surges forward, slamming his earthquake strike into the ground, stunning them. Yuan wonders if the 100% attack speed boost for 10 seconds is the real deal, and figures, now is the time to see how it performs in actual combat. Thinking to himself, "It's time to place your bets." Kai hurls his dagger into the crowd of lizards, triggering a massive explosion that completely annihilates several of the creatures on the spot. Yan is stunned, commenting that with the captain's help it was like an infinite storm of daggers. Ruin adds that this is the first time he's seen pillars skills combined with the captain's declaring that the synergy between them is off the charts. Nuan totally agrees, saying it's insanely powerful, explaining that this is the kind of teamwork they used back during the beginner trials. She elaborates that the armored lizard's plating is incredibly tough, and you can't do any real damage unless you expose its most vulnerable spot, the abdomen. Taking this thing down is a whole other level of brutal. They say not even the captain could finish one in a single clean strike. The last lizard finally gets skewered. Yuan's eyes go wide, asking, "Wait, did I just level up?" Ju confirms it, pointing out he's officially hit level 10. The protagonist smirks, saying he knew he was going to clutch it. Yuan is buzzing, exclaiming their teamwork was on another level and that his confidence is skyrocketing. Back with the squad, Nuan is totally floored, saying it's been less than an hour since they started out, and the pillar has already vaulted from level 9 to 10. She knew the captain and him would be a power duo, but she never imagined his growth rate would be this insane. Thinking she desperately wants that kind of power for herself, Zhang says, "The elite treasure chest has to be hidden somewhere in the cracks of these rocks." He tells Nuan to stick with him so they can search for it together. They push forward, trekking until they reach a new zone. Kai declares that if everything goes according to plan, the general class armored lizard should be lurking right inside this stone forest. Nuan asks if he needs a breather, pointing out his energy must be totally drained. The protagonist admits it was a hell of a workout, but he hasn't hit his limit just yet. Besides, he adds there might be more than one way into this stone forest, and we were making a ton of noise earlier. If we waste time, whatever's in there could call for backup from other entrances to defend its turf. We need to press our advantage while the hunt for a general class is still fresh. 10 minutes tick by. Nuan observes how eerily quiet everything is, and asks, "Are we sure there's even a general class armored lizard in here?" Zhang is thinking he found absolutely nothing among the rocks they passed, and the focus of his phantom eye isn't detecting any presence of a general class beast, making him question if his intel was wrong. Ju suddenly wraps his arms around himself. Yuan asks what's wrong, wondering if he's cold. Ju replies that he has no idea why, but as they were walking, he was suddenly hit with a wave of goosebumps. Yuan just brushes it off, saying he's probably just super nervous. An earth-shattering crack echoes through the air, and Kai realizes it's not just nerves. The problem is the very ground they're standing on. He screams for everyone to stop. The 3 of them freeze in place, and a massive tail whips through the air trying to obliterate them. They scramble for their lives as the protagonist gets a good look, realizing it's a level 58 general class lizard. Ju, absolutely terrified, stammers that he was almost turned into paste just now, and asks how it's even possible for its color to blend so perfectly with the rocks. He comments that its camouflage is unreal. Yuan Shaken agrees that he's totally right. Jiang summons his claws, dropping into an attack stance, and orders his partner to report the data. Nuan, already analyzing it, replies with a sharp yes and informs them the lizard is a level 58. Phosphorescent lizard, also known as the white lizard. It's approximately 36 years old and weighs between 2 and 2.4 tons. Kai is stunned when he hears the word phosphorescent, asking if the first general class monster they've ever faced is actually a mutant variant. In the next instant, the lizard is struck, and the system flashes with a critical hit notification. Ju yells that this is awesome, and that he finally pulled it off, while Yuan remarks that even a single critical hit should have inflicted some pretty massive damage. Imagining the effect of 2 crits, the protagonist thinks that mutant variants among general class beasts typically drop way better loot and have a much higher probability of spawning rare items in treasure chests, but that also means their strength is on a completely different level compared to ordinary beasts of the same rank. The hide covering the back of this general class phosphorescent lizard not only has a defense rating over 35 points, but is also intensely phosphorescent, making it resistant to extreme heat and corrosion and incredibly difficult to pierce. On top of that, its chest and abdomen are coated in a layer of phosphorescent protective film, with about 20 points of defense, plus that same high temperature and corrosion resistance. Yuan asks if that means his attack completely failed to break through its defense. Nuan explains that the existing data indicates that general class phosphorescent lizards of a similar size possess spiritual power between 100 and 150, strength ranging from 380 to 420, and a physique clocking in between 440 and 480. The lizard lets out a deafening roar, and the system screams that it is extremely dangerous. Everyone's blood runs cold for the captain as the beast locks its gaze directly on him. The protagonist takes a step back and says he's fine, telling them not to freak out, while thinking that just as he suspected, this creature is built to withstand intense heat and is basically a walking fortress. Not even a critical strike from his incandescent pursuit was enough to do any real damage to it. It only managed to throw it off balance for a second. Luckily, he had a gut feeling and managed to dodge the counterattack just in time, because with a strength stat pushing 400, he would have been ripped to shreds if that thing had even scratched him. He owes his life to that secret medicine he snagged from the secret treasure hall of the Triton Lord, which gave his agility a major boost, cranking it up by about 60 points. If he plays this smart, he can get the monster's attention without getting himself deleted, and if he can use this chance to trigger the pillars, class talent for that sweet piercing damage, even better. If it's a bust, he'll just keep kiting the general level armored lizard away from the squad and look for an exit. But if this gambit pays off, they might just see that class talent fully awakened. Our hero screams for them to save him. Yuan blitzes forward shouting, "There he goes again," followed by a heart-stopping explosion. When Un unleashes his earthquake attack, the shockwave is massive, but the beast is practically unfazed. Yuan mutters that it's pointless. The attack barely tickled it, and Jiang screams for his partner to make a run for it. The monster immediately locks onto Un. Kai hurls his daggers at the creature, triggering a massive blast. Seizing the opening, our protagonist scoops up his partner and bolts, thinking that now the general level armored lizard is 100% fixated on them, so they have to lead it away first. In that exact moment, a figure blurs past them, and Zhang is like, "Who the heck was that Yan?" Just says that the drunk has been hitting the bottle again. And Nguyen explains that the saliva from a general level phosphorescent lizard can melt through most gear in seconds, and will even eat right through your skin. Kai glances back, thinking, "No way, that's really my drunk off his ass partner." He reflects that if Feng actually tried to French kiss that lizard or something, his entire body would probably dissolve into goo. Ruin charges the lizard head on, but the monster just swats him away like a fly. Still, Ruin somehow lands on his feet and asks, "Is that a phosphorescent lizard?" Our protagonist yells back, "What happened to seeing it as a beauty this time? Are you actually sober for once?" Yan replies that he has no idea, but apparently he chugged some new second-rate wine today, and who knew that it would actually cancel out the negative aesthetic distortion effect that kicks in when he's wasted. Ruin declares that as a male lizard, he has always searched for a female worthy of him, and that today, though, the heavens have failed the persistent dragon, he has finally found her among the countless lizards in the world, the one he has been searching for. The monster is completely and utterly bewildered. Yue screams for them to hurry up and not waste this golden opportunity, while Nguyen asks if he seriously thinks that thing is a lizard. A barrage of attacks begins to rain down on the beast. Ruin sprints towards the monster, screaming "My love," and vowing that no one can tear them apart. Our hero thinks that in this drunken stupor, he's basically a loose cannon, And if this keeps up, even if they get a shot at taking the lizard down, everyone's going to be gassed and mentally fried. Ruin calls the monster his wife, and says to let him warm the shattered heart of a virgin with his powerful chest. Jiang thinks he's completely lost his mind, and can barely hold him back while also dealing with the armored lizard. Because of this, he gets desperate and yells for their pillar partner to use the armor-piercing effect of his class talent, knowing it's the only thing that can get them out of this mess. They need it now. Yuan wonders if this is what people call having zero fear, and thinks that the drunk is truly on another level. Yuan flashes back to when Ruin spoke about conquering fear, claiming he felt none at all in that moment. Back in the present, Yuan summons a bottle of booze, chugs it, and thanks the drunk for the live demonstration, saying that he learned a ton. After downing the drink, Yuan feels a surge of confidence wash over him. The system then announces that he has entered a state of cognitive confusion, where his sense of identity, strength, and situation have all become warped. Violent crashes echo, explosions erupt, and everyone is freaking out about Yuan, until something plummets to the ground and shatters. Yuan steps forward and proclaims that he himself is the strongest god of war in the entire world, and he charges the monster, shattering its armor to pieces. Our hero is completely stunned, and asks if his partner just drank the drunkard's wine and actually managed to break through its defenses. The protagonist realizes that, judging by the looks of it, the cognitive confusion from the booze skyrocketed his self-confidence to an insane level, and that blind faith supercharged his class talent, giving his attacks a devastating piercing effect, just like it did against the Wolf King and the elite giant black monkey. Piercing attacks don't deal direct damage, they utterly annihilate armor. As he continues to declare himself the #1 god of war, the monster's tail whips around and smacks Yuan dead on, sending him flying and spitting up plasma. Immediately after, another attack explodes against the monster. It's Zhang creating a diversion to pull his friend to safety, while giving him a nod of thanks. A moment later, Kai leaps onto the monster's back, pouring on the pressure and inflicting heavy damage on the creature. Our hero says that this is perfect because now that its armor has been completely pierced, that armored lizard, the beast was left completely exposed, primed for a devastating chain of critical hits, as he declared the finishing blow would be for his partner. Jiu then surges forward again, roaring that he himself is the undisputed #1 god of war, daring anyone to prove him wrong. Yuan charges right after him, his face a mask of pure fury. Nuan, her voice laced with panic, shouts to see if he's okay, but Jiu just brushes her off, slurring, "Don't worry about it. I'm just a little wasted, and that armored lizard's already busted up. I wrecked it myself, so we're totally safe." A few heartbeats later, the warrior slams his sword straight through the monster, felling it in a single, decisive strike. And with that, it was over. The system pings, congratulating him for slaying the lizard, and notifying him that he's scored a treasure chest. It also flashes that he's officially hit level 15. With fire in his eyes, he growls that he's said it before, and he'll say it again. He is the god of war, Kratos incarnate. However, not even a full second after this epic declaration, he faceplants onto the ground, completely passed out from the booze. Watching the whole thing, Yan deadpans. He is absolutely trashed. Our hero can only nod in exhausted agreement. Suddenly, Nuan gets a weird look on her face. I have this feeling, like I've forgotten something. Something important, but I can't put my finger on it. Kai's eyes widen. Now that you mention it, I feel the same. Yan just nods, confirming the strange vibe. The three of them just stare blankly at each other for a long moment before the memory finally crashes down on them. Cut to Ruan Yu, on his knees, sobbing his eyes out. He's wailing about the one and only true love of his life. Ruan, looking incredibly irritated, marches over and gets in his face. I treated you like family, and you just murdered my wife. Right then, a horrible stench fills the air, and Ruan Yu keels over, knocked out cold. It's Nuan, holding an empty vial. What? Why are you guys looking at me like that? She asks, explaining. My brother thought he was a lizard. He was about to attack us, so I used the knockout potion I prepped earlier. It'll put him to sleep until the effect wears off. Everyone just agrees it was a solid play. Yan then gestures to the unconscious Jew. Hey, hit him with a little of that potion that sobers you up. That stuff is seriously effective. Later that night, high on a cliffside, the camp is quiet. Almost everyone is asleep. Only Nuan and our protagonist are still awake. Ju and Ruan are snoring up a storm, having somehow ended up hugging each other in their sleep. Even Yan has finally conked out. Nuan quietly asks her partner if he wants some water. Kai gratefully accepts. You not sleeping yet? He asks her. Today was way too wild. I'm still having a hard time believing everything that happened. Thankfully, right at that critical moment, I managed to land that armor-piercing hit on the mutant general-level armored lizard. I never in a million years thought that Ruan's grade 2 wine would, of all things, accidentally unlock my partner's class talent. Nuan wondered aloud. Do you think the pillar will activate more class talent effects for us? In the next few days, Kai offers a faint smile and replies, he was never weak. The one thing he's always lacked is confidence. And today that confidence came from the pure mental chaos of being drunk, which sparked a massive surge of courage and triggered the armor-piercing effect. As if on cue, Ju starts mumbling in his sleep, "I'm #1 in the world." Our hero sighs. He might need a little more patience. Either way, I just hope he finds some real confidence soon. The next morning, Ju springs up absolutely buzzing with energy. "Yo, I heard you guys talking. I'm just now realizing what an absolute legend I was yesterday." Jan looks him straight in the eye and says, "I have to admit when you were completely out of your mind and introduced yourself as a male armored lizard to that giant phosphorescent lizard, that was truly heroic." Ruan immediately starts retching and groans. Okay, that's enough of that. A chest sits on the ground between them. Our protagonist announces, "All right, everyone's here. Let's open this treasure chest as a team." Jan squints at it. "That's a rare treasure chest. Just a hunch." He then sighs dramatically. "My luck is absolute garbage today, though. Let our other partner open it. I can see she's just radiating good fortune way more than me." Nuan points to herself. "You mean me?" "Yep, you," Yan confirms. "Don't even think about it. Just open it, without any fear. Besides, just finding that phosphorescent lizard was a huge win for us." Nuan then pops the chest open, and the entire group is stunned, silent. She scans the system notifications. Whoa, special grade phosphorus ore essence. It adds a phosphorescent coating to weapons and gear boosting defense. We got 10.4 kilograms. Valued at 500,000 sacred brilliance coins. There's also an earth core weighing 17 kilograms. It's a key energy source for urban construction, valued at 100,000 sacred brilliance coins, and an essential plasma crystal. 48 grams of it used for making, optimizing, and enhancing top-tier equipment, valued at 300,000 sacred brilliance coins. There are also 3 celestial boon bone fragments, a vital medicinal ingredient, for boosting talent levels valued at 210,000 sacred brilliance coins. Suddenly, Nuan's eyes go wide. Hold on a second. Would that happen to be a mutant essential plasma crystal? He reveals it's 0.6 grams of a key material for attribute elixirs, with a jaw-dropping price tag of 6 million sacred brilliance coins. The protagonist's brain just short-circuits. Wait, you're telling me that's 1 million coins per gram, and it's only one of the ingredients? Nuan confirms with a dead serious nod. That's the price. Jiang's mind flashes back to that Triton elixir he chugged, wondering if he literally just gulped down hundreds of millions of sacred brilliance coins in one go. This elixir is insane. It supercharges a user's core stats. Its components are ridiculously rare, and in the entire year of sacred brilliance, they produce fewer than 20 bottles. A single vial can spike your basic attributes by 10 points, and goes for about 150 million sacred brilliance coins. Yuan just whistles. Now that's what you expect from a mutant general. And Kai is absolutely reeling, realizing he basically chugged an entire village's worth of that stuff at Serene Lake in a single gulp. Bro, if I had known, he groans, I would have savored every single drop. Then Nuan points out their next score, holy water. This is one of the must-have materials for the level 2 class change into the medic profession. She explains that word on the street is, you need 5 milliliters for the change, and their vial holds 15. Ruin's eyes pop. Dude, 5 milliliters of this stuff can get you 1 million sacred brilliance coins. That little vial is worth 3 million easy. Yuan just shakes his head. For real, this makes me want to re-roll as a medic. Our luck is absolutely cracked. Because let's be honest, even from a mutant general level, treasure the odds of scoring 3 class change materials at once are basically 0. Jiang calculates, a normal general level haul would bring in a total profit of around 8 million coins, so this chest already blasts past 10 million. And Ruin just smirks. Listen to you getting greedy now. Yan chimes in. Are you sure? You might want to see the look on our captain's face right now. The protagonist is literally drooling, his mind racing as he adds up the previous elite treasure chest with the loot from wiping the floor with that phosphorescent general lizard. The total easily vaults over 15 million sacred brilliance coins. From that day on, the Volcano Squad went on an absolute rampage, clearing out a lizard nest nearly every day, and sometimes they even demolished 2 general-level lizard nests in 24 hours. As their combat synergy skyrocketed, Yuan's piercing setups combined with Jiang's high, crit finishing blows turned shredding armored lizards into a simple routine. The only real issue was that they were burning through an insane amount of wine. 10 days later, the Volcano Squad had systematically eradicated every general-level nest they could track down. Yuan and Ruin both dinged level 20, and Nuan shot up from level 9 to level 12. Smoke curls from their campfire as they prep a meal. Yan breaks the silence. So, where to next? We've pretty much stripped this area clean. Should be a long time before any more generals pop up. Suddenly, Nuan goes rigid, and the fruit she was holding slipped from her grasp and hit the dirt. What is it? The protagonist asks immediately, while Yan leans in. Yo, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Nuan's voice is barely a whisper. I just got news. There's a small but pretty tough guild over at Blazing Flame Ridge, and while they were out training, they were suddenly ambushed by a fallen corpse king, a commander-level mutant. They were completely blindsided. They were annihilated. The fallen corpse king. The name alone sends chills down your spine. It's a phantom-like infernal monster, impossibly elusive and utterly horrifying. Your standard commander-level fallen corpse kings are usually level 60 or higher leagues beyond the mutant general lizards, and the power of a mutant commander-level version is just unthinkable. Even so, that monster was critically wounded, and was forced to retreat and recover. The simple fact that the guild managed to wound a mutant commander-level corpse king is all the proof you need that they were absolute beasts. Jiang lets out a slow breath. Man, if they had actually killed that thing, they would have been rich beyond their wildest dreams. It's a tragedy they got wiped out though. The price they paid was way too steep. Yuan agrees. A massive shame, and Ruin adds, they gave it everything they had. Jiang's eyes narrow. Is this news fresh? How many people are onto it? Nuan responds. It's brand new information. It probably hasn't fully circulated yet, but you can bet the major guilds have already heard the whispers and are definitely mobilizing. Kai chimes in. Hold up. I thought Sacred Brilliance had a no boss stealing rule. That rule only kicks in for king-level bosses and above. Commander-level targets are fair game, and without a doubt, a critically injured mutant. Commander-level Corpse King has just become the most wanted target in the entire region, with countless players itching to try their luck. So are we going to give it a shot? Yuan asks, a glint in his eye. We're pretty much done farming. The armored lizards in this zone anyway. Even if we can't take down the fallen Corpse King, it would still be one hell of a new challenge. Ruin clenches his fist. Before I met the captain, I never would have dared to even think about fighting a phosphorescent armored lizard. I'm going. Nuan nods firmly, her expression set. I'm going too. Ju scoffs. Hold up. How can the Volcano Squad even be a thing without me, the #1 god of war? He smirks. Count me in. Obviously. Our hero just nods, a grim look on his face. Fine. He sets their new mission. The Volcano Squad's next target is the mutant fallen Corpse King. The next day, the heat is brutal. Ruan is drenched in sweat, muttering about how scorching it is while Yuan stares at the bizarre trees surrounding them. Their vibe is way off, Yuan notes. Nuan explains. They're celestial fire trees about 20 years old. Any of these that live past 30 years, she continues, could awaken into a full-blown celestial fire tree spirit. If we take one down, we've got a shot at scoring a fire tree heart, a rare material that boosts flame abilities. They press on deeper into the heat until Ju suddenly stops dead. His eyes are wide. No way. It's the Azure Dragon Guild's crew. I've run into these guys before. As they push closer to their goal, Ruan can't help but notice the growing crowds. There are more and more people showing up. It seems the word is out, and every crew in the region is scrambling to the scene. We gotta move, she urges. Jan points out. Even though we blazed a trail here faster than anyone from the main city, we still couldn't beat the teams who were already grinding in this zone. Our protagonist knows she's right. At this very second, there's no telling how many squads are making a mad dash for the fallen Corpse King's lair, and the ones already camped out nearby. They're definitely just waiting for their own backup to arrive. Nuan can feel the exhaustion setting in. She thinks to herself, my stamina just can't hang with theirs. But this boss hunt is going to be insane. Everyone is clawing for this opportunity. She won't be the one left in the dust. Jiang walks up beside her. Drink some water. Take a breather, he says softly, thinking. She's one of our main damage dealers. She's got to prioritize leveling up. The drunk was already high level, so getting him to 20 was a cakewalk. The fortune teller's been stuck at level 29 forever. But Nuan, she's only level 12, pushing herself this hard without a single complaint. I'm not tired. Nuan fires back instantly. Jiang thinks, for someone who's just a base-level medic, with 0 offensive skills to have made it this far, she's definitely not as fragile as she looks. He offers a small smile. Well, if you're not tired, I am, so just pretend to rest with me for a bit, okay? Yuan scans the area, his eyes narrowed. Look at all these high-level teams just posted up. Why aren't they resting and saving their energy for the main event? Nuan looks confused, but Jiang jumps in to explain. Blazing Flame Ridge, where the Corpse King is hiding, spans a massive 5 to 6 kilometer area. And to make it worse, most of the monsters here don't really have a territory. They just roam all over the ridge. He pauses, letting the reality sink in. With this many crews all searching at once, just being fast and having good stamina isn't going to give us an edge. So you got a plan? Jan asks, cutting to the chase. Our hero nods slowly. I think we need to stop and think. Before we go hunting for this king, what special advantage do we have over every other team out here? Ruan gets it immediately. The captain's right. With all these elite squads on the hunt, what can the Volcano Squad possibly use? To find that Corpse King first, Jan and Yuan just look at each other stumped. Yuan shakes her head. I honestly can't think of anything. Maybe. We just have to get lucky. Jiang mulls over that word. Luck. Then Ju chimes in. Why don't we just do a divination? Let's see if we're lucky enough to find the damn thing. Yan just stares at him. How are you supposed to divine something like that? Jiang smirks. Because our team's ace in the hole is you, the seer. Or did you forget? He raises an eyebrow. I didn't invite you along to just stand there and do a rain dance. The protagonist adds, he's right. You forgot that before you were a seer, you were a geomancer. The fallen corpse king is badly wounded. It has to be hiding somewhere to heal. So tell us, he challenges, what kind of place would an infernal monster like that pick to hole up in? Yan thinks for a second. A place with stronger yin energy. Jiang shakes his head. Not necessarily the strongest spot. Remember, it's injured. It probably doesn't have the strength to find the absolute perfect location. We can use our intuition to pinpoint a few areas around Blazing Flame Ridge that have a pretty high concentration of yin energy and start from there. A spark lights up in Nuan's eyes. Feng Shui. That's my specialty. You guys rest up. I'll go scout out the Corpse King's potential hiding spots. You got it, the team replies in unison. A little while later, as Jiang is lost in thought, a hand claps him on the shoulder. It's Yuan. You look seriously stressed, man. What's got you thinking so hard? You didn't even hear me walk up. Our hero sighs. It's nothing huge. I just randomly remembered that Nuan already has all the materials she needs for her class. Advancement at level 20. And even though I know the recipe for my own class transfer documents, I still have no clue how to actually find them. Jiu pipes up. You already know the recipe. Are the ingredients super rare or something? Jiang shakes his head in frustration. They're not even rare. The problem is I can't for the life of me figure out what they are. Way back when he scored a wild class change scroll deep inside the Triton boss's secret underground palace for level 20, it was on Eternal Frozen Island. After cracking the code on some seriously cryptic text, he figured out it was talking about living water. But this water had no source, and it mentioned flames that burst out of nowhere, air that never moved, earth that was completely unstable, and metal that constantly shifted shape. Yuan told him to hold up. He was like, bro, what even is living water from an unknown source, and flames that ignite spontaneously? He asked if it was a legit recipe or just some whack riddle. Jiang shot back that it's the only scroll of its kind, so no way it's fake, but he admitted it was confusing as hell. He'd even wondered if the living water was just a fancy way of saying rainwater, but the other parts had him completely stumped. Jung chimed in about the unknown source. He said, now that they're talking it out, it was low-key starting to click, then asked about the self-igniting flames. Could that be Blazing Flame Ridge? Our protagonist had no idea. What's Blazing Flame Ridge? Yuan jumped in, explaining it was a place. He said he'd heard rumors that the place is scorching hot without a single visible flame, like a natural-born furnace. He asked, doesn't that sound crazy? Jung paused, thinking it over, and admitted that, yeah, it actually tracked. But right then, someone else rolled up on them. Aren't you the kid who got lucky on Eternal Frozen Island? Look at you now acting like you own the place. 5 warriors, all level 40, squared up to them. Their leader sneered, look what we have here. We really are fated to clash. Yuan muttered to his buddy. Why's he saying that? You got beef with these sketchy-looking dudes, Zhang replied, that he'd never seen them in his life. But from the way they were coming in hot, he figured they had to be from the Huang family. Zhang's eyes lit up. The Huang family for real. He cracked his knuckles. If that's the case, then I'm about to teach them some manners. But our protagonist stopped him. Don't be reckless. He pointed out, those guys are high level. Our main target is the mutant corpse king. We can't afford to throw hands right now. The captain stepped forward, his hand on his sword. What's this supposed to be? You took out members of my Falcon squad. Then you ambushed and kill-stole Huang when we were hunting the Triton Lord. You got some serious nerve, always swooping in for the final blow. Yuan fired back. He didn't ambush anyone. In fact, Huang brought 4 goons with him and still got absolutely wrecked. Crack, a red-haired woman snapped her whip. My captain is talking to Jiang. Why is this mutt yapping? Our hero saw the attack coming and instantly blocked it. The woman's face twisted with rage and Jiang snapped, don't you dare call me audacious. It's just, when you get gnats constantly buzzing in your ear, it gets real irritating. The captain drew his blade. You dare call the Vermilion Bird Guild. Gnats, we're gonna end you quick. And we're gonna make your life a living hell. Jiang thought to himself that these guys were dead set on a fight today. A showdown felt unavoidable. Nuan suddenly spoke up. What are you doing? You plan on attacking them right here. The protagonist shot her a sideways glance, wondering if they knew each other. The captain's eyes widened. Wait, aren't you from the army? What are you doing with this guy? Nuan stood her ground. I'm with the Volcano Squad now. Jiang is my leader. You make a move on him, and I promise you I won't just stand here and watch. One of the captain's crewmates leaned in. Boss, her sister works for Wei Ying, and finding the fallen corpse king is priority 1. We shouldn't be starting trouble. The captain reluctantly sheathed his sword. You're lucky today. I won't touch you, he spat. I didn't realize. You were the type to hide behind a woman's skirt. Jiang just stared back, his face a cold mask. The captain kept going. And you love those little darts, don't you? Makes sense. A scumbag like you would only use a snake's weapon. I promise you next time we meet before I kill you, I'm not just going to shatter those darts. I'm going to shred your arms to ribbons. Our protagonist just kept staring silent. They swaggered off laughing. Pathetic. I can't believe the Falcon Squad lost to a punk like that. Yuan grumbled that they took it way too far. But Jung just said now wasn't the time to fight and to let it go. He then asked Nuan if she knew that guy Zhuo Fei Xiang. Nuan nodded. A little. He used to live in the military family housing too. I heard he leveled up from martial apprentice to warrior over 6 months ago. His combat power right now is probably on the same level as an heir. That got their attention. What's an heir? Nuan explained that the military puts huge value on the martial apprentice class, and that the 4 stages, before becoming a transcendent being, have been mapped out for ages. From level 1 to 20, they're called martial apprentices. From level 21 to 40, you're a warrior. And from level 41 to 60, you're an heir. And get this, from level 61 to 80, you're dealing with ancestral tier warriors. Our protagonist admits he totally underestimated Zhu's power, realizing it's on par with a direct heir. Xuan points out that the guy is tight with his brothers. Plus the word is his speed is off the charts, so they have to stay sharp. For some reason, Jung can't shake this gut feeling that their paths are destined to cross again. In the middle of the guild challenge, Yan pulls him aside, revealing she's pinpointed 3 locations that match their criteria. The first spot is Twilight Cemetery, northwest of Blazing Flame Ridge, sitting way too close to the Fallen Corpse King's turf for comfort. Option 2 is Shanyin Lake, south of the Blazing Flame mountain range. It's radiating yin energy and is a bit closer to the main city. Then there's a third, more obscure place, a low-lying basin directly west of the ridge. It's so unknown it doesn't even have a name. And getting there means trekking over a small mountain. Kai freezes, lost in thought. Yuan argues that the Fallen Corpse King, being critically wounded, would bolt straight for its lair. He asks if they should just gamble on Twilight Cemetery. But our hero shuts that down, declaring they're heading for the basin. Everyone is stunned. Jung lays out his logic. Twilight Cemetery might be the closest location, but that's exactly what every other team will be thinking. By the time they get there, the place will be picked clean. Even if their target did pass through, they'd find absolutely nothing. As for Shanyin Lake, it doesn't have the same concentration of yin energy as the cemetery, and it's not nearly as isolated as the basin. Plus, being so close to the main city, it's guaranteed to draw a crowd. The basin, however, despite being walled off by mountains and seeming like a terrible escape route for an injured monster, that's precisely why it's been completely overlooked by every other adventurer. Ultimately, it's a massive gamble, but it's the one they need to take first. 2 hours later, they arrive at the nameless basin. Kai looks around, asking if this is really the spot. Yuan confirms that in this godforsaken place, he can feel a suffocating yin energy without even needing to use feng shui. Ruin points out that the area is massive, and they're hunting a wounded, hiding mutant corpse king. Now, not only do they have to find it, but they also have to take it down before anyone else shows up, which just cranks the difficulty way up. Since the fallen corpse king is desperate to stay hidden and recover, it would definitely pick the most concealed spot it could find, like a cavern or an old tomb. Xuan steps forward with a potion, explaining that she brewed it during her time fighting the military. It's designed to weaken the toxic attacks of infernal-type monsters. The buff lasts for half a day and could be a game changer. The protagonist gives the order everyone chugs Xuan's potion first. Then they split up to search for any caves, abandoned tombs, or anything of that nature. Deep into the night in the dark woods, Yuan complains that his legs are about to give out and begs for a quick break. Jiang snaps back, telling him to quit dragging his feet and pick up the pace. Xuan chimes in, warning him about what could happen if the Corpse King just popped out of nowhere. Zhu scoffs at the idea, reminding them it's injured and hiding. But Yuan counters that it's entirely possible, that if this mutant gets hungry mid-recovery and catches their scent, it might just launch a surprise attack. Yuan vividly pictures the king lunging at him from behind and bolts in a full-blown panic. Kai, exasperated, says the guy is already a scaredy cat, and they shouldn't be messing with him. The seer adds that he's actually incredibly powerful. His own fear is just holding him back. Suddenly, Yuan trips on a rock and faceplants. As they rush to his side, Chu's eyes go wide at the sight of a tomb just ahead. Yan wonders aloud if it's an unmarked grave, noting how cleverly it was hidden. If they'd been a few feet to the side, they would have missed it entirely. Ruin notes how small the tomb is, doubting that a commander-level Fallen Corpse King could possibly squeeze in there. A heavy silence falls over the group as they stare at the burial site, until our protagonist breaks it. "It's in there," he says, ordering everyone to fall back. The team scrambles backward, while Young scales a nearby tree, announcing that his partner will handle the direct confrontation while he sets up for a stealth attack from the shadows. A glimmer of light appears as Kai says that if his brother can't handle it, he needs to bail immediately and not overdo it, because he's ready to use his life pursuit skill to create a diversion at a moment's notice. Then, all at once, a hand erupts from the grave. Wen breathes. That is straight up terrifying. A black mist billows out as the king drags itself from the earth, radiating a crushing, oppressive aura. The whole team is frozen, staring at the scene. Ju watches, thinking this thing looks like it crawled out of a nightmare. The corpse king unleashes a deafening roar that sends him flying. That's it. Ju summons a drink, saying he's at his limit, and on the verge of blacking out. He slams the drink, drops the empty cup, and is hit with a tidal wave of confidence. He roars that he doesn't care if it's a demon or a ghost, because he is the undisputed greatest warrior in the entire world. Yuan lunges forward, his sword a silver blur, but the king takes the hit without even a scratch. They lock eyes in a tense standoff. Ruin's voice is strained. My blade. It's stuck. Ju instantly pulls back, but the corpse king's massive hand smashes into him, sending him flying. As the king rears back for another devastating blow, the protagonist vaults in between them, a defiant look on his face. Where's the fire? He shouts. Your fight is with me. The sound of explosions rips through the air as Yan and Ruin help a staggered Yuan to his feet. The seer is shaking his head. We got lucky. That thing was already falling apart, and after the captain's life pursuit attack, it should be nothing but a pile of dust. The drunk chimes in, but I just saw Ju's sword bounce right off it. This ain't gonna be that simple, is it? Yan asks, noticing the seer's panicked expression. What is it? What's happening? Is that thing immortal or something? And right on cue, a system notification pops up. Boss skill, activated undead resurrection. The text explains, when the fallen corpse king takes what should be a fatal hit, a surge of necromantic energy brings it back massively, nerfing the damage it just took, and kicking its healing factor into overdrive. Nuan points her voice tight with panic. Look, the huge gash in its chest. It's closing up. With a deafening roar, the king smashes its fists into the ground. The shockwave sends Zhang tumbling. He catches himself, his mind racing. This fallen corpse king, its armor is shattered, it's gravely wounded, and he's hammered it with several consecutive, critical hits from his vital pursuit, and it's still standing. This thing is on another level. Zhang Nuan's voice cuts through the chaos. We have to pierce the heart of that mutant, otherwise no matter how much we tear up its body, it'll just keep regenerating. It all clicks for the protagonist. So, that's the cheat code. The heart has to be completely obliterated. Nuan scans the monster for any weakness. Suddenly, it unleashes a bone-rattling shriek that seems to target her directly as its dead eyes lock on. Nuan, look out, Zhang yells. But as he moves to help the monsters, attention snaps to him, cutting off his path with a ferocious swipe. Kai tries to dodge, but he's snatched out of the air. The monster's grip tightens, and a sickening crunch echoes as his bones begin to fracture. He knows it's over. He can feel his fate sealing around him. Breaking free is absolutely impossible. The creature's grotesque maw opens wide, ready to swallow him whole. Kai Yan screams. Out of nowhere, Yuan comes charging in. How dare you touch my crew, he roars as the monster unleashes a terrifying counterattack. Nuan gasps, coughing up a spray of blood. It's a toxic mist, she chokes out. Dark purple, like from a corpse. Everyone, be careful. Her mind races. Poison attacks are a signature move of fallen corpse kings. And the rule is simple, the darker the mist, the deadlier the poison. Normally, a commander-level king's mist is dark blue, which is already incredibly toxic, capable of melting an explorer's skin clean off in 60 seconds. For king-level bosses, the mist is pitch black, and for any normal explorer, one touch of that stuff is an instant game over. This mutant commander is badly wounded, but it's still pumping out a dark purple poisonous fog. That's somewhere between super toxic and instant death on the deadliness scale. Even if it doesn't kill on contact, its potency must be off the charts. The medicine she gave everyone is basically useless against this. No wonder this beast managed to wipe out an entire elite guild even while on its last legs. It looks like Ju is already taking the fallen corpse king head on, but the power gap between them is just insane. He's not going to last much longer. Suddenly, a voice shouts, "You want to hurt the captain? You gotta go through me first." And with that, Ruin streaks forward. Nuan moves to stop him, but an arm catches her. It's Yan. "Don't be reckless," he says grimly. "Stay back. That dark purple, poisonous mist is probably lethal. You're our medic, our last hope. Right now, your only job is to stay alive." "I'll protect myself," Nuan promises. "But what are you doing?" the seer shouts. "Nuan, don't you dare move from there. It's too dangerous. That poisonous cloud has a huge range, but she knows she has to get closer. She has to get in range to summon a gale and wash this toxic fog away." A wave of frustration hits her as she watches her friends fighting desperately. Why is it that she, the medic, is the one who feels so completely useless? Her mind flashes back to her childhood, to how her older sister always shielded her. Sheltered from every danger, she grew up naive, always leaning on her sister, until the day the sky broke open, and the phantom star appeared. That's when the beast gods started popping up all over the planet. Humanity's only chance to fight back against the invaders was to complete the trials of the phantom star and become something more than human, a transcendent. And then the beast tide came. Her own father was lost on the battlefield, bleeding out against a beast god, simply because there weren't enough medics to save him. In that single heartbreaking moment, she felt like she grew up completely. From that day on, she vowed to join the armed forces to become the unshakable support for her comrades, to be the medic on the front lines that her father never had. When she first set foot on the Phantom Star totally lost and alone, she met them. Under Kai's leadership, they fought like a well-oiled machine, their teamwork flawless. Their skills got them noticed, and both she and Ju were recruited by the army, thanks to their insane performance records. And finally, just like her big sister, she'd made it. She was officially part of the armed forces. This was supposed to be it, the first real step toward the dream she'd chased her whole life. But the second she officially joined the army, she was slammed with the brutal reality of the gap between her and everyone else. All that work, all that effort, and her evaluation was a pathetic C. She slapped on a brave face for her partner, who also got a trash result, telling him not to sweat it. But deep down, she was spiraling, wondering if she was even cut out to be a top-tier medic, wondering if she really had what it takes to protect anyone. Meanwhile, Yuan stares down the beautiful fallen corpse king and boasts that he could just walk away from this, declaring he's the greatest warrior alive. For Yuan, it's a gut-wrenching déjà vu, watching her closest friends putting their lives on the line while she just hides behind them. It was the exact same way she always cowered in her sister's shadow. The doubt starts eating her alive, questioning if she ever should have chosen the path of a healer. As she spirals, the corpse king keeps spewing that venomous purple mist, and Yuan, along with the drunkard, scrambles to contain it. Our hero, still trapped, feels his stomach twist with dread for his two friends. Then a voice cuts through the chaos. It's her brother. At the same time, Jue and Ruin are sent flying. Yuan is a blur, sprinting toward them instantly, and the sight is horrifying. They were in that toxic cloud for less than a minute, and their bodies are already horribly corroded. She unleashes a flood of mana without a second thought, her healing skills enveloping them both. In that exact moment, lightning rips the sky in two. "What's happening?" Yuan cries out. Then the skies open up. It's Yuan. He's summoned a raging storm, and the violent wind and rain begin to tear the poisonous fog to shreds. With that, Yuan whips her attention back to her partner. Zhang, still completely paralyzed, feels every nerve ending screaming in pure agony. He can barely drag air into his lungs, and a single thought echoes in his mind: he got way too arrogant. Kai's mind flashes back to frozen Eternal Island. If it hadn't been for the game's crazy stability, he never would have landed a single hit on that weakened Triton boss. But this time, this mutated commander-level Corpse King, it completely shattered their strategy and plunged everyone into a death trap, making him wonder if he'd utterly failed to protect them. Yuan, critically wounded, crumples to the ground. The protagonist's mind races. Was he just cocky? Was he completely wrong about everything? Is he even strong enough to make the Wong family pay the price they owe? Zhang is dead silent, lost in the darkness of his thoughts. But Yuan, he forces himself up, sword raised, and lets out a roar. "I am the world's greatest warrior. None of you dare challenge me." Seeing this, Ruin just grins. He's back. Then he and Ju charge in as one. Kai knows he can't just give up here. He pictures Big Brother and Yingzi waiting for him, counting on him to make it out alive. Everyone is fighting for him, pushing to their absolute last breath. Finally, our hero collapses, hacking and coughing, as searing pain explodes through him, making it impossible to even stand. Yuan rushes to his side, but Zhang tells her to calm down. Yuan's down. The storm is fading. His whole body feels like shattered glass. "But we have to end that thing now." He pleads with her, his voice desperate. "Is there any way to get me back in the fight, as fast as possible?" With tears streaming down her face, Yuan simply nods. "I understand." In that split second, the monster strikes, snatching both her and the drunkard. It's about to devour them whole. Our hero launches himself forward with a primal scream, a desperate last-ditch attack against the beast, and manages to knock his friends from its grip. They hit the ground, brutally injured. Zhang looks at them. "Leave the rest to me." And with that, Kai becomes a speeding bullet, aimed straight at the monster. Just moments before, Yuan had explained that with her current healing power, there was no way to instantly restore him. But she had a beginner's Phoenix Tear, a lucky drop from an old military exercise. Using it would let any explorer level 20 or below ignore all injuries for exactly 1 minute, temporarily resetting them to their absolute peak physical condition. The side effect, though, was brutal. After that 1 minute was up, the user would instantly be knocked unconscious no matter what. "Are you sure you want to do this?" she had asked. His response was instant. 1 minute is all I need." Now, back in the present, Zhang attacks and then breaks into a sprint, baiting the monster, screaming for it to chase him if it can. The creature starts pumping out that purple mist again, and Kai mid-sprint thinks to himself, This is perfect. The wind and rain have almost completely died out. The distance is also perfect. And then suddenly our protagonist just stops. A deafening boom shakes the battlefield. The monster lunges to grab him, but Zhang dodges effortlessly. Did you really think he smirks? That I'd fall for the same trick twice. The Corpse King keeps spewing its toxic fog as Kai finally unleashes his ultimate attack, pouring every ounce of his borrowed power toward his opponent. The beast tries to dodge, thinking it's just another weak hit, but a massive explosion detonates right in its face. The monster is completely dazed, whipping its head around trying to figure out what just happened. More attacks rain down on it from nowhere. The creature shrieks in pain, frantically scanning the area, trying to find him. Then a voice whispers from right behind it, "I'm right here. You're way too slow." The monster taunts, swinging a massive fist, but Young weaves out of the way and slams it with a counter, setting off another massive blast. The creature manages to snatch him out of the air again, its grip tightening like a vice. Yuan watches in pure panic. The beast's jaws unhinge, ready to swallow Zheng whole, when its eyes suddenly bulge in shock. "Did you really think that would work twice?" Kai smirks, revealing he let himself get caught on purpose. It was all a trap. The protagonist unleashes every ounce of his power, and a blood-curdling scream of agony erupts from the corpse. Jiang thinks to himself, "Okay, that one definitely connected." But the potion's buff only lasts 60 seconds, way too short. With a final groan, the monster crashes to the forest floor. Nuwan sprints toward them as Kai tells her, "It's all on you now." As Nuwan starts the healing process, she realizes that the 3 deadly arrows sticking out of a nearby tree, which she first thought were missed shots, were actually setting up the final devastating blow. She wonders if he had this all planned out from the very beginning. A bizarre gurgle escapes the monster's throat. Nuwan's head snaps toward the fallen beast. "You've got to be kidding me. It's still not dead." She mutters her partner's words echoing in her mind. "It's all on you now." Staring at the twitching monster, she knows what she has to do. Her team is counting on her right here, right now. Nuwan grips her weapon, squaring up against the creature. It lets out a desperate roar, trying to intimidate her, but she lunges forward without a shred of hesitation. Plasma sizzles as it drips onto the dirt. "Still think you can get away?" she asks, her voice cold. The downed beast can only whimper in pain. Consumed by a cold fury, Nuwan snarls, "How dare you lay a hand on my friends," declaring, "I'm here to finish this." Finally, the monster is silenced for good. By the next morning, the entire crew is up and moving. Nuwan is dressing the leader's injuries, telling him to take it easy and avoid any major moves. She explains that he just needs to rest up, and the medicine she whipped up should have him back on his feet in about 3 days. The protagonist just smiles at her, and a confused Nuwan asks, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" He just shakes his head. "Nah. You've leveled up big time," he says. "You're becoming a seriously incredible explorer." Nuwan points to herself. "Me? 100%. Jung confirms instantly. Nuwan looks down, admitting that during the fight against the fallen Corpse King, she felt useless. As a healer, all she can do is depend on her teammates to charge ahead, and she feels like she's just a dead weight dragging down the team's fighting power. Kai immediately shuts that down, telling her she's selling herself short. He points out that for the past few days, while she was helping everyone else get stronger, she was also pushing herself to her absolute limit just to keep up with the main squad. Even when she was totally drained, she never complained once and just kept grinding. He remembers when the Falcon squad tried to start beef with her, and he knew that even he couldn't handle them. And after the fallen Corpse King was critically wounded, it was Nuwan who delivered the final decisive blow, which not only leveled her up but also unlocked the ability to mass heal multiple critically injured allies at once. Kai stresses that even though she's a medic, with almost zero offensive power, the thought of retreating never once crossed her mind. He says so many of her contributions fly under the radar, but everyone on the team sees them and appreciates them. He tells her she performed like an absolute beast this entire time, and that everyone genuinely likes and needs her. Hearing this, Nuwan is completely overwhelmed with emotion. Just then, the rest of the crew walks up. Yuan chimes in Kai's right, adding that without her expert care as their medic, none of them would be standing here so casually. The protagonist, surprised, asks, "When did you guys get here?" Ruyan agrees, saying it's because of her that they can all push forward without any fear, while Yan adds that if it wasn't for Nuwan, he probably would have tapped out a long time ago. Still emotional, Nuwan takes a shaky breath and tells them that she cares about all of them so much, and that she needs every single one of them too. 2 hours later, Jiang looks over the squad huddled around the loot chest and asks, "Everyone, ready?" They all nod. Kai steps up to the chest, cracking his knuckles. "All right, I'm opening it," he announces. He remembers that the chests dropped by fallen Corpse Kings are usually loaded with a ton of gear and have a super high drop rate for rare items. And since this thing was a mutated version, the loot could be even more insane. The chest clicks open, and Nuwan immediately spots the first item. The Blazing Flame Blade, she says, a level 80 Executor class weapon. She explains that there are only 2 of these swords in the entire Sacred Radiance server, which makes this the 3rd one in existence, putting its market value somewhere between 300 and 500 Phantom Star coins. Yuan's jaw drops as he does the quick math, realizing that's like 3.5 million Sacred Radiance coins. Yan, however, isn't impressed. What's the big deal? He asks. It's still just a level 80 rare weapon. Ruyan sighs, pointing out the obvious problem: they don't even have an executor on their team. The protagonist agrees, but says they can always just sell it for a massive payday. Then his eyes lock onto another object in the chest. Whoa, what is that? Nuwa leans in, examining the item. That's weird, she murmurs. It's not registered. Ryun's eyes widen. Wait, does that mean this piece of gear has never been seen before? Nuwa nods, pulling out a few appraisal cards. Back in the army, Jisoo and I would occasionally stumble on equipment our watches couldn't read. Figured it was smart to buy a few of these, just in case. Jiang, meanwhile, hefts a piece of blackened armor, the Necromancer's exterior, which demands a level 60 user. He reads the stats aloud: a boost of 24 points to strength 27, to defense 33, to agility, and a staggering 71 points to spirit. Ryun whistles. Those stat bumps are insane, especially that spirit bonus. That's a crazy high value. Kai shakes his head. Forget the stats, the special effects are where it's really at. The first ability, Finisher's Embrace, is a game changer. It lets an explorer rock this level 60 armor as early as level 20. The second effect, Necrotic State, is the core of the armor's power, granting the wearer temporary immunity to any attack that messes with their nervous system, blocking everything from a Triton's sonic scream to a paralyzing toxin. It's a golden opportunity to recover and launch a devastating counterattack. The final effect, Finisher's Torment, only kicks in when an enemy is already on death's door. While its practical use is niche, it's a brutal psychological weapon in a do-or-die moment. 25 minutes later, Nuwa surveys the mountain of loot they've uncovered. It's almost all weapons and armor, she notes, and even though it's high-level stuff, it's not a great fit for our crew. We'll probably have to flip all this for class advancement materials. Just then, a soft light begins pulsing from deep within the chest. Ju spots it first. Yo, what's that glow? Everyone gathers around, and they're floored to see it's an accessory. Our hero peers closer, his eyes locked on it. This ring. The quality looks off the charts. Try scanning it with the watch first. At the same time, Jiang notices something else glinting in the pile. What's this thing, he asks, and as he touches it, a system window explodes in front of him. Congratulations on obtaining the gambler's exclusive weapon, the Lord God card Finisher. Kai blurts out, the Finisher. The system confirms indeed. The Finisher card, also known as the Lord God card, is the exclusive weapon of the gambler and has no level requirement. The message continues. The complete set is comprised of 9 Finisher cards, one of which can be brought by an explorer to the real world after they achieve the transcendent or terrifying stage. The word unique echoes in our protagonist's mind. There's likely only one set like this in the whole of Ghostar. It sinks in an exclusive gambler weapon with no level restriction. This is practically made for him. He instantly remembers his professional skill, Ghost Hand Card Throw, which boosts his accuracy with common items by 40% and penetration by 30%. But when using card-type items, the buff skyrockets to 120% accuracy and 250% penetration. With the Finisher card in his hand, both of those stats will become several times more powerful than with his normal gear. Still, he's hung up on those terms: mysterious beings and transcendence. He knows transcendents are absolute monsters, individuals above level 80, and he guesses mysterious beings is a similar kind of title. He makes a mental note to dig up more intel. Once they get back, he then notices the Finisher card's attributes all scale by percentage, which means the stronger he gets, the bigger the boost from the card will be. Fascinated, he starts to examine its special effects. The system chimes in. The card itself will present its abilities. The first special effect is called The Time Has Not Yet Come. It's an active ability that allows the card to blitz a target up to 50 times, but it devours a huge chunk of spiritual power. While the effect is active, the target takes 50% bonus damage but cannot be finished off. Our hero finds the power totally contradictory, thinking it's bizarre to prevent a finishing blow while jacking up the damage. The second special effect, Wrath of the Gods, causes the card to spin at blistering speeds, using its tip like a drill bit to unleash continuous, focused damage in one spot. If the target can't break free, its penetration power climbs higher and higher, draining extra stamina and spiritual power with each tick. Jiang realizes that if an enemy gets pinned, the damage will just keep ramping up. He thinks combine that with The Time Has Not Yet Come. He gets it now. That's why they call it the Finisher card. The third special effect, Divine Artifact of Recognition, renders the card indestructible and allows the user, after bonding with it, to summon, throw, and retrieve it, using nothing but their thoughts. Kai recognizes how ridiculously valuable this is. The card can't be broken, and he can control it with his mind, making it almost impossible for treacherous enemies, like the Huang family, to ever figure out his true trump card. He reflects that even though he hasn't located the materials for his level 20 gambler advancement, he's just landed the ultimate weapon for his class. But that name still bugs him. Lord God card. What does it represent? Why is the finisher card a part of that set? And are there really 8 other cards out there waiting to be found? In that instant, a chilling premonition washes over our protagonist. He snaps his ghost eye focus online, his vision cutting through the thicket of the forest. His blood runs cold. This is a worst-case scenario. A massive high-level squad is closing in, and his own crew is running on fumes. The gut-wrenching truth dawns on him: if they're caught right after dropping the Mutant Corpse King and popping the treasure chest, they're about to lose every single piece of loot. He spins around to his team, his voice low and urgent. Hostiles incoming. We're out of time. Move out now. Cut to a different scene. A commander stands like a statue staring out a massive window. A sharp knock echoes in the room. He pivots to see a subordinate named Lon striding in. The news is a bombshell. Another country has just discovered a breach into the teleportation network. The commander processes this grimly. Ghostar is so undeveloped that every nation's explored zones are completely cut off from each other, and trespassing into another nation's initial trial area, that's a feat only a select few specialized classes can pull off. So, national borders are usually a hard line, right? They don't overlap. But about a year ago, that all changed. One after another, countries started stumbling upon these teleportation arrays for a place called the Lost Lands. These things are like ancient portals, scattered all across Ghostar, but they all funnel you into the same massive public zone. And this region is seriously weird. First off, the Lost Lands are colossal, and the entire zone literally teleports to a new location every 6 months. Second, hidden inside are these mysterious unexplored dungeons called the Lost Ruins, packed with legendary treasures and super rare materials you need for class advancement. And third, there's a level cap. Only players below level 60 can even step foot in the Lost Lands. But wait, there's one more crazy detail. The instant a human zones in, a system-wide AI brain blasts out a competition announcement. It's all like, "Welcome to the competitive arena, the Lost Lands," explaining that you need a 5-person squad, all under level 60. The moment the number of competing nations hits 80, the game is on. Every explorer will be thrown into a massive battle royale, and the teams that clutch first, second, and third place will rack up 3, 2, and 1 point respectively. Having the Lost Lands key is what gives you the green light to dive into the Lost Ruins and hunt for that epic loot. But get this, each person can only compete in a single tournament at the same level. Lon reports that as of right now, 49 different countries have already found these teleportation platforms. And once that number hits 80, the battle begins. The problem: their own nation, Sacred Radiance, hasn't located a single one of these devices yet. Only the teams that rank in the competition get permission to explore the Lost Ruins. And the treasures hidden in there could literally shift the balance of power for an entire nation. She asks if the commander is even listening, but he's dead silent. He just crushes his cigarette and orders every single representative from the national guilds to be summoned for an emergency meeting. 3 days later, our main character rolls up to his crew and Yuan asks if he had any trouble selling off their loot. Jiang just smirks, saying, "Yeah, everything got snapped up the second he put it up for sale in his private space." He even managed to buy all the materials he needed for his own class advancement. He's basically good to go, explaining everything is prepped, and he just needs to use the items to finish the process. Yuan is shocked, pointing out that their haul was nothing but rare resources and questions how they could have possibly sold that fast. Ruin just observes that it seems like the number of super-rich players is exploding lately. Newman drops some tea, remarking she heard that a few days ago, the military called a national conference with all the major guild reps, which probably triggered their procurement departments to start stockpiling rare resources, explaining the insane demand. Kai brings the topic back around, and some kid walking by pipes up that the annual Guild Challenge tournament is about to kick off, and a bunch of powerful new guilds are gearing up to make a name for themselves. The kid's friend adds that the whole event is going to be fire, and mentions that the Wanwu Guild, in particular, is taking this tournament super seriously, even publicly declaring that they're guaranteed to take first place. Ju scoffs at their insane arrogance, saying they've got nothing to worry about because he's planning on crushing them himself. Our protagonist cuts in saying before any of that, the squad needs to head to the guild district. Yuan totally agrees, and reminds them they can't even enter the tournament without being part of a guild. Newman asks if he's already found one, and brings up the fact that he seriously ticked off the Huang family, meaning no established guild would dare accept him. She was pretty much expecting them to be screwed. Yuan asks which guild the captain managed to find, but Jiang just says it's still a secret. When they pull up to the guild district, Kai announces they've arrived. Ju takes one look around, and is like, "Is this for real? The guild you picked?" He points out that the place looks completely abandoned, tucked away in a remote corner, with nobody at the gate, and not even a sign with the guild's name on it. Suddenly, it clicks for Newman, and she asks if he's actually planning to start his own guild. The protagonist just shoves the gate open and confirms it. Yep, he declares, this is the Lord God Guild. The moment the gate is open, everyone is absolutely floored. The crew is staring at this unbelievably beautiful, sprawling courtyard. Jiang welcomes them all to the Lord God Guild. Ju is stunned, asking when he even managed to create a guild, and admits that on the low, he just pulled off a massive power move. Newman is right there with him, admitting she never imagined someone as notoriously frugal as him would have the cash to buy such a ridiculously luxurious headquarters. Ruin starts calculating the property's value, guessing it must have cost at least 100 million. Sacred Radiance coins. Our boy just sighs, thinking that his reputation as a total cheapskate in his friend's eyes is probably set in stone forever. He then casually taps a button on his watch and reveals this was all part of his master plan, something he's been cooking up for a long time. He explains that while he was out grabbing the materials for everyone's class advancement, he was also making a power move, applying to register their own guild. Ever since they landed on Ghostar, every single guild has slammed the door in their faces, terrified of the Huang family's shadow. For him, banking on fate or some stroke of luck is a fool's game. The only person you can truly rely on is yourself. That's why he's founding his own crew. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, announcing that the identification process for the Lord God Guild's headquarters is underway. A few seconds later, the check is complete, and the guild's information starts getting verified. Yang declares that, even though the Lord God Guild is just a baby after all these years, they finally have a home on Ghostar. The entire group erupts in celebration. The very next day, Yuan bursts in announcing he's successfully finished his class advancement and is now officially a fighter. He brags that he's unlocked a second talent and his stats are absolutely cracked. The protagonist asks what kind of talent it is, and Ju explains it's called Complete Fighter. It grants a massive 10% boost to attribute growth, compared to what other professions get. On top of that, Yuan now snags an extra 7 attribute points every single time he levels up. Zhang just whistles, admitting the results are insane. Yan chimes in that the warrior class's progression is on a whole other level, with its stat growth proving why it's known as one of the most busted professions in Sacred Radiance, and confesses she's seriously jealous. But Yuan cuts in saying that's not even the best part. During combat, he can completely reallocate his attributes on the fly, allowing him to be a speed demon one moment and a heavy-hitting tank the next. And once the fight's over, his stats just snap right back to their base values. He also explains that the talent has the potential to let him master new moves just by perfecting his fighting techniques. Yan realizes that being able to freely shuffle attributes, if used right, could let him absolutely demolish opponents of the same level, and the ability to learn new moves is basically like getting free skills. The protagonist declares that Yuan might just become the most versatile fighter in their entire crew. Ju then swears that just as he promised, he'll be the one protecting them from now on, while Yan just mumbles again about how she's still salty. Right then, a door creaks open and Ruan walks in, looking totally defeated. Zhang immediately asks what went wrong, and Ju jumps in questioning if his class advancement was a total bust. Ruan replies that the advancement worked, but he became a specialist winemaker, and his talent is called Joy in Wine. He breaks it down, he gets 2 extra points in strength and agility every level. The downside, his vigor growth dropped from 3 points down to 2. Kai points out that usually after level 20, you get 20 attribute points per level. Special classes, like warriors, get bonus points, so very few people ever break that standard. Nailing 3 extra attribute points is actually pretty remarkable. Nuwan agrees that it's impressive, but is way more interested in the Joy in Wine talent, and asks how it actually functions. Ruan explains that it stimulates his subconscious, pushing him from being completely hammered to a weird state between drunk and sober, making him overwhelmingly well. The 3 of them lean in, demanding he finish the sentence, and Ruan finally admits it makes him completely uninhibited. The 3 of them just stare back, visibly uncomfortable. Half an hour passes, and Yuan points out that Nuwan still hasn't shown up, wondering if something went sideways. Yan tells them to just wait a little longer, reminding them that these advancements are brutal, but she's confident Nuwan will pull through. A few moments later, a figure approaches, and it's Nuwan. Ju immediately asks if the advancement didn't go like she'd hoped, and tells her it's no big deal, that she can always try again down the line. Yan adds that her own first advancement was a disaster, and Ruan tells her not to be discouraged, because they all have her back. But the protagonist tells everyone to hold up, sensing that she has something to say. Nuwan then reveals that she not only advanced to the rare medic class, but she also scored the talent Extreme Toxin Analysis, a skill with a drop rate of less than 1 in 1,000. The whole group goes wild. Nuwan explains that the talent lets her boost the effectiveness of medicines by 10%, jack up poisons by 50%, and expands her perception of toxic substances in any material by 30%. Ruan thinks the ability is absolutely broken and asks if she's planning on becoming a full-blown poison specialist. Nuwan says, not necessarily, and reminds them that every medicine has some level of toxicity. When she's crafting remedies, she can use her talent to purify those toxic impurities, which dramatically enhances the healing effects of the treatment. She reveals that this is the real game-changing value of her ability. Jiang states that while everyone's class advancements were a massive success, they can't forget that their enemies include some incredibly powerful teams. He lays it out for them. A bunch of these teams are being puppeted by the major guilds deliberately sandbagging their levels to snatch the top spots in the team battle rankings, which means they can't afford to get complacent for a single second. He declares that in the final days before the Guild Challenge tournament officially kicks off, it's an all-out grind to train and level up. The crew is 100% on board. A week later, a system quest drops. The objective is to gather 180 elite forest wolf corpses, plus the corpse of the forest wolf warrior. Yuan points out that after 7 straight days of intense combat, he's seen a massive spike in his own performance. Yuan boasts that his Rain Prayer ability is hitting different now, and the whole group gets hyped about their own skill evolutions. That's when Kai drops the bomb. The Guild Challenge tournament brackets are live. The system announces their placement in the level 21 to 40 bracket, where 32 teams will clash in one team battle per day, and their first showdown is against the instant elimination squad. Nuwan notes what a wild coincidence it is that their first opponent is the Huanwu Guild, the very same guild run by the Huang family, who has some serious bad blood with their captain. Yuan adds that in past tournaments, matches typically had a damage limit, but this time, total annihilation of the enemy team is the only path to victory. This raises a huge red flag that the Huang family might have rigged the rules to orchestrate their revenge. Zhou says he's going to tap his military contacts to verify if the Huang family is really pulling the strings, but Yuan tells him to take a breath. The protagonist cuts in, declaring there's no need to investigate because it doesn't matter if it's fate or a petty setup. The end result is the same. He admits he's been itching for a one-on-one with Huang for a long time, leaving the girls completely stunned. Inwardly, Jiang thinks about the massive debt the Huang family owes him, deciding this is the perfect chance to settle every last score. The next day, the arena is absolutely packed to the rafters as the host announces the team competition. For the 21 to 40 tier is starting in 15 minutes, warning the audience to find their seats. She begins calling the teams to the stage, starting with the Huanwu Guild, asking them to present themselves. A section of the crowd erupts into chants, screaming that the instant elimination squad has finally arrived, and that no one can stop their rampage, proclaiming that instant strike will make history, and that Huanwu is invincible. A nearby warrior remarks that he feels incredibly fortunate just to be attending the annual Guild Challenge tournament. He turns to his companion, telling her that even though she's slayed in this month's rookie trials, she can't get arrogant and needs to study how these veteran teams operate. The adventurer just scoffs, saying, there's nothing special about the group stage matches, and that the real hype doesn't begin until the finals. The warrior snaps at her, telling Hong Shuang not to get a big head and reminding her that even though she took first place in the rookie test, someone in this tournament absolutely shattered a beginner record that had stood unbroken for 30 years in Sacred Radiance. Other warriors nearby overhear asking if he means Jiang. Meanwhile, Huang scans the arena, demanding to know where Jiang is, and theorizing he's too scared to show up and face him. A teammate chuckles, saying he can't blame him since everyone knows Huang's fearsome reputation. He jeers that while Kai was bold enough to attack his brother, he would never dare to confront Huang head-on. Huang declares Jiang is still all talk, and calls him a coward. At that exact moment, a voice calls out his name. The protagonist appears flanked by his squad. Yuan casually asks what all the yelling is about. Jiang simply states that they'll find out who the real coward is once the fight is over. Simultaneously, in another location, several figures monitor the situation on a massive screen. The analyst reports that all systems are green, and they'll be able to assess the combat data for Nuwan and Yuan in real time. Liu chimes in that maybe they should add one more person to the evaluation list. The analyst seems puzzled, recalling the initial request was for only those two. The instructor explains that the commander also wants to see another participant's performance. The analyst agrees, saying it's no problem to add someone else, and asks who they'll be watching. Liu smiles and replies that it will be the captain of the volcano squad, Jiang. The analyst is visibly shocked and impressed, stating that it's mind-blowing that in such a short period both of them not only hit level 20 and secured their class advancements, but have already rocketed past that milestone by a huge margin. Lan adds that just over 20 days ago, when they left the army, they weren't even level 10, wondering out loud how everyone who follows Kai evolves at such an insane pace. Liu replies that it's not a shocker, really, because Kai himself is built completely different. The announcer calls for the players' attention on the field, making it crystal clear that once the match starts, no team can back out, surrender, or throw the game. She declares the only path to victory is the total annihilation of the other team, and asks if they understand. With a wave of confirmation, the match officially kicks off. Huang starts barking orders, telling his crew to stick to his plan and wipe out the Volcano Squad. Our hero immediately goes on the offensive, laying out the strategy. He'll spearhead the assault. Ruin will be on bodyguard duty for the two girls, and Nuon will survey the battlefield to drop heals at the perfect time. The team instantly locks in. One of the opponents arrogantly struts forward, boasting that he can't wait to rip them to shreds. Ju doesn't hesitate, stepping up to meet him, basically saying, "I'm right here." Zhang shouts some encouragement, telling him not to be scared that he heard his call. A pocket of the crowd screams for Ju not to back down, yelling that his very spot on the team is riding on this performance. Biao observes that Ju's biggest weakness has always been his cowardice, and wonders if this is the day he finally overcomes it. Down in the arena, Ju pops open a bottle and starts chugging. You can see his whole demeanor change, a wild confidence surging through him. People are bugging out, wondering what he's doing, asking if he's really drinking alcohol. In the middle of a death match, Ju just roars that he is the greatest god of war in the entire world, and screams that any enemy who dares to provoke him is signing their own death warrant. Our protagonist just stares, wondering if Ju was already hammered before the fight even began, but there's no time to think as the enemies all charge at once. Ju strikes first, unleashing a violent explosion. An enemy fighter is totally stunned, saying their intel claimed Ju was just a coward who lucked into a military rank. Baffled by what he's seeing, his buddy just says he looks like a common drunk. Ju charges again, daring anyone with the guts to face him. Jiang watches this unfold, noting that Ju looks absolutely unstoppable in this state. He sighs in relief that at least Ruin hasn't started drinking yet. However, in the next instant, Ruin is also chugging from a bottle and hurtling forward, yelling that he's never taken a back seat to anyone, and that, if Ju thinks he can hog all the glory for the Volcano Squad, he's got another thing coming. A bald enemy spots him, seeing another drunk enter the fray, and decides to take him out first. Ruin storms at him with pure fury, screaming something wild about his big brother loving him dearly. The bald dude panics as Ruin slams into him with a powerful impact and then tries to plant a kiss on him. Ruin leaps away, zipping across the arena floor and declaring that he loves a fiery beauty like that one. The enemies are completely freaked out and start to wonder if the entire Volcano Squad is just made up of certified lunatics. Hong just observes that the squad seems absolutely monstrous. Yan chimes in that at least the audience will finally stop thinking they're just a bunch of perverts. Nuon explains that getting hammered is the only way those two can unlock their true power, and they do it to protect the rest of the team. Our hero activates his ghost eye focus and sees that they're both running on pure incoherent instinct, realizing he has to stay laser focused on the fight. Ju attacks again, setting off another huge explosion. An opposing warrior barely dodges, saying his high agility stat was the only thing that saved him. He tries to sneak up and attack Ju from behind, but Jiang intercepts, yelling for his teammate to watch out. The warrior unleashes his skill, but the attack gets stonewalled by a massive shield, stopping his advance cold. The defender just laughs, bragging that the shield was prepared for this exact situation and guaranteeing that as long as his defense holds, not even a critical hit will be enough to take him out. As this is happening, another adventurer makes a move and spots the medic and seer in the back line. He figures they're easy targets with no real combat power and decides he can eliminate them first. Yan tells her partner to get behind her and plants her feet defensively. The seer then activates the invincible art of the ice. Rainbow and the entire crowd watches in shock as a hailstorm materializes out of thin air. The adventurer is stunned, realizing the seer can summon ice and lightning from absolutely nowhere. Yan explains that she's been training recently to create hail. Using the Xuan Bing Jade, their captain gave her combining ice and lightning to disrupt enemy attacks with devastatingly effective results. The system confirms that the level B gear can infuse her skills with ice properties, slashing an opponent's agility and dealing freeze damage from continuous exposure. But suddenly, the entire hailstorm is sliced clean in half as a swordsman appears in front of his ally and launches a devastating counterattack. Nuon looks over at Yan, his face etched with worry. The swordsman remarks that getting caught off guard by a fortune teller isn't exactly a story he's planning to tell anyone, especially since they're teammates outside the arena. The adventurer snaps that enough is enough, declaring that the fortune teller is his prey, and promises to take that troublesome woman out himself. But Ju is instantly in his face, blocking his path, asking him where the hell he thinks he's going. He declares that he's the real opponent here, the one and only greatest god of war in the world. Another massive shockwave rocks the arena. The swordsman growls that this lunatic is as irritating as a fly, and the adventurer is on board saying they should waste that guy first. Yuan immediately shifts into attack mode, Meanwhile, Ruin keeps charging forward like a man possessed, trying to plant a kiss on his opponent. The bald guy, completely freaked out, shouts, "Are you begging to be eliminated? Who's your wife? You don't even seem to have a clue who you are." He notices the shield in the weirdo's hands has an insane defense stat, and figures he has to target the unprotected areas. The bald man leaps from behind to deliver a critical blow, but his attack is intercepted. He realizes the one who stopped him is the captain of the other squad, the protagonist himself. The bald guy sneers that he's already blown through 8 of his throwing knives. At that exact moment, Huang steps up and unleashes his power. Through a supermagnetic crystal which explodes in a blinding light, Yan sees the flash and yells, wondering why his compass is suddenly dead. Nuan feels her dagger getting violently yanked away. Yuan feels his sword fighting to escape his grasp, and Jiang's weapon is ripped away too. He watches as his tracking blade just blinks out of existence. Huang keeps the crystal powered up, pulling in weapon after weapon, and scoffs. "Did you seriously think I'd show up unprepared?" He boasts that the supermagnetic crystal was ripped from the very core of a massively powerful supermagnet, and was designed for the sole purpose of countering throwing knives. He taunts them, saying, "There's only one knife left. What chance do you possibly have now?" he asks. But Kai just grins and replies that he might be celebrating a bit too soon. Huang glances at the last knife, wondering why the crystal isn't affecting it, but just shrugs it off, figuring it won't matter anyway. Convinced his opponent is already toast, Huang Da raises his shield and sneers, "Can you see me now?" Because today, he declares, "You're going to learn the true meaning of despair." In an observation booth, Lu is breaking down the fight. He states that Jiang is probably going to lose, explaining that his opponent's gear is the Titan Shield, which once belonged to a transcendent being. Even with its stats nerfed by the match rules, its defense is still a horrifying 72 points. He explains that on Ghost Star, high-tier weapons normally demand high-level users, but it's possible to downgrade the gear, so weaker explorers can wield them. The process deals irreversible damage and slashes some of the stats. And yet the destructive force it packs still blows ordinary equipment out of the water. The instructor chimes in, shocked that the Shuangwu Guild would actually resort to downgrading weapons that belong to transcendent beings. Lu adds that it isn't just the shield. The supermagnetic crystal and the other equipment one of the hunters was using earlier are also high-level weapons, just of a slightly lower quality. He concludes that they've brought all this firepower specifically to shut down Jiang. Lan watches on, completely worried. "So does that mean he's doomed?" she asks. Back in the arena, Huang Da orders the instant elimination squad to follow his command and get ready to take out every member of the Volcano Squad, one by one. He wants them to suffer the consequences of challenging the wrong family. A warrior steps forward, pointing out that, while the martial artist's weapon is locked down by the magnet they should strike, their target take down the 3 weakest members first. The bald man charges in again, roaring for his opponent to die. Up in the stands, a spectator comments that the gear difference is just ridiculous, and that there's no way the Volcano Squad can win. The blonde woman next to him sighs, saying that even though Ju finally found his courage, he probably won't get another chance to show it. A young man declares that Kai is finally going to get what's coming to him, and Hong concludes that maybe he isn't as cracked as people said. Huang Da announces that every member of Instant Kill is equipped with Black Rhinoceros inner armor, making sure none of their own gear is affected by the magnetic field. He claims that no matter how much the protagonist struggles, he's just delaying the inevitable. Huang Da uses the crystal to rip the girl's weapons away, and yells that he wants to see Kai completely crushed. He vows that everything Kai did to his family will be paid back 100 times over, snarling that he wants to watch him realize his own pathetic irrelevance and get on his knees to beg for his life. The protagonist then calls forth his weapon and declares, "I will never accept a destiny forced on me by others." Huang Da just bursts out laughing and tells him to give it up, asking if he honestly thinks a few throwing knives can possibly defeat him. But in that exact moment, the weapon unleashes a surreal energy and transforms, summoning a card. Huang Da's face twists in rage, and the crowd erupts in shock, screaming, "What just happened?" Lan stares dumbfounded and asks why Kai's 9 Tribulations deadly pursuit technique just morphed into a playing card. Liu analyzes the energy signature and states that it looks like an unbelievably condensed form of intent, wondering aloud if the weapon actually has a consciousness of its own. It clicks for Jiang in an instant. This isn't just some basic homing weapon, it's the signature tool of a gambler, the God's card. A system notification pops up, explaining that Ghost Star equipment is typically graded on a scale from F to S rank. But then it drops a bombshell. There are tiers far beyond S rank, and the God King's card is in a league of its own, the triple S category. Our hero is completely stunned, trying to process what a weapon of that caliber even means. The system then reveals the God King card also packs a unique deck-wide special effect. This God King deck buff means that for every additional God King card the user acquires, every single card from that set gets a 10% boost to its base stats and a massive 50% weapon penetration. The system then unveils the deck's second insane ability, Devour and Transform, which lets it absorb other throwing weapons. It can completely inherit their stats and special effects without ever changing the God King card's own fundamental attributes. Jiang breaks it down before the match even began. The finisher card had already used this power to masquerade as a life-tracking dart. By using Devour and Transform, it copied the dart's abilities, but not its metallic composition, making it completely immune to the supermagnetic crystal. He declares that in a few moments Huang Da will be the one on his knees begging for mercy. But he won't be begging to be spared, he'll be pleading to be eliminated. Huang Da has no idea what the kid is planning. Then Kai activates the Wrath of the Gods. A surreal energy explodes from him, but Huang Da just smirks confident in his Titan shield. He figures even a bootleg version of a transcendent weapon is worlds better than a simple playing card. He can't even fathom how it could possibly be a threat. The card slams into the shield, shattering it into a million pieces before blasting Huang Da and sending him flying. The supermagnetic crystal clatters to the ground, and all the captured weapons instantly fly back to their owners. Yuan spins, parrying a blow with his sword. Ruin blocks with his shield, shouting that his opponent's surprise attack was a total cheap shot. The bald-headed enemy can only watch the chaos, his face a mask of pure terror. Up in the observation room, everyone is glued to the big screen. Someone whispers in disbelief, asking if what they're seeing is real, because a single card just shredded a shield that looked indestructible. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, questioning how Jiang's attack power could be so monstrous. Down in the arena, Huang Da is completely breaking down, refusing to accept reality. He screams, asking how he could possibly lose to a total nobody, realizing he doesn't even have the strength to stand. His teammates start shouting for help, but Yuan and Ruin intercept them, declaring, "Your fight is with us." Ruin lets out a taunting laugh, saying the more his enemies try to flee, the more hyped he gets. Our protagonist walks over and stands above Huang Da, casually holding the card between his fingers. He leans in and says, "The real performance is just getting started," adding the moment is not yet opportune. A flash of light erupts and Huang Da's eyes go wide as a slash rips across his body. Watching on the monitor, Lan gasps in shock, commenting on how his movements are blindingly fast. She can barely keep up with the flurry of strikes. Our protagonist unleashes a storm of slashes, saying, "You truly don't regret a thing you've done, do you? But you're dead wrong if you think this is all I've got." A system alert flashes, announcing the activation of the finisher card's first special effect. It's called, "The Moment is Still Not Opportune." When this ability is active, the weapon will automatically lash out at the target up to 50 times, with each strike dealing an extra 50% damage. And here's the kicker, it prevents the target from being eliminated during the onslaught. Huang Da's agonizing screams echo across the entire arena. The sound creates a suffocating tension. Jiang's voice cuts through, stating that ending people's lives has become second nature to Huang Da. Because he places no value on the lives of others, he declares that now, Huang Da will experience the true horror of being on the brink of oblivion. Huang Da can only sob and beg for him to stop. Just then, the system signals the activation of the third special ability from the outer armor of the Finisher Spirit, Finisher's Torment. This skill unleashes a continuous mental assault on the enemy, forcing them to endlessly re-experience the psychological dread of standing at death's door. This twisted effect only triggers when the target is critically injured and can be sustained for as long as the user's mental power holds out. Kai stares down at Huang Da with ice-cold eyes while his opponent, completely broken by fear, pleads for it to end. Our hero just cracks a terrifying smile, his sinister aura intensifying as the barrage continues. The pain becomes unbearable for Huang Da. He's so disoriented he can't tell what's hitting him. It just feels like something is scraping his insides, raw, slowly dissolving him from within. As if his entire body is being ground into a pulp, the suffering becomes intolerable, and he screams in his mind, "Why haven't I been eliminated yet?" Begging for the sweet release of death, Jiang asks, "Can't handle it anymore. This pain isn't even 1/10,000th of the suffering. Of all the innocent people you've already erased." The opponent wails one more time, pleading to be killed. Kai muses to himself that this is the true power of the finisher card. The effect, "The Moment is Still Not Opportune," combined with the outer armors. Finisher's Torment flawlessly blends physical agony with psychological torture, creating a truly hellish result. On the massive view screen, Huang Da is still pathetically begging to be wiped out. Watching from above, Lan can't believe it. How is he even conscious? The damage he's sustained should have been lethal ages ago. Liu admits he's not entirely sure either, but he figures Huang Da's mind is already shattered, wondering aloud what Kai's real trump card is. "Even I can't see through that power," he mutters. Down in the arena, Huang Da coughs up blood, swearing he'll never go near Kai's family again. "I was wrong, I was so wrong," he whimpers. "Just finish me." But Kai thinks to himself, "Why would I ever let an opportunity this perfect slip away so easily?" He glances at the crowd, sensing their patience is wearing thin. Tong watches his face, a mask of fury. After all his careful planning, he still couldn't take Kai down. He screams his name across the arena. The protagonist looks up a calm, "What can I do for you?" on his lips. Tong spits back, "I know what you're after." He makes a promise, "End Huang Da now, and I swear I'll never bother your family again." Kai just smirks. "Why should I believe you? And what happens to me if you break your little promise?" "Don't push your luck," Tong snarls. "As you wish," Kai replies coolly. Tong's mind races. Wei is already in psychological recovery. If this drags on, Huang Da will be permanently broken too. He raises his voice, swearing on the name of the entire Shanwu Guild for everyone to hear that Kai's family will be untouchable. "And if you still don't trust me, we'll sign a contract with the military after this is over." The protagonist's smile widens. "You've said your piece," he replies, his voice dropping to a deadly calm. "After today, if the Huang family, or anyone from the Shanwu Guild so much as breathes on my family, I will tear you out by the roots." A moment later, a blade flashes, and Huang Da's head rolls. Ju asks, "Did he get it?" Tong grinds his teeth in silent rage. A subordinate rushes to his side. "Master, disconnect. Now," Tong orders. "Find the best damn psychologist, and get Huang Da's condition evaluated." This isn't over. Kai remains standing, that same unnerving smile fixed on his face, but inside, a strange weakness is spreading through him. He realizes he's barely keeping himself upright. The non-stop use of Devour and Transform, Wrath of the Gods, and all his other finishers has left his mental reserves completely bottomed out. And even with Huang Da gone, there are still 4 elite fighters left on the board. He knows he absolutely cannot collapse now. As long as he stays on his feet, they'll be too scared to make a reckless move. The moment they turn their full attention on Ju, they'll leave themselves wide open. Beside him, Yuan is still in the thick of it, roaring at his opponents, calling them cowards. Suddenly, Ju's aura explodes with power. Yuan ducks under a wild swing, and the enemy adventurer stumbles back in shock. "What the hell? How did your strength just multiply like that?" The girls watching figure it out instantly. It's his all-round fighter talent. He just dumped all his stats into pure strength for that one attack. That's enough to overwhelm even a level 40 brawler. "Watch out for a pincer attack," they yell. The 2 opponents charge him from both sides at once, but Ju moves like a blur, easily dodging. They're left stunned. "I told you before," Ju sneers. "You guys are absolute trash." A fan in the stands shouts. "That doesn't even look like the same Ju." Another one notes, "He's ferocious but insanely agile. It's like he can read every single move." Meanwhile, Ruin is chasing his opponent around the field, trying to give him a hug. A commentator can't help but laugh. You don't see a drunk old man chasing a level 40 warrior across the battlefield every day. This is incredible. The bald fighter screams, "Get away from me, you creep." He's thinking that shield of his is just absurdly tough. I can't even scratch it. He reflects that if Jiang were attacking someone else, he could actually focus. But then, he glances over and sees the protagonist just standing there. A seed of suspicion is planted. Ju surges forward again, taunting his enemies. "Is that really all you've got? You're a disgrace to the profession." That's when one of the adventurers realizes something is deeply wrong. He thinks Kai is clearly strong enough to wipe us all out. So why is he just standing there watching? It dawns on him. There's no reason to drag this out. Unless he sees the potential flaw. Kai's level is low. Those devastating skills he used earlier must have completely drained him. Back in the observation room, the analyst is stunned. His combat metrics are still skyrocketing. He's in awe of Ju's performance. Lan wonders aloud, what kind of miracle is going on with the Volcano Squad? First, a level 20 player crushes Huang Da, a level 40 elite, and now even the once timid Ju is fighting like a complete monster. She sighs in relief. Whatever it is, it looks like the Volcano Squad has this in the bag. Nuan is safe, she adds with a smile. But Liu shakes his head. "I wouldn't be so sure," he explains. With Huang Da gone, the 4 remaining members of Swift Kill might be shaken, but now this is a do-or-die fight. They won't surrender, especially not when they're terrified of Jiang, who hasn't moved a muscle since he took out their leader. It might look like intimidation, but it could also be a bluff. But he figures it's far more likely that Jiang is just totally gassed. Smelling blood in the water, the 4 remaining members see this opening and unleash a merciless barrage. They taunt him, saying if Kai just keeps standing there while his teammates get wrecked, everything is going according to their plan. The bald dude amps them up, declaring the Volcano Squad better bring their A-game because his team is about to risk it all. 2 minutes later, a sword slams into the earth with a deafening crash. It's Yuan the Adventurer. He notes that Yuan's power level seems to be all over the place, and his partner agrees, adding that whenever his strikes get crazy powerful, his speed just tanks. The warrior puts it together. Yuan must have some kind of stat transfer talent. And even though he looks like an absolute monster, one slip-up could be fatal. The swordsman lays out the game plan. If they can time it right and interrupt that attribute swap, they can absolutely take Yuan down. He adds that Jiang hasn't moved an inch in ages, which means his mana pool has got to be empty. With that, they decide they're done waiting. Yuang surges forward with his blade as the swordsman roars that after he's done, Jiang is next. In the stands, a spectator pipes up that the other team has switched strats and Volcano Squad is probably cooked. Ju flashes into view, shutting that down instantly. No shot. He declares that no one is beating the Volcano Squad without going through him first. The pressure builds to a fever pitch until a violent explosion rips through the arena. Our hero leaps into the fray and the opponents collapse, unable to process what just happened. Yuan just smirks. You seem surprised. The night before the guild challenge, Nuan can tell our hero looks worried during dinner and asks what's on his mind. Jiang lays it out in tomorrow's match. Huang Da has a major beef with him and will definitely try every dirty trick in the book to screw them over. He says he's already cracked their strategy and is betting Huang Da will go straight for his most trusted weapon, Life Pursuit, to try and neutralize it. Nuan asks if he has a counterplay. Kai's mind flashes to that mysterious card he swiped from the Corpse King's chest. He tells her that with it he's got more than a 90% chance of soloing Huang Da. But he remembers they aren't just fighting Huang Da, and using that card comes with some serious side effects. Without the right strategy, their chances of wiping out the entire Swift Kill Squad could drop below 60%. Nuan reveals that they're all out of Phoenix Tears and explains she's been scrambling for alternatives, but hasn't had much luck. She holds out an anti-dormancy capsule. She explains that at his current stats, this thing can juice him back to 50% of his max power for 1 whole minute. But there's a huge catch. During that minute, he'll be completely paralyzed. On top of that, the capsule only activates if the user has already burned through all their mental energy. Nuan stresses that 1 minute of being a sitting duck on the battlefield is basically a death wish, and intentionally draining your mana is pretty much suicide. She promises to find another way, but our hero just praises her genius, saying that, with this, his confidence in taking down the entire Swift Kill Squad just jumped to 100%. Now all they have to do is wait for the perfect opportunity. Back in the present 1 minute earlier, the adventurer scoffs, declaring that attacking the greatest god of battle under heaven is just asking to be deleted. Yuan charges headfirst into the enemies while Ruin goes after the bald guy. Jiang stays frozen in place, calculating. After taking down Huang Da and burning almost all his mana, he just needs to stall long enough for a partial recharge. He thinks to himself that there's no way his opponents will ever figure it out. Ruin taunts the enemy, asking if he's playing hide and seek. The bald man realizes his fatal mistake way too late. Yuan materializes behind him and lands a devastating blow. The bald man, coughing up blood, chokes out. How is that even possible? Ju tells him to remember this moment, saying that dying on the sword of the greatest god of battle under heaven is an honor. Ruin then dramatically cradles the fallen enemy, wailing about why they eliminated his beloved. Ruin shoots back, asking if he really needs a reason, and reaffirms that he is in fact the greatest god of battle under heaven. Ruin declares that since his beloved is gone, he will take his place and accept his kiss. Suddenly, Ruin freezes mid-sentence. He catches a bizarre scent and recognizes it instantly. The protagonist breathes a sigh of relief that his companion packed wolf-repellent spray for them, thinking they seriously need to prepare better. Ruin's drunken rampages are becoming way more terrifying than they used to be. He turns and asks how Yan and Nuan are doing. Yan reports back that they're both totally fine and ready to jump back into the fight. After the enemy squad is wiped, the host declares the match officially over. But Yuan cuts her off, dropping into a battle stance and shouting, "Who goes there?" He demands to know if they've come to challenge his partner. The announcer is completely baffled, and even his own teammates are caught off guard. Jiang lunges forward, trying to get him to stand down, shouting that he's already proven he is the ultimate god of battle. There's nothing left to prove. Yan jumps in, yelling that no one here is his enemy. The announcer clears her throat, visibly pulling herself together before declaring the Volcano Squad the official winners and telling them to report back the next day. At 8 in the morning for the second round, Jiang steps up, making a promise to everyone there. From now on, they can all count on him. As Ruin is carried off on a stretcher, a completely hammered Nuan is still going, screaming that the battle god is in the house and daring anyone to even think about starting trouble. In the stands, the crowd is losing its mind, murmuring in disbelief that Volcano Squad actually pulled it off. A completely unknown rookie team just bodied the veteran Swift Kill Squad. Fans are debating how Nuan, who's supposed to have a useless tier class, can fight with such savage intensity, even running down a level 40 fighter. Others are buzzing about Kai, questioning what his class could possibly be and what kind of celestial weapon that mysterious, black card of his is. Hong remarks that it all makes sense now why they were specifically told to watch the Volcano Squad's match. Lan has to agree, admitting their victory was undeniably impressive. But Liu just says the outcome was exactly what he expected, explaining that Kai always throws unpredictable curveballs with his strategies, and he knows the commander will be dying to break down. The new performance data. Not long after the official results drop, the lead analyst reports that Jiang's rating has shot up to SS class, but Nuan didn't reveal any new skills in the fight, so she's staying put at her class rating. Lan is stunned to hear SS class pointing out that it's been forever since a player under level 40. managed to hit a rank that high. Liu explains that hitting SS class this early skyrockets the chances that, once Jiang hits level 60 or higher, he could get a direct ticket into the preparatory camp of the Sacred Radiance, Battle God Hall. He gives a little backstory to even stand a chance against the rampaging beast gods the nations of the world created these national and regional battle god halls with elite prep camps designed to find and mold talents who have the raw potential to become actual battle gods. Liu continues explaining, there are two main paths to get into the prep camp. The first way, the common route, is to absolutely dominate in local evaluations with off-the-charts combat skills. That's how most get their shot. The second path is the VIP route, getting handpicked by the military for direct entry. But you have to meet insane professional standards and have a military recommendation, something almost no one ever gets. Lan murmurs that getting a direct entry into the Sacred Radiance Battle God Hall preparatory camp is so ridiculously hard that maybe not even a single person in the entire Sacred Radiance Kingdom pulls it off in a whole year. She never dreamed Jiang had that kind of god-tier potential. Liu then asks about Jiang's official evaluation. The professor's reply shocks them both. It was impossible to get a proper read on him. He explains that the combat data is full of massive contradictions. Jiang's base stats are frankly absurd for a level 20 player, but because his profession is totally unknown, they've decided to drop any further investigation for now. At the same time, his stats are still below those of elite, level 40 specialists, and yet, his attacks unleashed an absolutely insane level of destructive power. In one instance, his attack coefficient peaked at 24,000, which is almost unbelievable. As for his card weapon, there isn't a single matching record for it in any existing database. It actually caused the calculation program to crash. The only real takeaway is that, despite the spectacular win, Jiang burned through his stamina way too fast, and as captain gave his team too much free rein. So if they have to give him a grade, it's a provisional D class. They conclude the meeting, stating they'll send the report to the commander, and thanking everyone for their hard work. Later, Lan insists that there's no way that rating is just a D. Liu agrees, but says he didn't fight it, because the professor wasn't technically wrong. The real issue is with the system itself. He recalls how their entire evaluation method was built on a mountain of data from countless pioneers, but then he asks what happens when someone comes along who is walking a path no one has ever seen before. Trying to measure a person like that with the old benchmarks is guaranteed to create distortions. Just like the commander, he wants to see just how far Jiang can really go. The next day, Yan points out an apothecary and suggests they buy some herbs to whip up a spray. The shopkeeper asks what they're looking for, and Yan lists off borage psychedelic mushroom and sour blackberry. The owner confirms he has it all in stock and tells them to follow him. The protagonist turns around and realizes his partner has vanished, only to find her staring intently at a shelf. Jiang walks over and asks if they sell recipes there, pointing to the items listed: Green Water Phantom, Eternal Frozen Chill Poison, and Crimson Kiss. Nuan explains that they're all poison recipes, looking confused because she's never once seen green Water Phantom show up at any auctions. The shopkeeper chimes in that it's an extremely rare recipe, one they just got from a chest a mutant left behind. We're at a spot called Water Phantom Lake just outside Taiping Mountain, looking for a rare poison known as the General Class Water Phantom. Kai scoffs, asking who would ever actually venture into that lake, but the shopkeeper just chuckles. Oh, you'd be surprised, he says, especially the artsy types, the ones who crave desolate, dangerous scenery. He mentions he got lucky once stumbling upon his prize when it was on its last legs. Still, he gives them a serious warning: the Green Water Phantom is lethally potent, but activating it is a nightmare. Just brewing the concoction is a gamble that could easily poison the creator, and even if you succeed, deploying it is a whole other challenge. Ruan, intrigued, leans in. What kind of poison are we talking about? The shopkeeper explains that once you get it on your enemy, it seeps right through their armor and clings to their skin. But here's the catch: it only triggers if the target is plunged entirely into water, at that exact moment. So not only do you have to land the hit, but you also have to knock your opponent into a body of water for it to do anything. The sheer unlikelihood of having a lake handy on a battlefield is insane. But Kai and Ruan just share a look, a slow grin spreading across their faces. It's perfect. They snatch up the recipe, leaving the shopkeeper utterly baffled. Cut to Zhang Chang inside the sterile walls of Shanwu Private Hospital. A lone figure sits in a room consumed by silence. Wei cracks the door open, his eyes falling on his son as the doctor's grim diagnosis rings in his ears. The young master's situation, it's even more dire than his brother's. His psyche took a catastrophic blow and is already fracturing, showing the first terrifying signs of a complete mental collapse. He needs treatment urgently. The official recommendation from the meeting was clear: Ghostar is off the table for him. He's scheduled for a minimum of 3 months of intensive psychological observation. Wei's fist slams into the wall, the impact echoing his frustration. My younger son is still recovering, and now my eldest is like this. He seethes. He was supposed to be the most brilliant prodigy of the Huang family. And this all comes back to one person, Jiang. Wei's voice drops to a low growl. I promised I wouldn't touch his family, but I never said I wouldn't handle him myself. After all, the guild challenge isn't over. Just then, a figure steps out of the shadows. I heard you were looking for me. Does this have something to do with the challenge? Over the next few days, the guild challenge rages on. Some squads, having witnessed the absolute brutality of Jiang's beatdown on Huang, just threw in the towel before their matches even started. Others put up a hell of a fight, only to be crushed by the unstoppable Volcano squad. In the end, Kai triumphantly leads his team into the top 16. That evening, Yan announces that the matchups for the next day have dropped. A notification pings from the system for the main god guild. Volcano squad, congratulations on qualifying for the round of 16. Your next opponent is the 4 Falcon squad from the Wanwu guild, led by Ju. Report to the Shengyao West District Arena at 8 a.m. for prep. Yuan's eyes narrow. The Huanwu Guild again. That name feels way too familiar. Ruan nods in agreement. Our hero remembers it instantly, Xu Feizhong of the 4 Falcons. That's the same crew they ran into while hunting the fallen Corpse King. He realizes the Huang family is done playing games. They're getting desperate. Ju spits. Oh, it's those arrogant punks. Yan adds that the 4 Falcons are considered Wanwu's absolute ace team. Swift Kill might have raw power, but they're nothing compared to these guys. Hu Yan confirms it, explaining that most of Swift Kill is just Wanwu's management, and kids from major families with all the best resources and gear, as Ruan clarifies. Shu's squad was handpicked from a sea of elite players. They have battle-hardened experience and flawless teamwork. Their adaptability is off the charts, especially Shu himself. His agility is insane, and they'll need to be on their highest alert. The next morning, the arena is electric. The clash between Huanwu's Falcons and the main guild's Volcano is the talk of the town. Everyone knows the bad blood between Jiang and the Huanwu Guild, and you could cut the tension with a knife. Shu steps forward, a smug look on his face. We meet again, he sneers. Remember what I said, I'm going to personally rip your arms off. Yuan, completely over it, fires back, run your mouth all you want. Why don't you look at Huangda? The grass on his grave is already nice and tall. Jiang cuts through the trash talk. We'll settle this with our fists. The announcer's voice booms across the stadium. Out of 36 guild challenges, the round of 16 is counting down, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. Lan watches with a worried expression for her sister, while Lu mutters, can Jiang really pull off another miracle? Against the Falcons, the blonde clenches her fist. Have faith. The captain and I have always believed in him. The countdown hits 0. The match begins. Shu's team instantly lunges forward in an all-out assault, and Jiang's squad mirrors them. Kai surges ahead to meet the charge. Yan shouts a warning. They have too many tracking weapons. They're going to try to pick off the captain. Jiang just smirks. I was counting on it. His team immediately pivots, snapping into a tight defensive line at the front. Shu's smile turns ice cold. Let me give you a lesson in real team combat. The 4 Falcons effortlessly block the initial assault, a move that stuns Jiang and his crew watching from the sidelines. The blonde gasps. Their reaction speed is incredible. A boy next to her confirms it. Even with their whole squad on offense, they're perfectly in sync. In the blink of an eye, they snapped into formation, erecting a flawless defensive wall that simultaneously intercepted all 6 of the daggers Jiang had unleashed. Flames erupted across the battlefield, but even when a critical hit landed, the target showed zero panic, coolly retreating and weaponizing the impact to their own advantage. The red-haired girl roars, ordering them to clear a path for her. But our boy watches, his eyes narrowed, realizing there's more to it. The instant a frontline fighter gets tagged, the squad members directly behind them react instantly, transforming that defense into a vicious counterattack. The redhead spins her weapon, challenging them to taste the fury of her flaming whip before smashing it down, triggering a massive shockwave. Lan admits she'd only heard rumors about Squad 4 Falcons, but seeing them in action proves their reputation as masters of team combat is no joke. Liu chimes in, saying that while their individual stats aren't the most OP in Shuangwu, their synergy as a core unit in a massive guild is absolutely terrifying. The protagonist realizes this kind of chemistry is only forged in the crucible of constant life-or-death battles. As foes, they are worlds more menacing than Swift Strike ever was. Shu, radiating an aura of pure dominance, asks if they still plan on using those pursuit weapons. The audience recognizes the supermagnetic crystal and expects him to regain control over Volcano's arsenal, which would corner Jiang into playing his mysterious trump card. But to everyone's absolute shock, each weapon projects an energy that completely repels the magnetic pull. A wave of murmurs ripples through the crowd as they figure out the supermagnetic crystal has been totally nerfed. Face Yang smirks, asking if they actually tweaked their gear. Kai just fires back that After the L they took against Swift Strike, they'd have been morons not to come prepared this time. Someone had a galaxy brain moment, remembering the leftover ores from the secret palace of the Tritons, and figuring out that the special grade, resistant ironstone, generates a force that directly opposes the supermagnetic crystal. So they went and reinforced every single weapon, completely erasing their biggest weakness. The protagonist can't help but praise the strat before vaulting forward, declaring that against absolute speed, even the most perfect coordination will shatter. Kai surges forward, unleashing a storm of attacks. Lon figures that, with Gambler's time running, the 6 pursuit weapons might still pull off a surprise. She has to admit, in just a few days the team cooked up a way to neutralize the crystal, which is seriously impressive. Liu adds that watching Kai's crew evolve like this is exactly what makes following them so damn exciting. Our protagonist gives Juan Ruin the signal, it's go time. Players' time is on a short fuse, and this is their one shot to turn the tables. A bottle smashes on the ground as the two of them charge into the fray. Yuan hefts his weapon, screaming about the might of the greatest god of war on the planet. Ju unleashes a colossal wave of energy, and an explosion rips through the arena. As the smoke clears, Yuan yells, asking where they are, only to get absolutely rocked by an attack from behind. Jiang screams a warning and launches his own assault. Shu just scoffs at him, saying he dares to look away while facing her, and that the next time he's finished. Ju fires back, questioning how she has the audacity to challenge the greatest god of war. Yuan lunges forward, but a warrior blocks his path with a massive shield. The redhead announces she'll take care of this. The warrior notes that his opponent's reflexes aren't half bad and admits he might have misjudged him. Yuan just tells him that if he's so eager to die, then bring it on. Ju moves like a blur, casting Earthquake Prison at the exact moment. 3 adventurers charge the 2 girls, while the drunk Ruin hurls his bottle, yelling that he's second to none. He slams his shield down, telling the girl he's got her back. One of the opponents calls him a drunken old man. Pissed off, the 2 adventurers fall back, vowing to finish off the pervert so the 2 useless girls will be all theirs. Yan activates her enhanced incredible ice ray. As Nuwan unleashes a blast of her own energy, the attacks tear through the air, heading straight for their rivals. Across the field, Ju takes a shot at the protagonist. Jiang whips out his weapon and lets his darts fly. Face Young just grins, saying this is his kind of party, and that when it comes to speed, he's never taken an L. Shu effortlessly weaves through all the projectiles, commenting that he's way too slow, which leads Kai to a grim conclusion. This guy is a whole different level of trouble. The cameraman is losing his mind, saying no one has ever managed to dodge Kai's darts, from that close and questioning if what he's seeing is even possible. After all, Shu is legendary for his agility, and even watching the replay in slow motion, he can't comprehend how the dodge even happened. On the field, Face Young keeps evading every single attack, with movements that are nearly impossible for the eye to track. Lon points out that Shu is twisting his body to slip past the projectiles, and is even using the rotational momentum to close the gap with Kai. Liu says he pulled up his stats. Shu's base agility is over 300,000, and with his gear, it's pushing at least 350,000, maybe even more. He concludes that if Kai's main advantage is also his agility, then Face Young probably has over 100,000 points on him. Stat-wise, Shu is basically Jiang's hard counter. Right in the middle of the fight, Face Young declares that making him an enemy will be the single greatest regret of his entire life. In a flash, Jiang's eyes go wide as Shu unleashes the devastating Whirlwind Strike, a brutal charging attack. He immediately activates his Ghost Eye focus. What he sees sends a chill down his spine. It looks like a simple sword slash, but Shu's other hand is glowing, secretly gathering an insane amount of energy. This whirlwind is no ordinary move. His opponent is way too fast, just trying to dodge. Won't be enough to escape the brutal non-stop combo that's coming. Kai lunges in for a counter, but a smirk spreads across Shu's face. He's fallen right into the trap. With his silver and purple twin blades now humming, Face Young unleashes a wave of power cloaked in a deeply menacing aura. The protagonist recoils in disbelief, seeing his pursuit weapon suddenly frozen in place completely under his enemy's control. Shu just scoffs. Did you really think you were the only one who could customize their gear? He taunts, explaining his own blades were specifically adapted for this. They might not have the long-range control of a supermagnetic crystal, but for up-close and personal combat, they're more than enough to completely shut down his projectiles. Jiang grits his teeth, asking if this was his plan all along, if he provoked him, just to bait him into using more of his weapons. Face Yang actually looks impressed, admitting it's cute he still has the energy to ask questions, right now telling him to watch closely. He asks if his real ace in the hole is that last dart, or the trump card he disguised as a dart, from before revealing with a cold smile that everything has gone down exactly as he predicted. Seeing the doubt flicker in the protagonist's eyes, Shu lays it all out. The reason Squad 4 Falcons is at the top isn't just because of their flawless teamwork, but because they never ever underestimate an opponent. Before this match even started, he rewatched the fight against Swift Kill hundreds of times, and he figured it out. That shocking win against Huang Da didn't come from just any attack, it came from that disguised card. But right after using it, Jiang didn't rush to help his team. He just stood there. Why is that? Shu presses. Was it just supreme confidence in your crew? But after analyzing his expression, he knew that wasn't it. And that led him to a single theory, that trump card, while powerful enough to one-shot an enemy, must burn a massive amount of physical or mental energy, making it impossible to fire off again right away. After running the numbers, he calculated the cooldown time is roughly 1 minute. The protagonist can only clench his jaw in fury. Shu states that, if he dares to pop that ability right now, he'll probably take him down just like he did Huang Da. But he adds his voice dripping with venom during that 60-second window, where you're completely vulnerable. My teammates will have already wiped out the rest of Volcano, and then we'll all come for you. Jiang just glares back, his silence speaking volumes. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yuan throws his arms wide, proclaiming that the greatest god of war on the planet has arrived and demands to know why his opponent isn't on his knees yet. Zhu lunges forward, but his enemy just sidesteps the blow. The warrior closes the distance, taunting him, telling him it's time to die. Yuan blocks the strike and counters with his own, roaring for him to eat his steel. A kid in the stands points out that the Falcon member is refusing to fight Zhu head-on. He backs off when Zhu pushes forward and presses in when Zhu retreats. It's like he's just toying with him. An older man next to him explains that the guy knows Zhu has a talent for attribute transfer. If they were to clash directly, he'd probably lose. So instead, he's methodically chipping away at his patience, draining his stamina, and probing for a single mistake. The blonde girl questions if the 4 Falcon squad is supposed to be so, OP remarking that using cheap tricks like this seems to clash with their legendary reputation. The old man beside her just shakes his head saying, "This is pure battle strategy. The Falcons aren't some pampered elites who only care about looking cool. They have countless hours of real combat experience, and they get that in a fight to the death. A win is a win, no matter how you get it." He finishes by saying Yuan just has to endure. In another part of the arena, Ruin is trash-talking his opponent, saying she's got a gorgeous waist, nice chest, and killer legs, and that he's totally into her. The adventurer spits back, telling him to shut his mouth, calling him a worthless drunk from the lowest class guild. In a movement too fast to see, she appears right behind him and lands a devastatingly clean hit, declaring that he and his friends will always be nothing but bottom-feeding trash. Blood sprays from his mouth as his teammates watch in horror. One yells for her partner to hang on, promising she'll figure out a way to heal him. The redhead scoffs, her voice laced with irritation. "Are you seriously planning to save someone right in front of me?" She snarls, telling her not to even dream about it. Yan shouts that she'll create an opening and tells her to go now. The warrior unleashes her skill and slams into her target. One sees her own teammate get hit, and her face drains of color. The redhead just laughs at her, calling her a pathetic fake healer with 0 combat skills, asking if 2 useless fighters like them actually thought they could take on the Falcons. The warrior chimes in, telling her not to get her hopes up that her captain will come and save the day since he can't even save himself right now. Yuan storms over enraged, demanding to know who dares to talk that way. The warrior instantly intercepts him, remarking that he's in a big hurry and reminding him that his opponent is right here. Zhu swings wildly, demanding a straight-up fight. The warrior just calls him an idiot, explaining that since he has a talent that transfers attributes, there's absolutely no reason to play to his strengths. On the battlefield, the winner is the one who walks away, and the loser gets put in the ground. Yuan lets out a roar and charges with his sword. Eyes widen in shock as their blades collide, and a strange sensation jolts through Zhu's body. A wave of dread washes over the crowd. The warrior demands to know if he's out of time to transfer attributes. Just then, Yuan collapses to his knees as the warrior absolutely clowns on him, crowning him the #1 undisputed king of useless trash. From the sidelines, Shu watches with ice in his veins, stating that their entire team has already been wrecked. The match feels like it's over before it even began, and the first poor soul is about to get wiped from the board. If he can't stand to watch his friends get crushed one by one, he's got a single play left. He can pop his ultimate ability to save one person, but there's only one use. So who's it gonna be? The enemy taunts him, declaring that no matter who he saves, the Volcano Squad's fate is already carved in stone. Our hero just glares back, his silence deafening. And in that moment, raindrops begin to speckle the arena floor. Jiang can't believe it, asking if he's for real, muttering that this can't be happening. The redhead scoffs at them, sneering that pulling a weak skill like that is basically just praying for rain to make a fool of themselves. A total miscalculation. While the warrior vows to send them straight to the underworld, Yuan fires back, and whoever said rain can't kill. Potions fly through the air. Their opponents are confused, wondering what the hell that is, but decide it doesn't matter and charge in to end this. In a flash, a brutal attack screams towards them. Up in the stands, the crowd starts whispering, asking what kind of messed up rain this is. What kind of cheap parlor trick is the fortune teller pulling now? And what's this ridiculous stunt from the healer? They laugh, saying the two girls look like helpless lambs facing down a wolf. Lan cries out, worried for her sister, but Lu just tells her to watch closely. A sword clatters to the ground. The warrior feels a searing pain as her arm begins to corrode, screaming, "What is this?" The redhead sees the potion splashed all over her partner's body and demands to know if it's poison. Nuon and the seer just stare back, their faces unreadable. Absolutely livid, the redhead swears she will obliterate them. But Yan unleashes her own aura, challenging them to try it, telling them to keep dreaming. Both opponents are blasted head-on and crumple to the ground, completely defeated. The redhead and her partner are out for the count. Lan is stunned, asking what kind of poison that was. Its toxicity is insane, she says, strong enough to completely neutralize a fighter. Lu breaks it down. It's the ultra-rare green water ghost venom, which only activates when the target is completely soaked in water. The condition is so specific that you almost never see it used in a fight. No one could have predicted they'd combo it so perfectly, with a rain summoning skill. The warrior on the ground can only whisper in disbelief. How is that even possible? Our protagonist cracks a smile, explaining that in a battle, a class everyone thinks is useless, and a poison that seems worthless, when mixed just right, can create something mind-blowing. And if they think that's all the Volcano Squad has got, they are dead wrong. Suddenly, the crowd erupts, pointing to the field. The drunk is getting back up. Ruin staggers to his feet, one hand clamped over his wound. The warrior sneers, asking if he really wants to keep struggling, before the inevitable end. She calls him a pathetic drunk who could never touch a real fighter, and declares she's starting with him. But Ruin, now seething with irritation, fires back that he has never been second best to anyone, and he sure as hell isn't scared of her. The warrior freezes, seeing his eyes have completely transformed. The cocky, flippant look from before is gone. A chill runs down her spine. She suspects this is another trap, just like the healers. Ruin tells her he's about to make one thing crystal clear: she will obey him, because she has no other choice. Enraged, the warrior screams and lunges at him. A kid in the audience groans in disappointment, saying he thought the drunk actually had an ace up his sleeve, but he just looks pathetic. But then he leans in, admitting Ruin's vibe is low-key weird right now, because if he were sober, he'd never talk like that. Ruin taunts them, "You call me a drunk, then watch this." He sidesteps the attack with unbelievable speed. Shu is floored. What just happened, he asks. Even injured, that creep's speed is more than double what it was. The protagonist then asks if he understands the gap between human instinct and human reaction. Jiang just says, "That's insane." He explains that in a fight, people react using experience, emotions, and everything around them. But instinct, that's primal. It's immediate. The warrior screams that it was just a lucky dodge, and that she's going to rip his head off. Ruin replies that instinct is an ancient power, and her speed is nowhere near fast enough. The warrior tells him to shut up and die, yelling that no amount of experience or mental fortitude will save him. Ruin finishes his thought faced with pure primal instinct. Human reaction is always a step behind. And with that, he vanishes, reappearing directly behind his opponent. The warrior desperately swings at him, but Ruin flows around every attack with impossible grace. She's thinking, panicked. The guy is clearly hurt, so how is he dodging every single hit so perfectly? He's moving even better than before. He's completely unreadable. Yan finally gets it, explaining that this is Ruin's new talent, joy and drunkenness. It's a state that unleashes the body's most primitive instincts. Being drunk stimulates his subconscious, letting him dance on the edge of being wasted, and a razor-sharp state between clarity and madness. In other words, he's become completely unpredictable and totally unchained. The seer hurls the sword across the arena. Ruin snatches it out of the air, a smirk twisting his lips as he asks if his opponent is already gassed. He drawls that he was still hoping those red lips could give him a real thrill. Enraged, the warrior lunges forward, roaring that he's going to tear him limb from limb. He unleashes a furious, non-stop barrage of attacks, but Ruin sidesteps every single strike. The entire crowd watches, their jaws on the floor. Even with his drunken, staggering footsteps, the man miraculously dodges every lethal blow at the last possible second. The warrior refuses to believe his eyes. He's convinced that drunks are the lowest of the low, and that there's no way he could be defeated by this trash. He lunges again, a sickening crunch echoes out, and blood spatters onto the dirt. But as he moves in for the finish, Ruin presses the cold steel of his blade against the warrior's forehead and tells him to strip. The utter disrespect sends the warrior into a frenzy. From the stands, a voice whispers in shock that a drunkard cast out by sacred radiance is absolutely dominating a higher-level fighter. That makes 3 members of the Falcon Squad who have already been taken down. Could Vulcan actually be turning the tables? Shu observes with ice in his veins, calling the display a complete waste. The protagonist remains shrouded in crackling lightning and challenges his opponent, asking if he was so desperate to face him that he couldn't wait any longer. Fei Yang shoots back that the secret trump card he's holding is still very much in play. Yang flashes a confident grin, but Shu warns him that it's too early to celebrate since his forces haven't been totally wiped out yet. Suddenly, the potion in Newton's hand is sliced clean in half. Her head snaps up in total shock, as Fei Yang calls her a pesky healer, accusing her of trying to pull a fast one with poison. He snarls that if she's so eager to die, he'll eliminate her first, and then he'll deal with the spineless fighter she's protecting. Newton throws a hand up to shield her face, but in a flash, Yuan appears before her, absorbing the full force of the attack meant for her. Tears instantly flood her eyes. The adventurer scoffs, mocking him for playing hero when he's nothing but trash. He declares he'll just turn them into a tragic pair of defeated lovers right then and there. But then a massive plot twist. The guy tries yanking his weapon free, but it is completely jammed. Ju smirks, asking who decided this fight was over. Panic flashes across the enemy's face. Yuan casually drops the bomb. He dumped every single one of his stat points straight into Constitution. The crowd absolutely loses it. See, in real-world combat, your attack damage and physical strength are totally locked together. Reaction time, speed, that all falls under agility, and those stats normally dictate who walks away alive. But Ju literally played himself as human bait, shifting his entire build into pure endurance. Without warning, Ju grabs the blade, still buried deep inside him, with a vice grip radiating an absolutely insane wave of bloodlust. Staring his opponent dead in the eye, challenging him to try and run now. The adventurer's eyes bulge out of his skull, and in a split second, his own weapon gets brutally shoved straight through his head. Shu watches the carnage unfold completely dumbfounded, muttering that it should not be physically possible. Our main character locks eyes with him coldly, stating he never promised it would be a walk in the park for those falcons to wipe out his crew. Baexiang is low-key spiraling, trying to figure out how the leftover members of Volcano got so ridiculously overpowered out of nowhere. I mean, based on all the pre-fight analysis, these guys were supposed to have exactly 0% chance of winning. Jiang steps up, declaring, "The end game is finally here," and he is about to hand out an undeniably humiliating defeat. Shu gnashes his teeth, barking back not to get cocky. Sure, his squad might have fumbled against the sidekicks today, but Shu swears on his life he is going to rip Jiang's head clean off his shoulders. Kai calculates that the fastest route to total domination is throwing the first punch with absolute max effort. Wasting no time, Baexiang triggers Violent Slash, detonating a mind-blowing shockwave of raw energy. Even if this heavy-hitting combo misses the mark directly, the sheer blast radius is enough to shatter bones. Xiang knows that by burning everything on this ultimate strike, Shu is going to be completely out of gas for a follow-up. He immediately launches a brutal counter. Shu's eyes blow wide open as the dust settles, and Kai coldly announces it is game over for him. Our boy triggers his skill, lunging in for round 2, but Baexiang claps back, screaming about who exactly decided he lost, and furious at the blatant disrespect. He vows to wipe the guy off the face of the earth. Jung watches, knowing exactly how this goes. The second you let rage take the wheel, you start making fatal back-to-back blunders. Boom! Shu takes a massive hit. Kai breaks down the math. Those first 8 homing attacks were perfectly paced, intentionally avoiding critical damage. But the moment the God of Execution card swallowed that 9th homing strike, it sucked up 90% of the critical hit chance, stacking right on top of its already broken base buffs. The system interface flashes the God of Execution card, just bagged 50 raw points of armor penetration. Its baseline critical rate spiked by 15%, while its total critical damage absolutely skyrocketed by 150%. Shu is practically frothing at the mouth, screaming that the math is not making sense. A massive blast rocks the arena, and the protagonist smugly realizes that Baexiang's fate is completely sealed. Shu collapses into the dirt. Jiang effortlessly summons his ranged arsenal, reminding the guy he called this beatdown ages ago. The crowd is losing their absolute minds, hyped beyond belief, cheering that Team Volcano just secured another insane victory. They literally swept Xuanwu's top-tier squad back-to-back, pulling off an absolute miracle in the arena. Kai's crew instantly starts celebrating. Lan breathes out, asking if they finally did it, and Liu confirms the nightmare is over. That fight was straight-up cinematic. Jiang popped off per usual. Yuan totally delivered on the hype. And honestly, Nuan practically stole the show. Sure, support healers normally play it safe with low-key toxins, but this girl actually whipped up the insanely complex Greenwater Phantom and weaponized it mid-fight, proving she is an absolute prodigy with poison. Lan sighs, pointing out the brutal timing the professors literally just locked in their final grades. Otherwise, there is no doubt Nuan would have easily clutched an A rating. Cut to Ruin, who is literally sobbing while cradling the warrior, calling him her precious darling. The seer strolls up carelessly, spraying him with some unknown liquid, boasting that when things get dicey, he still totally relies on her backup. The announcer does a double take entirely, confused by whatever weird stunt they are pulling now. Yuan swings at her aggressively, warning that stepping up to this literal god of war guarantees an absolute humiliating beatdown. Our main character just lets out a heavy sigh, muttering about how hurting this chaotic squad is getting tougher by the day. The announcer throws a hand in the air, officially crowning Team Volcano as the undisputed champions of the match. Jung smirks to himself. Yeah, winning like this feels pretty amazing. Afterward, Kai's whole squad rolls out, riding the high of their massive win, while a mysterious figure stalks them from the shadows, murmuring about how fascinating this crew really is. Fast forward a few days to the God Guild headquarters, where somebody is screaming for the captain. The protagonist raises an eyebrow, asking what kind of crazy emergency has him so hyped up. Yan blurts out that she and Ruin just got back, only to find out the market is completely glitching all the class advancement loot. For drunkards and Feng Masters did not just skyrocket in price. Every single item has been totally bought out. Ruin chimes in, pointing out how wild this is. Ever since the military labeled those two classes as absolute garbage, those upgrade materials had been rotting on the shelves collecting dust forever. The seer squints, asking if this massive buyout means, looks like our classes aren't considered total garbage anymore, someone remarks. Jiang just smirks. Yeah, I'd say so. Especially after they absolutely dismantled the Falcon 4 squad. Both of them put on an absolute masterclass, but Ruan, he stole the show. The entire arena basically stopped breathing the second he obliterated that night. Still, Jiang keeps it real. He points out that even if two players rock the exact same class, it all boils down to raw talent and pure destiny. Catching lightning in a bottle like that, pretty much impossible to copy. They share a knowing grin. Ruan just chuckles. Well, obviously. I mean, come on. Nobody walking around in the Volcano squad is exactly normal. Suddenly, Hu Yan drops a massive bombshell. Word on the street about the brutal bloodbath between the Cheetah squad and the Wolong squad. Wolong got completely shredded down to just one man standing. But right at the buzzer, their captain goes absolutely feral. He triggers a desperate zero-hour counterattack and casually wipes the entire Cheetah roster off the map. Solo. The whole crew is just standing there, completely stunned. Kai's brain is spinning. Cheetah wasn't some joke they repped the heavy-hitting Xuanwu Guild. Who in the world is this Wolong captain? Erasing an elite squad all by yourself. The guy has to be an absolute monster. Kai locks in, warning everyone that this captain is a major threat. He orders a deep dive into this guy's background, as soon as possible. They cannot afford to walk into an ambush blind. Nuan nods, totally on board. Then the protagonist hits them with the latest update. The tournament is turning into a total meat grinder and bodies are dropping left and right. In fact, their next opponents got so battered, they didn't even have a full roster to field. They just threw in the towel. Boom. Volcano gets a VIP pass, straight to the grand finale. Hu Yan gets hyped, they are stepping into the ring at 100% HP. Ruan flexes a bit, pointing out they're literally the only squad that hasn't lost a single player. Nuan shoots a look of respect, giving all the credit to their captain's god-tier shot calling. But Jiang brushes it off. No way, he says. We only survived this gauntlet because everyone locked in. Doesn't matter how OP I am. I couldn't solo my way to the finals. This W belongs to the whole squad. He calls for a mandatory chill day before the ultimate showdown. With a free 24 hours on the clock, Kai decides to warp back home to Jiangzhong. Cut to Yingzi carefully helping her older brother take slow steps. He just got discharged from the hospital, and she is begging him not to push his limits. He waves her off, swearing he isn't made of glass, and itching to start physical therapy, so he can finally have his brothers back again. Yingzi hovers, super worried. Right on cue, our protagonist strolls up. He cracks a joke telling his bro that if he catches a cold now, he'll be dead weight anyway. Yingzi's face lights up, shocked to see him home. Jiang stares at the massive feast spread out on the dining table. It looks like a Thanksgiving buffet. Yingzi tilts her head, wondering why nobody is digging in yet, asking if she needs to cook up a second course. Kai laughs, saying it's plenty, he's not a human vacuum cleaner. The older brother chimes in, explaining that she's just stressing out, because he has been looking incredibly skinny lately. Yingzi gives him puppy dog eyes, pleading for him to stick around a bit longer this time. Their brother backs her up, saying Kai has already bled enough for this family. Now that he's healing up, there's no reason to keep grinding himself to dust over on Ghost Star. The protagonist sighs, admitting he's on a ticking clock with some major business to handle. But he had to use this brief timeout to make sure his family was safe. His vibe darkens as he asks if the toxic Huang family is stirring up drama again. Yingzi shakes her head. Not a peep, she says. The village security is on lock, and her brother's connections always keep guards posted. Honestly, that creepy feeling of constantly being stalked has completely vanished. Jiang smiles internally. His guy really came through with the protection detail, definitely owes him a massive thank you. The older brother beams, saying Yingzi can finally just focus on being a normal high schooler and racking up a solid squad of friends. Yingzi nods enthusiastically. He hypes her up, calling her brilliant, sweet, and an all-around great kid. Kai totally agrees, but as Yingzi quietly stuffs her face with a bright smile, the protagonist's radar goes off. Something is off. She is definitely keeping a secret. Fast forward to the very next sunrise, Kai is already teleporting back to the Ghost Star battleground. Team Volcano rallies up instantly, diving back into a hardcore training arc for the finals. Flash forward a few days, a massive elite tier wild boar comes barreling right at them. Swish. Yuan instantly separates its head from its shoulders, with one terrifyingly clean strike. He smirks, bragging that low-tier trash mobs like this aren't even a warm-up for the god of war. Hu Yan scoffs, telling him to check his ego. Everyone in the squad just leveled up crazily. Ruan chimes in, casually flexing that he has already body-bagged 3 of those beasts himself. Watching them banter, the protagonist realizes their team synergy has skyrocketed. They are moving like a well-oiled machine. He grins. This pre-game boot camp was worth every drop of sweat. Suddenly, Nuwan waves them over the intel for the final match just dropped. A glowing system prompt flashes official summons from the Guild of the Gods. Squad Volcano is locked in for the grand finale. Their final boss, the legendary Azure Dragon Guild. The coordinates are set West District Arena, deep inside Sacred Radiant City. Kickoff is exactly at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Juo shakes his head in disbelief, muttering that it's insane how the Wolong captain literally solo carried himself to the end. Hu Yan shudders. The guy's a walking nightmare. Nuwan steps up, sliding over the scout report. Got his file, she says. Name Disang, class warrior, level 40. His weapon of choice is a deadly silver longsword. And the craziest part, he is a complete rookie who just signed with the Azure Dragon Guild this year. The minute he got his badge, Disang built the Wolong squad from scratch. With him calling the shots, the roster leveled up at a terrifying pace. In barely 6 months, they went from literal nobodies to the dark horses of the entire guild. But because he's technically fresh meat, and Wolong doesn't have the mainstream hype of teams like Falcon, his data trail is practically non-existent. However, Nuwan's network pulled some strings. They dug up some blurry combat footage and caught his ultimate move on tape, the Ghost Trace Shadowless Slash. This thing moves like lightning. One blink and it wipes out the competition before they even hit the ground. Yan chimes in, pointing out that this invisible slash, combined with that phantom footwork, screams a maxed-out agility, build total deja vu of Ju's old combat style. Jiang nods along but drops a heavy reality check. Any player who solo carries themselves to the finals of a massive guild tournament in barely 6 months, that guy is on a whole different level of lethal compared to Zhu. Out of nowhere, Kai's instincts scream. The very air around them turns heavy. Acting on pure reflex, his hand shoots out, locking in a death grip around the wrist of an assassin who just materialized from the shadows. Behind a sleek mask, the mysterious kid realizes he totally underestimated those reflexes. Jiang locks eyes with the intruder, his gaze turning to ice. Gliding backward to create some space, the masked intruder smirks. He admits that dragging a squad all the way to the endgame proves the hype is real. Jiang truly earns his title as the Volcano boss. Yuan instantly flares up. He demands to know who this masked weirdo thinks he is, just creeping up on them like a total coward. Ruan and Yan immediately back him up, daring the stalker to step into the light and throw down in a fair fight. But Nuan throws her arm out, halting the squad. Something about his silhouette clicks in her memory. Ju is totally confused, asking why she is hitting the brakes when this guy literally just tried to jump them. Kai stays frosty, explaining the strike lacked killer intent. It was just a flex to test their limits. Plus, catching a ban for throwing hands before the final round is an absolute nightmare. Leaning in, he calls the bluff, asking if he hit the nail on the head, Mr. Disang. The shadowy figure peels off his mask, owning up to his busted cover. Yuan's jaw drops, utterly shook that it is actually him. Disang just shoots him a sideways glance, roasting the Wulong captain for still looking like a literal toddler. That strikes a major nerve. Yuan fires back that he leads the Wulong crew, warning the guy not to flex his finalist status like they are somehow terrified. One more push and they will absolutely wreck him right here on the pavement. Unbothered D smoothly brushes off the threat, insisting he did not come looking for blood. Honestly, he is here to strike a deal with the big boss Jiang. Kai crosses his arms, demanding to know what kind of sketchy bargain is on the table. Dai lays out his cards, admitting he binge-watched their previous battles. He was genuinely mind-blown, especially by that insane ultimate move Jiang kept hidden up his sleeve. He straight up confesses that securing a win against the Volcano squad is not a sure thing. The protagonist narrows his eyes, telling him to cut the chatter and drop the actual pitch. A sly grin creeps across Dai's face as he pitches a crazy idea, a one-on-one deathmatch between the two captains to settle the entire tournament right now. The catch, Jiang locks away his ultimate ability. In return, D promises to ditch any anti-projectile weapons, heavy shields, or crazy defensive gear. Yuan completely loses it, calling the guy unhinged for dropping such cracked conditions. He begs the crew to just walk away and leave this absolute psycho talking to a wall. Jiang coldly shuts the offer down, saying zero chance. But D plays his MasterCard, exposing the fact that Jiang is still stuck without an official class advancement. He even bets Jiang is completely clueless about the insane paperwork needed for the upgrade. Then he drops the bait. What if his guild coughs up the exact coordinates to a hidden dimension? A dimension that could literally glitch him past his progression block. Would he seriously still walk away? Hooked, our main guy tilts his head, demanding the lore on this mystery zone. Dai breaks it down. This underground biome is practically overflowing with top-tier loot required to force an evolution. Usually these hotspots are locked down tight by government forces. However, elite gaming factions sometimes snag VIP passes to raid them strictly under the watch of the big leagues. Every single rift is guarded by a massive boss that throws brutal challenges at you. Crush those trials, and you unlock insanely rare crafting materials or game-breaking knowledge. He taps his pocket, revealing a data chip packed with the exact location of a fresh, untouched domain his faction just unearthed. Yuan squints, asking if this guy is just capping. Nuan nods slowly, whispering that the streets have been talking about the Azure Dragon crew unlocking a hidden server. Apparently, it popped up right inside the nation's green zone. Smirking Dai twists the knife casually, mentioning he knows the toxic Huang Syndicate is still breathing down Jiang's neck. With those rivals constantly plotting, the Volcano Captain is undoubtedly desperate to break his level cap and secure crazy new power-ups. Win the one-on-one, and all that spicy intel is his to keep. He raises an eyebrow, asking if that does not sound like an absolute steal of a deal. Jiang exhales, confessing the bait is incredibly juicy, but ultimately it is a hard pass. Disong's smug expression instantly shatters into pure shock. Yuan flips out, begging to know why he is tossing the chance away when he has been grinding forever for a class swap. Yan nods fiercely, adding that pulling off this job evolution would literally shatter his level ceiling and make him unstoppable. Dai narrows his eyes, asking the captain if he is seriously ready to throw away a golden ticket. Looking at his crew, Jiang explains that his squad bled and sweat through endless rounds to secure their spot in the grand finale. Taking the captain's mantle means carrying their dreams. If he trades his team's glory just to chase a solo power-up, he would be nothing but a trash-tier leader. How could he ever call himself a real brother, or demand anyone's loyalty after pulling a stunt like that? Hearing their boss drop that massive loyalty check, the whole crew lights up with huge grins. Kai steps up, pointing to the exit and telling the uninvited guest to kick rocks so they can get back on their grind. Suddenly, Zhu playfully smacks his captain on the back, leaving the protagonist totally bewildered. Yuan jumps in, roasting Jiang for either low-key doubting his own skills or underestimating his squad's hype. They flip the script on him. If the captain refuses to sell out the team for his own epic loot, why would not the team gladly put everything on the line to get him that power-up? Caught entirely off guard, Jiang stammers. Yan punches his own palm, hyping the room up by saying he is absolutely dying to watch their leader stomp this cocky challenger into the dirt. Ruan chimes in, insisting the whole gang is just sitting around waiting for his massive class glow-up so he can carry them straight to the top of the leaderboards. Stepping forward, Nuan softly orders him to stop overthinking it. He has always had their backs and treated the squad like family, so now it is their turn to ride or die for him, no strings attached, because that is what a real guild does. Rocked by their hardcore loyalty, Kai mutters a reality check, wondering out loud what happens if their boss actually wipes out. The squad gets totally hyped, realizing the blame will not fall on them. Our main guy steps up, locking in the deal, but drops a cold warning. Dai is about to seriously regret this bet right before he gets wiped off the map. Dai just smirks, telling our boy to pull up to the arena. Right on cue, the announcer's voice booms across the stadium, declaring that the ultimate showdown is finally here. The grand finale for the level 21 through 40 bracket is officially kicking off today. But plot twist, both squads and the tournament bosses totally agreed to scrap the team format. Now we are looking at a pure, unfiltered one-on-one deathmatch. It is going to be Jiang, representing Team Volcano, throwing down against Dai from the Wulong squad. The entire crowd goes absolutely wild. A solo brawl. Literally nobody saw that coming. Team Volcano literally tossed their numbers advantage in the trash just to throw hands directly. Half the fans think Jiang has a massive ego, while the rest are just hyped for the absolute cinema they are about to witness. Sweating bullets on the sidelines, Yuan admits he is way more stressed out watching than he would be if he were actually the one throwing punches. Dai looks like an absolute menace, leaving Yuan wondering if Kai is walking straight into a trap. But Ruan stays totally chill, confident their captain is about to clutch up. Nuan nods along, knowing that if anyone can survive this, it is their guy. Meanwhile, Yan lets out a heavy breath, hating that he is stuck on benchwarmer duty instead of fighting right beside his bro. The announcer summons both heavyweights to center stage. The tension is insane as they lock eyes, totally zoned in, while the referee lays down the absolute rules. The only way to win: completely wipe the other guy off the map. She asks if they are clear on that, and both dudes give a cold, silent nod. Zero hesitation, the match starts, and it is instant chaos. Dai blitzes forward like an absolute missile, taunting Jiang to see what hits harder, those ranged darts or his own deadly blade. There are 0 second chances. They are settling this lethal debate right here, right now, in one single clash. Jiang keeps his cool. Sure, D is crazy fast, but our boy is far from slow. Thanks to that insane stat buff from his pursuing destiny skill, his agility is totally off the charts. He knows he just needs one perfect opening to secure the bag. The gap between them violently shrinks down to just 4 meters. Hitting that sweet spot for striking Jiang unleashes his combo. The exact microsecond, D lunges forward. Their heavy attacks smash together, sparking a massive explosive shockwave. Thick dust floods the arena, but before it even clears out, Kai is already repositioning like a total ghost. Watching from the back, Yuan breathes a huge sigh of relief over those god-tier reflexes. Somehow, Dai managed to slip past the blade at point-blank range, all while cranking up the pure destructive force of his own strike. Nuan breaks down the gameplay that Ghost Shadow without Trace Slash is totally broken. It literally lets a fighter block and clap back in one perfectly fluid animation. No wonder Dai treats it as his ultimate foolproof finisher. After landing it, Dai just plants his feet looking completely unfazed. Jiang goes in for round 2, but D deflects and fires back with even more insane speed. Jiang instantly realizes this dude is moving way quicker than anything he saw in the tape study. Flashing a super cocky grin, Dai casually drops a major flex, claiming that the winner of this brawl is already set in stone. Kai is absolutely not having it. He pops his vanish skill and literally blinks out of existence. Dai stands there, looking totally lost right before Jiang instantly spawns behind his back. Our main character does the quick math in his head, comparing all the old battle footage he watched with the ridiculous agility D is packing right now. It is crazy obvious this guy was totally sandbagging the whole tournament. Spotting the phantom armor, Dai scoffs, annoyed that his prey just slipped through his fingers again. He straight up admits that while he needs to secure the win for his guild, clashing with a boss-level threat like Kai has his blood completely pumping. Nuan points out just how terrifying D actually is. In barely a few trades, he nearly sent Kai straight back to the lobby, proving just how heavy the pressure really is. Ju rolls his eyes, calling the guy insanely annoying, but even he cannot deny the cold hard facts Dai has some absolute god-tier talent.